Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Capsule Corporation. Grandpa, it's good to meet you. Grandma, it's good to meet you. And Shin stepped forward and bowed two and one after the other. His eyes softened immediately. The two kids were adorable, polite, and full of nervous energy. She loved them at first sight, waking up and finding out she had felt like a dream she never dared to hope for. Words couldn't capture the excitement racing through her. Even, usually quiet to the point of being stone-faced, couldn't hide the grin tugging at his mouth. He had never expected to see his while alive again, and seeing how far his second son had come, that surprised him even more. Had survived, grown strong, and somehow married 3 stunning women on Earth. Didn't think he'd ever be jealous of a younger man, but here they were. Leaned in with a teasing smile. Honestly, father-in-law, you two don't even look like father and son, more like brothers. No, she's right, Android 18 said with a small nod. It's kind of uncanny. She wasn't wrong, had been dead for 41 years. If they went by age alone, was technically older than his own father. With his hairstyle and his face shape and temperament, really did look like a younger version of him. His joke set the whole room laughing. The mood was warm and bright. Brother, I'm back. His voice echoed from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Kai and all standing together. Their eyes locked on. Didn't just look similar to, he looked identical, same face, same hair, same energy. Oh my god, they're exactly the same. Kai couldn't hold back her shock. She had doubted earlier, but seeing now, she was speechless. Stared almost in disbelief. My grandfather looks like Dad and pasted himself. And were even more stunned, and a younger standing together looked like 3 generations from the same model. But froze for a different reason. The moment he saw a memory buried since childhood burst open. You must live on Earth, goodbye. The image flashed, the voice echoed. The moment when he hit his head, forgot everything and became, it all came rushing back. Before he spoke, already recognized him. A mother's instinct didn't fade with time. You've grown too, said quietly, wearing the same gentle look he'd had in that final moment 41 years ago. Stepped forward, eyes trembling, Dad, Mom. And just like that, the whole family, 3 generations of the line, finally stood together again. Half a month later, his family's family and spent 2 weeks traveling together. The whole point was simple, build memories they had missed for decades. Kai and the rest had never met or before, they hadn't been at source weddings. There were no shared stories or history. So arranged this time for everyone to bond, and it worked. When the trip ended and left for Planet to continue training, and stayed at Capsule Corporation, a place that big could easily house 2 more people. Another year slipped by. 4 months ago, Sorbet, one of the last remnants of his army, arrived on Earth and gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, was summoned and dead since was resurrected. After coming back, finally understood the humiliation of losing 2, he spent 4 full months in intense training. The result was the golden form. Feeling invincible, he didn't go straight to Earth. Instead, he stood on his command ship in the middle of the Milky Way, arms folded behind him, staring out into the stars. Sorbet, he said without turning, it's been 4 months, why hasn't there been a single report about my father? Sorbet dropped to one knee. Lord, after your death, King Cold attempted to reach Earth to revive you, but... But what? As a voice dropped several degrees. The Galactic Patrol captured King Cold, intercepted him and took him to the Galactic Prison. He's still locked up there. A Galactic Prison. His eyes narrowed, then turn the ship, we're going there now. If they dared imprison my father, we'll turn that place upside down. His laugh echoed through the command deck, sharp and manic. But then his smile froze. The moment he remembered the defeat's fist, the shame, the rage, his vision clouded red. You filthy, this time I'll tear your head off with my own hands. The Galactic Prison Raid. A few hours later, ship arrived at the prison. What followed was the largest breakout in the institution's history. Wasn't there, he was on patrol, the guards never stood a chance. Within half an hour, King Cold was freed after more than 10 years of imprisonment. But he wasn't the only one. Ancient, dangerous criminals from across the galaxy, including the sorcerer Mara, were also released. When rushed back after receiving the emergency call, all he found was a ruined facility, hundreds of casualties, and empty cells. He immediately understood. Everything had taken a turn for the worse. The past year. Over the last year, learned to use his new super-grade wishing ability. His first wishes were simple. He granted an android 18 eternal youth and immortality. Later, he confirmed something important. The divine power stored in his body couldn't be used for fighting. It only worked for granting wishes. It was a little disappointing, but accepted it easily. He had more than enough strength already. 10 months ago, 18 finally became pregnant. Capsule Corporation, second floor terrace. Android 18 sat on a lounge chair, her belly round and full, soaking in the midday sun, and the others hovered close by, watching her like overprotective guards. I swear it's been 10 whole months, said, taking a sip of her drink. She should be due any moment. It should be soon, added with a warm smile. I'm looking forward to my 5th granddaughter. That's right, another girl, counting Shin, and this child would be 5th grandchild. My estimate says just a few more days, said. She sat with her usual calm elegance. Then she turned to 18. But you're stable now. If you'd like, I can help you deliver the baby today. Already? 18's voice shifted instantly, her usual cool tone melting into excited warmth. If it's safe, please, sister, I want to meet my little one right away. She placed a hand lovingly on her stomach, her eyes soft. Looked at for confirmation, he nodded. She lifted her staff, the crystal orb shimmering. She drew graceful circles through the air, and tiny motes of multicolored light drifted down onto 18's belly. Then something astonishing happened. The light gathered, pulsed once, and a baby materialized gently from within the glow, as if lifted out by the light itself. The child's arrival was silent and impossibly smooth. There you are, said softly. Another wave of her staff created a red cloth that wrapped the newborn snugly. 18's stomach returned to normal in an instant. His eyes widened. I had no idea Bobbies could be delivered like that. Oh, it's done, said. Everyone moved in, crowding around the infant. She's adorable, pink hair too, whispered, brushing a finger along the baby's cheek. The little girl lay peacefully in his arms, not crying, just looking curiously at all the faces around her. Pink hair is rare, said before passing the child to 18. 18 held her daughter like she'd done it 1,000 times. Name her. Thought for a moment, then he smiled. Sakura, I hope she grows up graceful and gentle like a cherry blossom. Sakura, 18 repeated softly, then Sakura it is. At the sound of her own name, the baby giggled, light and innocent. Did she understand that, said. She probably did, replied. With genes, she won't be an ordinary child. Laughed quietly, looks like the name really suits her. And it did, Sakura was as delightful as her name. An unexpected call. The celebration was interrupted by a sudden chime from staff. She tapped the crystal and a shimmering screen appeared, his face filled the light. What's wrong, asked. His expression was grim. Sister, brother-in-law, the galaxy prison was just breached, every inmate escaped, King Cold included, and several ancient threats as well, like Mara, who was sealed there for 10 million years. He hesitated before adding, the one who broke the prison was. It blinked in shock, but brother-in-law killed him more than 10 years ago. How? I don't know, said. Was definitely dead, but the one who stormed the prison just now was him. Something must have happened. Narrowed his eyes. Most likely the remnants of his army came to Earth and used the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. What? Alive again's voice cut in. He had been silent up until now. But the moment's name came up, he couldn't stay quiet, had never hated anyone more. He had served honestly, only to watch him destroy the race without hesitation. His cold, dismissive gaze, the way he looked at people as if they were insects, was burned deep into his memory. Continued, after the breakout, I suspect and King Cold will head to Earth next for revenge. I'll try to intercept them, but you should prepare just in case. I'll report back as soon as we have updates. He ended the call. There was no time to waste. The Galactic Patrol had already begun their emergency mobilization. The Galaxy prison breach was the largest in its history. The entire force was thrown into chaos and had been personally assigned the case by the Galactic King. The weight of old hatred. That bastard shot to his feet, his fists trembled with fury. His hatred wasn't mild, it wasn't something time could dull, it was carved into him. Please calm down, said gently. Even if has revived, he poses no real danger to. Right, beat him before, added, he can do it again easily. Shook his head, this isn't about whether is a threat. Everyone fell quiet. It's about my father's grudge. Looked at, you served that tyrant faithfully and he rewarded you by annihilating our entire race. Anyone would be furious. Didn't answer, but the fire in his eyes said everything. His rule over the had always been humiliating. Even under that oppression, the still couldn't escape extinction. That hatred wasn't something that faded just because decades had passed. Truly was one of the most monstrous villains in the universe. Stepped forward. Dad, he said quietly, do you want to defeat with your own hands? If you do, make a wish to me. On the other side. Hey, you said that as long as you have enough magic energy, you can defeat anyone. Folded her arms across her chest, looking at Moro, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. With my current magic power, I can't do it. But if I restore my magic power to its peak, the so-called you mentioned would be nothing more than an ordinary person. The old man with gray temples, his face showing the vicissitudes of time, spoke slowly. He had been imprisoned in the galactic prison for so long that his magical powers had long since run dry. Hearing this, I laughed. In the next second, she suddenly stopped laughing and sneered. I don't know how strong you were at your peak, but the strongest in the universe will be me. Maybe. Moro didn't seem interested in arguing with. What are you going to do? Beside King Cold also observed Moro. During his 10 years in the galactic prison, King Cold had heard plenty about Moro's deeds from 10 million years ago. He believed that no matter how glorious Moro had been in the past, it was all in the past. Now was indeed the strongest. We'll keep him alive, maybe he can be useful to me, declared. Without hesitation, she continued, I can find life energy for you, but in return you must work for me. That's not a problem. Once I recover my magic power, I might be able to help you in your revenge against, Moro said, neither humble nor submissive. Moro was well aware of his current situation. With his depleted magic power, he couldn't compete with. But once his magic was restored, it would be nothing more than a clown in his eyes. He was a king, how could he work for someone else? For now, he would use to restore his magic. As for helping, perhaps, after all, had freed him from the galactic prison and provided him with life energy. But after his revenge was done, there was no way Moro would remain under her command. By then, they might become enemies. Of course, had no idea what Moro was plotting. In her eyes, he wasn't worth considering. Even if he regained his peak magic power, he would still be just another ant. Well then, I will show mercy and find life energy for you. I hope your power won't disappoint me. 2 days later. In just 2 days, dozens of planets in the Milky Way were destroyed. The method of destruction was the same each time. The life energy of the planets, along with the planets themselves, was completely drained, leaving behind dead, barren stars. As a result, Moro's depleted magic power surged back to its peak state. Under's command, the Force set their sights on Earth for one purpose, revenge on. Capsule Corporation was casually playing with Sakura in his arms. And number 18 were gathered around him, everything feeling as peaceful as ever. And having nothing better to do, were sunbathing on the second-floor terrace, letting the day pass by lazily. But compared to 2 days ago, his entire presence had changed. His eyes were now fierce, radiating an overwhelming dominance. 2 days ago, at suggestion, had made a wish. To become the strongest warrior in the universe. Now possessed overwhelming power far beyond even and who had mastered Super Blue. Just then, called again. Hey, what's going on? Answered. Spoke with a serious expression. Brother-in-law, according to the latest reports, in just 2 days, at least 50 planets have been completely drained of life energy because of and Moro. I suspect Moro's magic power has returned to peak form. Abruptly stood up. He didn't care about Moro, he only cared about. He had failed to stop before, failing to protect planet. This time he would defeat with his own hands. According to intelligence and Morrow have now led the Force to Earth. We are also on our way there, continued. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved a hand dismissively and said in a commanding tone, "Don't bother coming. If dares to step foot here, none of them will leave alive." If truly thought that teaming up with Morrow would be enough to defeat him, he would teach them just how badly they had underestimated him. Even if he didn't lift a finger, there were plenty of warriors on Earth who could handle them. For example, this suddenly hesitated. Originally, he had planned to go to Earth to capture the criminals, but now was telling him not to come. "Just follow what your brother-in-law said," chimed in. Was speechless. Since Bothan had spoken, he could only sigh and say, "Understood, I'll report to Lord Galactic King." After ending the call, and simultaneously turned their gazes toward the sky. "They're here," muttered, narrowing his eyes. His expression hardened, and his anger burned like an unstoppable inferno. "I don't see anything," commented, squinting at the sky, seeing nothing but clouds. But the moment she finished speaking, whoosh, a circular Force spaceship suddenly tore through the clouds, descending into view. It flew straight toward Capsule Corporation. Before the spaceship even landed, 180 elite Force soldiers poured out, surrounding Capsule Corporation. Then under's watchful eye, the spaceship slowly landed in the spacious courtyard. Looking at the familiar spaceship could barely contain his fury. As the ship's door opened, several figures emerged. Morrow, King Cold, and Sorbet, after 16 years, finally stood before again. She completely ignored. Was her target. Her revenge was for him alone. Her gaze locked onto, paying no mind to anyone else. Zo ho 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 ho. His devilish laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. "Mr. Long time no see, I've missed you dearly." Then placing a hand over her chest, she smiled maliciously and said, "Out of respect, mister, I must repay you for the kindness of killing me on. Today, I have no choice but to kill you to express my gratitude. Enemies are bound to be jealous when they meet again." Although maintained a polite demeanor on the surface, deep down, he was already thinking about how to brutally torment to satisfy his long-held grudge. "How many years has it been since I killed you? About 16, right?" A faint, unreadable smile played on his lips as he spoke casually. "What was that saying again? Learn from your mistakes? It seems you haven't learned a thing from our last encounter." "A lesson." Narrowed her eyes dangerously, then sneered in disdain. "No one has ever taught me a lesson, and you will be no exception." Her expression twisted into one of fury as she spat. "To take revenge on you, I underwent a special 4-month training after my resurrection. Surely you must be able to sense how powerful I've become. The humiliation you dealt me back then, I will return it tenfold today." Chuckled, utterly unimpressed. "You're right about one thing. I can tell that you're different from 16 years ago, but do you know what else? No matter how strong you've become, it doesn't mean you can defeat me." His smirk widened. "In my eyes, you're even weaker than before." Scoffed, her lips curling into a cruel grin. "Big words. Do you think I'll be frightened by such pathetic attempts to intimidate me? I thought you had improved over the years, but all you have left is your empty bravado." Was simply stating the truth, but dismissed it as mere bluffing. After all, in her mind, unlocking the golden form had already made her the strongest being in the universe. "Frog in a well," muttered, shaking his head. "I don't even need to fight you myself. My father will be enough." "What, your father?" His eyes widened slightly in confusion. Then a furious roar thundered through the air. "The Forazie." Turned towards the voice, and a familiar face came into view. The face, the stance, it was exactly as he remembered. After a brief moment of surprise, burst into laughter. "Oh ho ho ho, and here I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, a wild monkey." Wasn't particularly shocked by his resurrection. After all, she herself had been brought back to life, so it wasn't too far-fetched. But before she could say another word, Bam appeared before her in an instant, driving his fist deep into his abdomen. His pupils shrank and her expression twisted in pain. Boom. With that single blow, was sent hurtling to the ground, crashing into it with a resounding impact. This guy does have some strength. Morrow, standing beside them, raised an eyebrow. He could feel an immense energy radiating from his body. If I could absorb that energy, Moro mused to himself, my magic power would rise to another level. Meanwhile, who had just been knocked to the ground, let out an angry roar. Boom. The sheer force of her power caused the ground to tremble violently. Clenched her fists, her face contorted with rage. Savage monkey, you are far too rude. I could kill you back then and I can kill you now. Slowly she rose into the air, her aura flaring, but had no intention of engaging in idle banter. With a deep battle cry transformed. His muscles expanded, his fur turned crimson, and his golden eyes burned with fury. He had ascended into Super 4. But this wasn't just any Super 4, it was a full-power Super 4. And this wasn't even his limit. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged it once more. Bam! Another powerful punch landed squarely on his face, sending her flying again. Was relentless, chasing after her at an even greater speed. His fists, burning with the anger of all, rained down mercilessly. Found herself completely overwhelmed, unable to counterattack. King, he can't fight back. What kind of is this? I've never seen this transformation before. The 4 soldiers trembled at the sight of Super 4, effortlessly beating their king. Even raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Oh my, have yet another transformation? I wasn't aware of this one. Smirked, this is called Super 4. Any who has retained their tail can achieve it. Who lost his tail as a child can only rely on Super Blue. Android 18 turned to him, which transformation is stronger? Crossed his arms thoughtfully. It's hard to say. Super Blue and Super 4 each have their advantages, but Super 4 has a higher potential ceiling. Added with a teasing smile, so theoretically there could even be a Super 5, 6, 7 or more. Android 18 nodded, that means might actually be stronger. Back on the battlefield, after suffering a relentless assault, finally managed to put some distance between herself and... Her expression was dark, her pride bruised. Damn monkey, you're getting carried away. Her hands clenched into fists, and a golden aura flared wildly around her. Fine then, I'll show you the fruits of my 4 months of training. I had no choice. She realized that if she didn't transform, she might be beaten to death. She refused to let it kill her again. A terrifying power erupted from her body. Golden flames surged, swallowing her completely. Rumble. The very sky trembled and the ground cracked beneath her might. In the western capital, people panicked, believing an earthquake had struck. Citizens ran frantically, trying to flee the city. Finally, with a deafening roar, power reached new heights. And her body had transformed. Behold, King Cold declared proudly, arms crossed, this is my son's ultimate power. Moro, watching quietly, assessed the situation. Though Golden was powerful in his mind, the battle had already been decided. Now taller and more muscular, exuded raw power. Her skin gleamed with golden radiance, her perfect muscle structure shining under the light. Spreading her arms wide, she announced confidently, "Tremble before me, this is the result of my training, my ultimate form. Golden Frieza." Bam! Before she could finish, his fist smashed into her face. You talk too much, crack. After transforming into his golden forms, power surged to staggering new heights. He caught Super 4 Bardock's fist mid-strike, his sneer twisting into something feral. You've had your fun, monkey, now it's my turn. Boom. Golden erupted in a flash of light, his fist slamming toward Bardock with apocalyptic force. Kaboom. The shockwave ripped through the battlefield as Bardock crossed his arms, blocking the blow with a grunt. Golden's eyes widened. What? Bardock straightened, golden fur bristling and crimson aura flaring like a supernova. His voice dripped with disdain. Is this all the mighty Emperor of the universe can muster? With a roar, Bardock's energy exploded outward, eclipsing his golden radiance. The ground quaked as his power skyrocketed, a primal force honed through years of relentless training. Impossible, hissed recoiling, a rat cannot surpass me. In Bardock's voice thundered, fists clenched. The suffering you brought our people, I'll repay it 1,000-fold. This is the rage of the writ in your blood. SHOOM. In a blur of motion, Bardock vanished. barely registered the movement before a fist crunched into his jaw, sending him rocketing backward. Bardock pursued relentlessly, fists and knees driving into his torso in a storm of vengeance. Golden blocked frantically, but each parry only delayed the inevitable. A haymaker slipped through his guard, thwack, then a roundhouse kick sent him careening into a mountainside. Planet. Staff projected the battle in holographic clarity, leaned forward, eyes blazing. Whoa, Dad's Super 4 might be as strong as our blue form. Crossed his arms, scowling. His father, how'd he close the gap so fast? Adjusted his glasses, analytical. Grandpa's leveraging primal instincts. His new form isn't optimized yet, he's losing efficiency with every panic move. Alert. Cheered from the lookout's balcony, fists pumping. Finish him, Bardock, for our people. Smirked beside her, arms folded. Golden's at 1.5 billion, Dad's already at 1.8. This isn't a fight, it's a lesson. Battlefield. Spat blood, his golden sheen flickering under Bardock's assault. Across the field, Moro licked his lips, eyeing Bardock's surging energy. Such exquisite life force, a feast for the taking, the sorcerer purred, stepping forward. A whoosh. Materialized in his path, eyes cold. Going somewhere, goat, the only thing you'll feast on today is dust. Moro's grin widened. You'll regret this, child, when I drain your. Save the monologue, interrupted, power flaring. Pick a grave, I'll dig it while you watch Dad finish your lackey. Meanwhile, grunge. Bardock grabbed by the tail, swinging him into the earth like a pathetic. You haven't changed, still the same coward who blew up Planet. As golden form sputtered, why you dare? Dare, Bardock's fist glowed crimson, this is justice. FWOOM. The final punch erupted like a supernova, engulfing in a pillar of light, a blazing testament to the unbroken spirit. Hey, I'm so sorry, but I don't want to die just yet. Facing, Moro displayed no fear. He could clearly sense that's power surpassed. Given his current magical reserves, he knew he couldn't directly compete. But that wasn't an issue. As long as he could gradually absorb energy during their battle, victory would be his in the end. However, it was no fool. When you step into this battlefield, whether you live or die is no longer your decision. He had seen through every little scheme Moro had in mind. He knew this enemy too well. Unlike who had underestimated Moro's ability in the past, would not make the same mistake. Then come and try, Moro curled his fingers, gesturing to attack. This was perfect. If charged in recklessly, it would play right into his hands. He was worried might hesitate, but if he was willing to fight head-on, then everything was falling into place. Moro's confidence didn't stem from the peak restoration of his magic, but from his ability to absorb life energy, his true ace in the hole. Just as tension peaked, a baby's cry pierced through the battlefield. His expression shifted. His gaze flickered toward number 18, who was holding their newborn daughter, Sakura. The intense battle between and had frightened the child. Sakura, don't cry. Daddy will take care of the bad guys soon, number 18 whispered soothingly, gently rocking the infant in her arms. Exhaled slowly, shifting his focus back to Moro. Only now his eyes burned with something much deadlier. Because of you, my daughter shed her first tears of fear. It seems I've been too generous. The air around them plummeted to freezing temperatures. A chilling wave swept across the battlefield, sending shivers down the spines of soldiers and even King Cold himself. And then, boom, a violent explosion of blazing purple energy erupted around, exuding terrifying waves of destruction. On's planet, the scene unfolded through the divine projection. His eyes widened in shock. His transformation was unlike anything they had seen before. What is that form? Even was at a loss for words, feeling an immense pressure radiating from the screen. Is it a super form evolved from super god? Wondered aloud. Shook his head. No, this is not a super transformation. This is a gods of destruction technique, ultimate intent. The room fell into stunned silence. Breaking the quiet, turned toward, Master, what do you think of Master's ultimate intent? Swallowed, a bead of sweat trailing down his forehead. His ultimate intent is probably on par with mine. Smirked, that's obvious. Master once defeated Lord, and in the Gods of Destruction Summit, he single-handedly bested a team of 4 destroyers in battle. Crossed his arms, feeling a twinge of shame. He, too, could defeat multiple destroyers, but he had never risked doing so in an elimination-style battle. On the other hand, had the power and the boldness to pull it off. Clenched his fists, he wanted to learn ultimate intent. Is it really that powerful, he asked. Rolled his eyes. Don't get ahead of yourself. If I used my ultimate intent on you three, you wouldn't last a single round, let alone compare to Master. What? No way. And even were left speechless. For the first time, the reality of the gap between them sank in. Grit his teeth, that bastard, doesn't he have a limit in his pursuit of power? Back on the battlefield, locked eyes with Moro. Moro, you were actually doing fine in the galactic prison. You could have lived a little longer, but you chose to escape, aligning yourself with scum-like. His gaze sharpened. You've sealed your own fate. He extended a single palm toward Moro. Moro furrowed his brow. He still didn't believe the situation was as bad as it looked. Then, a destroy. A silent yet terrifying shockwave burst from within Moro's body. Moro screamed in agony as he plummeted from the sky, crashing into the courtyard of Capsule Corp smoke and debris scattered upon impact. The four stared in horror. The almighty Moro, who claimed to be superior to himself, had been left crippled by a single attack. Descended slowly. He walked up to the fallen Moro, his hands behind his back, looking down at the dying wizard. Let me guess, your plan was to fight me, absorb my energy, and turn the tables. Moro's pupils shrank, had seen through everything. How did you know? Smirked, you really think you're that clever? I could let you absorb my energy until your body couldn't handle it and you self-destructed. But honestly, that sounds tedious. I prefer to end things quickly. Moro coughed up blood. Stop bluffing. If you're so confident, then let me try. Even at death's door, he was still trying to bait. Chuckled darkly. Do I look like an idiot? He raised his palm again. I could humor you, but that would just be a waste of time, so instead, I'll send you straight to hell. A destroy. A second explosion erupted, contained, precise, absolute. As the smoke cleared, Moro was gone. Nothing remained. The wizard had been erased from existence. As turned away, elsewhere on the battlefield, its battle was also approaching its climax. This is the battle really over already. In just a few seconds, Moro had been obliterated by. Sun and Sun stared in absolute shock, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. It ended before it even began. Scoffed, what did you think it would be a fight? He folded his arms and smirked. An opponent of this level is nothing to Lord. It's hardly surprising that Lord dealt with him so effortlessly. Nodded in agreement, completely unfazed, it was only natural. But this was an entirely different reality. They had never seen anything like it before. Their confidence took a severe hit. They recalled their struggles against. Despite fighting him in turns, none of them had been able to do anything to him. They had been utterly outclassed. And Moro, if even was an issue, facing Moro would have been hopeless. All right. Suddenly sprang up, fists clenched, his energy surging with excitement. Let's continue training. Seeing's overwhelming power had ignited his fighting spirit like never before. His motivation soared as if he had been injected with pure battle adrenaline. Meanwhile on Earth, at the same moment obliterated Moro, the battle between Bardock and reached its climax. Was in a wretched state, his body bruised, bloodied, and broken after enduring Bardock's relentless assault. His golden form flickered, unstable. His breath was ragged, he hadn't fully adapted to his golden form, and now he could barely stand. Damn it, muttered, pressing his hands to the ground for support. He looked up only to see Bardock floating above, his palm aimed downward, a glowing blast forming in his hand. A panic set in. A wave of pure fear crawled up spine. Bardock's eyes were cold and unyielding. Bardock's voice was laced with finality. As instinct screamed at him, he was going to die. His arrogance shattered, and for the first time in decades felt true terror. Wait, Mr. Bardock, listen to me, shouted desperately, his voice trembling. When I destroyed Planet, I was acting under someone else's orders, I wasn't the mastermind. But Bardock didn't even flinch. So what if wasn't the mastermind? He was the one who had destroyed their home. He was the one who had massacred his people. Bardock's gaze sharpened. This is the anger of the entire race for years of suffering under your rule. Boom. Bardock unleashed his attack without hesitation. The brilliant energy blast surged forward, engulfing in an instant. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. And when the dust settled, as her presence was gone, the remaining members of the force stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. King was just killed like that. Their morale shattered instantly. Even the Galactic Bandit Brigade and Selite warriors hesitated, fear gripping their hearts. First, Mara was slain in seconds. Now was dead at Bardock's hands. Panic spread like wildfire. King Cold and the remnants of the force turned and ran, their instincts screaming at them to escape. But they had come to the wrong battlefield. There was no escape. As Cold and merciless voice rang out. Oi, next. A blinding blast streaked across the battlefield like a vengeful comet. King Cold, Galactic Bandits, and the remaining soldiers turned just in time to see the attack before it consumed them. A second explosion rocked the battlefield. And when the dust settled, the force was no more. Bardock exhaled deeply, his body relaxing as his power faded. For the first time in decades, he smiled. The weight of his people's suffering, the burden of vengeance that had burned inside him for so long, it was finally gone. In the distance, number 18 held Sakura in her arms, gently rocking him. Sakura, look, she whispered with a soft smile, Daddy got rid of all the bad guys. The small child, who had been staring in wonder just moments ago, suddenly giggled in delight. That pure, innocent laughter filled number 18's heart with warmth. Over the skis of Capsule Corporation approached Bardock with a knowing smile. Dad, how does it feel? Bardock clenched his fists, his body still tingling with the lingering power of battle. This strength, it's incredible, he admitted, but I still haven't fully mastered it. I can't even bring out my full potential yet. Nodded, that's normal. He crossed his arms. You've spent years with a fraction of this power. Now that you've suddenly been granted such strength, it's already impressive that you can control it this well. And that wasn't just flattery. Before this, Bardock's power level had barely been above 10,000. Now he had gained an astronomical power boost, yet he could already fight and win. That was a testament to his battle experience and raw talent. Bardock smirked and shrugged, guess I can't complain. Then he placed a hand on his shoulder. Oh, thanks. Waved a hand dismissively, we're family, no need for that. If anything, what Bardock had done for him in the past far outweighed anything had done in return. If not for Bardock, he might have perished along with Planet all those years ago. Quickly change the topic. I'll start training you soon. We'll focus on getting you to fully master this power and unlock your new form. Bardock's eyes gleamed with excitement. You mean that transformation? He clenched his fist, feeling the weight of that potential. I'm not sure I can handle it yet. Smirked, that's what training is for. And if it still wasn't enough, a simple wish could solve that. There was always a way forward. A year later, time passed. With intense training, Bardock eventually mastered his newfound power, surpassing even his previous limits. He had grown stronger than ever before. And just when thought things would finally settle down, a call came from the Grand Priest. A Lord Zeno wishes to see you. Raised an eyebrow. What could Zeno possibly want hours ago? Zeno Palace. Zeno was bored alone playing the game of Universe Bumper Ball, but while playing, Zeno suddenly felt that universe was too much. He was scrambled and dizzy by the 12 universe rituals. Zeno's petty temper suddenly came up, he stretched out his hand to stir, and 4 of his instruments were smashed. Oh, oops. The Grand Priest on the side raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Zeno was a little annoyed. Immediately, Zeno turned his head and said to Grand Priest, Hey, Grand Priest, what are the current human levels of the 12 universes? Grand Priest replied, The first universe is still clearly the highest, and the 12th universe has grown rapidly and has become the second place. There is no special change in the universe behind. If you look at the overall level, it may have declined a bit. However, it is worth mentioning that the 7th universe has been promoted from the second to last place to the 7th place. It is basically great god of destruction who has raised the average human level of the 7th universe. Oh, that's it. Zeno thought about it. The other universes haven't grown at all. There's no need to maintain 12 universes, but it's troublesome to observe them all. Would you like to reduce some more? Ask the Grand Priest. Hearing that Zeno wanted to clear the universe again, the two guards suddenly became tense. Zeno nodded his big oval head and said, "Yes, 4 are enough. Let's eliminate 8 of the low-level universes." Heard the words. Grand Priest immediately understood and said, "Understood, then call those universe guides back." Correct. Grand Priest suddenly thought of something, so he went on to say, "Master Zeno, if you want to destroy the 8 low-level universes, then the 7th universe where the quasi-great gods of destruction is located is also on the list. Should you inform him woolen cloth?" Right, then call overs. After being reminded by Grand Priest, Zeno suddenly remembered that was in the 7th universe. Even if the 8 low-level universes are to be cleared, gods of destruction may also be cleared, but who is a quasi-big gods of destruction cannot be cleared. Because after clearing the low-level 8 universes, who is the great god of destruction still has to manage the remaining 4 gods of destruction. So it is still necessary to inform. Then, the Grand Priest then personally went to Earth to inform to come to Zeno Palace. Earth capsules. Hello, Lord Grand Priest. The Grand Priest descended on Universal Capsule Company and stepped forward and greeted in unison. Forget it before, after confirming that his main wife is, the Grand Priest becomes father-in-law. So even if status is equal to that of Grand Priest in the future, he still needs to have the proper etiquette and respect for his father-in-law. Grand Priest waved his hand, indicating that the couple needn't be so polite. Then he said, "Master Zeno invites you to come and talk to you about important matters." Oh, what? Hearing this, was surprised and asked, "Master Grand Priest, has the divine power of the staff of the great god of destruction recovered?" Still not. Grand Priest shook his head and said, "The divine power of the great god of destruction staff has not been fully recovered, and it will take about a month or 2. Zeno summoned you this time because of other matters." Master Grand Priest, is it convenient to ask what is the matter? Blinked his beautiful eyes and asked. For some reason, she always had an ominous premonition. Grand Priest didn't say it clearly but said, "You'll know when we get there, or else you'll go with me too, how about it?" "Then let's go together." Said Master Grand Priest, "Please wait a moment." Immediately spoke to Bardock and number 18 and then took and Grand Priest to Zeno Palace. Coming to Zeno Palace again is already familiar with this place. Led by the Grand Priest and came to the main hall of Zeno's palace. Master Zeno, great god of destruction, has arrived. As soon as he heard that was coming, Zeno immediately flew over excitedly surrounded by 2 guards. Here you come." Seeing Zeno's originally agitated mood suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. Hurriedly supported Zeno, smiled lightly and said, "Zeno, long time no see, what are you looking for this time?" Hearing address Zeno was stunned. Grand Priest explained in a low voice, "It's because when came last time Lord Zeno made friends with, and then said that since they are friends, he will be called Zeno from now on, and Lord Zeno agreed." This, after listening to Grand Priest's explanation, was stunned again. Make friends with Zeno. Will the first one. In the past, never dared to think that Zeno, the supreme ruler of the universe, would make friends, and this person was her husband. After the shock, Vermilion lips curved proudly. Being able to make friends with Zeno is also proud of. Coupled with status as the quasi-big gods of destruction, even if Zeno wants to clear the universe again one day, N will definitely be excluded. At the same time, Zeno has invited to sit down face to face. Grand Priest hurried up with, "Hey, I think 12 universes are still too many, so I plan to eliminate the 8 universes at the bottom of the human level, and the 7th universe you are in is also among them." Zeno innocently said, "So you can bring your family and friends here first." Oh, what? Hearing this was shocked. Immediately calmed down quickly and said, "Zeno, I probably understand what you mean, but as a human being in the 7th universe, I want to talk to you from a human perspective." Oh, what? Zeno blinked, eyeing curiously. Zeno, let me ask you a question first. The reason why you want to eliminate the 8 universes with the lower average human level is because the human level of these 8 universes has not improved at all, right? Zeno nodded. Well, there is also that reason for this, but 12 universes are still too many. That's right, I probably understand. After understanding Zeno's thoughts, said word by word, first of all, the reason why the average human level of the 8 universes that are lower than the average human level has not improved is that there may be some problems with human beings themselves, but the root cause is the inaction of gods of destruction and supreme of these universes. From the moment of birth, every human being is trying to survive. Even if they want to be eliminated, they should first eliminate those gods of destruction and lord gods who do nothing. However, Zeno, you are the supreme ruler of the entire universe. Since you have made such a decision, I cannot change your decision, but it is the gods of destruction and supreme that should disappear. Human beings are innocent. So, Master Zeno, from the human point of view, I implore Zeno to give human beings a chance to live. After listening to his words, Zeno fell into deep thought for a while. Grand Priest said from the side, Master Zeno, what said is not unreasonable. Gods of destruction and supreme should bear most of the responsibility for the reason why the human level of the 8 lower universes has not improved or even declined. I get it. Zeno thought about it, and it seemed that this was indeed the case, so he planned to listen to what Opportunity said. So Zeno went on to say, tell me, what kind of opportunity is there it is to hold a universe martial arts tournament based on the 8 universes that are lower than the average human level? Each universe selects 10 contestants to participate in the competition together, and the universe that wins in the end gets the right to survive. In this way, every human being in the universe has a chance to fight for the survival of their own universe, and in the end it also achieves your goal of destroying redundant universes. How about that? I said seriously. Martial arts tournament, what is that? I haven't seen it before. Zeno thought about it thoughtfully, but still couldn't figure out what the martial arts tournament that was talking about was like. Master Zeno, it's probably like the Summit of Gods of Destruction. The Grand Priest shows Zeno a video of fighting at the Summit of Gods of Destruction with the Great Angel Staff. Is this the martial arts conference? It's so exciting. After watching it, Zeno immediately became interested and called it wonderful. It is also a good idea to hold such a martial arts conference. And in this way, he can also relieve boredom, and by the way, he can also watch the martial arts competition between the 8 universe players. Isn't it wonderful? Then let's do it right away. Zeno said enthusiastically, then will you participate? Hey, can I join? Blink surprised. Originally thought that as a quasi-great god of destruction, he should not be able to participate. It's great if you participate. Zeno looked forward to it. I'm looking forward to your performance at the conference. Since Master Zeno said so, Mr. Kahn, you can participate as a player of the 7th universe. Grand Priest said, since Zeno decided to hold it, let's call this martial arts tournament with 8 universe players the Tournament of Power. Master Zeno, holding the Tournament of Power, each universe needs some preparation time. How about holding it 5 months from now? Well, that's settled then. Zeno said no comment. After a pause, Zeno muttered, but 5 months seems to be a long time ago and I want to see it now. Hearing Zeno's muttering, Grand Priest suggested, then Master Zeno, how about holding a general overview meeting for the tournament before the official start of the Tournament of Power? It just so happens that I can also improve the rules of the official Tournament of Power by observing the General Assembly. Zeno nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a Grand Priest, you are so considerate. Seeing that Zeno had no objection, Grand Priest said to, then you and go back and prepare first. Please bring God of Destruction and Supreme from the 7th universe. And choose the 7th universe within an hour. The 3 contestants from the 9th universe will come to Lord Zeno's palace to hold a panorama meeting with the 3 contestants from the 9th universe. The time for the Tournament of Power is determined to be after 5 months. After I confirm the venue, I will pass through the Supreme of the universe. Nodded, then stood up and said, well, Zeno, Master Grand Priest, then and I will go back first. Back to Earth. Then said, husband, why did you propose this Tournament of Power? Even if Master Zeno wants to eliminate the 8 universes that are lower than the average human level, our family can completely stay out of it. Stopped, took a deep breath, and said earnestly, "Of course I know this very well. Although I am a quasi-great god of destruction, I am also born as a human after all. I want to think about problems from a human perspective. Even if I take another 10,000 steps back, even if I can keep in number 18, what about the family? And friends like Master Roshi, Tyne, and what should they do? What should I do with the earth under my feet where I grew up?" Hearing this froze on the spot. I see. It's because she didn't think deep. Husband's situation is relatively big. Although I have lived on the earth for more than 10 years, I am an angel after all. It is difficult for me to think about problems from the perspective of a normal human being. I hope my husband understands. Seriously reflected on his own problems. Rubbed her head and said softly, "It's nothing wrong, I can understand your thoughts, let's go, let's inform and about this first, and then confirm the 3 people who will participate in the conference players." Subsequently, took an instant transmission to Lord. Seeing coming, who was still leisurely lying on the branch watching Sun and the 3 of them practice, was so frightened that he rushed over from the tree rolling and crawling. Then he knelt down on one knee. "Master, you are here." Also suspended the special training for the 3 of Sun. "Master, you are here today, but is there anything important?" "Guest." As the saying goes, if nothing happens, go to the 3 Treasures Hall. If brought to start today, there must be something wrong. "Oh, that's right." Smiled and said, "Just now, Lord Zeno decided to hold a tournament of power with 8 universes participating. The universes who lost in the power tournament be erased by Master Zeno." Erased? Didn't notice the point, but he noticed that the defeated universe would be erased. Lost half his soul in fright. "Oh, it does seem to be a big deal." Said solemnly, "Master, sister, what is going on? Why would Master Zeno suddenly want to hold the tournament of power, and the price of defeat is the said universe will be erased?" Yes, Master Zeno didn't just have another sudden whim, did he? Calmed down a little, curled his lips and said. The 3 who were not far away naturally also heard the conversation here, and the expressions of the 3 of them gradually became dignified. The tournament of power that 8 universes participated in sounds very interesting. But once defeated, the price is that the entire universe will be wiped out. This is serious. Glared at and scolded, "You still have the nerve to ask why." Then briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. After listening, ears couldn't help but pull down. Then continue to reprimand, "You occupy the seat of gods of destruction but do nothing. Your greatest interest is to sleep. Why do you think the average level of humans in the 7th universe is so low? If I hadn't pleaded with Zeno just now, you would have been eliminated by Zeno by now." Being reprimanded by in public, did not dare to refute anything and accepted reprimand very obediently. Because the average human level of the 7th universe can't improve, which has a lot to do with his gods of destruction. Supreme is responsible for observing and cultivating humans, while gods of destruction is for the survival of the fittest on each planet, so as to improve the average level of universe humans. May I ask you, what did you do during the eons of gods of destruction, either sleeping all day or on the way to sleep? If we seriously examine the time each planet has spent in the struggle for survival, it would likely amount to less than 1/10,000th of their total sleeping time. What Lord said is absolutely right. Thank you for your great wisdom, Lord. Shivered. Lord, I have reminded you more than once not to focus solely on sleeping all day. Now, even Lord Zeno himself cannot tolerate it anymore, shook his head, looking helpless. Right now, didn't dare to refute a single word. It wasn't hard to imagine, if hadn't fought for their one and only chance in front of Zeno, might have been erased along with Universe 7 by now. Would he still be living so comfortably then? When the tournament of power is over, and I officially take office as the grand god of destruction, all of you lazy and inactive gods of destruction will be dealt with accordingly. Your days of ease are over. His cold tone sent another shiver down spine. If you're tired of living, then go ahead and perish, but don't drag an entire universe with billions of innocent lives down with you. Enough about this for now, let's select our participants for the upcoming tournament. wasn't in the mood to list all of failings. He would settle those accounts once and for all when he took the position of Grand God of Destruction. The most pressing issue now was the Universal Tournament. Had no intention of participating himself. For those 3 months from Universe 9, it was enough to send a few competent fighters and be done with it. A tournament. Only now did dare to raise his head and suggest, how about not letting Sun and the others participate? Was too afraid to suggest participate, nor did he even know if was willing to. That works, the 3 are perfect for this, they've been training here for a long time, it's about time they test their results. Agreed with the proposal. So it's finally our turn. The 3 stepped forward. Compared to before their training, the aura they now emitted was completely different. Even who in the original timeline trained on planet for 2 years was no longer the same. Gone was the scholarly air around, now he carried the presence of a true warrior. After observing and nodded, all right, they'll do. Winning or losing the tournament wasn't the priority, the real goal was ensuring Xeno was entertained. That said, Sun and Sun were all, meaning they naturally had a wild and unpredictable fighting style. With their current strength, winning wouldn't be an issue even if they fought recklessly. After all, their opponents were merely the trio of danger from Universe 9. Let and the others deal with them casually. Lord, who will be our opponents this time? After confirming Universe 7's fighters for the tournament, inquired. According to the Grand Priest, the tournament will be a martial arts battle between Universe 7 and Universe 9's representatives. Smiled gently, her eyes narrowing slightly. Universe 9 mused, I wonder how strong their fighters are. Crossed his arms confidently, it doesn't matter who they are, I'll crush them. Brother, what do you think? How should we approach this fight? For once took a cautious approach, aware that the fate of the entire Universe 7 was on the line. Fighting was important, but he wasn't about to risk his entire universe for the sake of it. Just like I told, don't take it too seriously at first. Play along until Xeno is entertained, then finish it. Understood. Quickly caught on, Uncle means this tournament is more of a performance, right? Smiled and nodded. Nephew, as expected, your comprehension is excellent. So that's how it is, finally realized. Performance or not, we cannot afford to lose. At the very least, we can't embarrass ourselves in front of Lord Xeno, do you hear me? A frothing with worry gave a stern warning. Of course, Lord, scratched his head, then grinned excitedly. Man, it's been a while since I've had a real fight, I'm looking forward to this tournament. Then let's go meet the Supreme now. Without further delay, and his group traveled from planet to the sacred world of the. After gathering Elder and Shin's party of 9 descended to Xeno's palace. Wow, so this is where the most powerful god in the universe lives, it's spectacular. And the others looked around in awe. Hey, when we meet Lord Xeno, you'd better keep your mouth shut. If you say something wrong, Lord Xeno might erase you on the spot, understand? Got it, Lord. Nodded reluctantly but straightened up, shedding his usual carefree attitude. All right, let's go in. Led by and the group of 9 entered Xeno's palace. The grand hallway was lined with tall stone pillars leading down an expansive passageway. The atmosphere was eerily silent, and the only sound was the rhythmic tapping of their footsteps. Suddenly, several figures appeared ahead, blocking their paths. It was the 9th Universe's gods of destruction, his angel Mojito, Supreme, and their 3 fighters, the Trio of Danger. Or rather, the Husky Trio. The eldest, Bergamo, stood in the center, flanked by his younger brothers, Lavender and Basil. All 3 wore arrogant expressions, looking down on Scroop as if they were insignificant. Shin took a step forward and greeted them. It's been a while, everyone from Universe 9. Supreme sneered, then mocked, so these are the warriors of Universe 7, they don't look very impressive. Smack. Before he could say another word, slapped him across the back of the head. Was stunned, Lord, why did you? But when he saw his expression, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. His eyes were sharp and his tone was frigid. Correct your attitude when addressing the future grand god of destruction, Lord. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to replace the Supreme of Universe 9, starting with you. W. What? Was instantly petrified. His gaze shifted toward who wasn't just some random fighter, but the one standing at the forefront of Universe 7. When he met some motionless, ice-cold stare, he instinctively recoiled. Apologize to Lord. His command was absolute. Why, yes, I deeply apologize, Lord. Please forgive my earlier offense. Bowed his head in submission, his arrogance shattered in an instant. Lord Supreme was unaware of your esteemed identity. Please forgive his ignorance. Bowed deeply, offering a sincere apology. However, just when thought would react with anger, didn't even spare them a glance. Instead, he walked past them, leading and the others straight toward the main hall. Had no interest in engaging with the Supreme of Universe 9, acknowledging someone like would only diminish his own stature. The man lacked any sense of decorum, and there was no reason to stoop to his level. A short-sighted fool like was nothing more than a clown, a mere nuisance that would never amount to anything significant. A few minutes later and stood inside the grand hall of Zeno's palace. The once arrogant Supreme was now utterly silent. His entire body was tense, and he dared not even shift his gaze recklessly. The title of future god of destruction alone was enough to make tremble and feel insignificant. Seeing that everyone had gathered, the Grand Priest extended his right hand and spoke. Since all are present, we shall follow the example of the martial arts tournaments held on Universe 7's Earth. We have prepared an arena and spectator stands. As soon as the Grand Priest finished speaking, the ground beneath and the others suddenly lost its support. Everyone from Universe 7 and Universe 9 plummeted downward together. They landed on two separate contestant platforms, Universe 7 on one side, Universe 9 on the other. Between them stretched a vast square arena. Floating above the arena were 10 stone platforms, clearly meant as viewing areas for the gods of the remaining universes. Shortly after, the Grand Priest himself descended onto a floating platform. Spreading his hands, he addressed everyone in a voice that echoed with supreme authority. Gods from all universes descend. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the gods of destruction, their attendant angels, and Supreme from the other 10 universes descended one after another. Once the divine beings had assembled, the Grand Priest's voice resonated again. Lord Zeno shall now descend. Whoosh. Under the protection of 2 guards, Zeno floated down gently. The moment he appeared, all the gods immediately bowed in reverence. So there really are so many gods of destruction. Couldn't help but glance around at the assembled deities, murmuring in awe. Shut up, this is not the time for idle chatter, snapped, glaring at who quickly fell silent. With all present, let me first explain the purpose behind holding the Tournament of Power, the Grand Priest continued. His voice was calm, yet each word carried immense weight. Lord Zeno has long felt that 12 universes are too many. Several universes have shown little to no improvement in their mortal levels for a prolonged period. Initially, Lord Zeno planned to erase the 8 lowest-ranking universes immediately. The moment those words were spoken, a wave of shock and dread spread through the gods. The atmosphere grew tense as unease gripped their hearts. While the gods of destruction and Supreme were aware of the concept of mortal level rankings, the decision to eliminate entire universes was beyond their expectations. Some gods of destruction, such as of Universe 1 and of Universe 12, had dedicated themselves to raising their mortal levels. Others, like of Universe 9 and even of Universe 7, had been far more negligent in their duties. As the gathered gods exchanged worried glances, the Grand Priest's lips curled into a faint smile. However, you should be grateful. The future god of destruction personally requested Lord Zeno to grant you all a chance at survival. A murmur spread among the gods. This chance is the Tournament of Power. The 8 lowest-ranking universes must each select 10 warriors to participate. The universes that lose their battles will be erased by Lord Zeno. In other words, aside from the 4 universes exempt from participation, universes 1, 12, 5, and 8, only one universe will be allowed to survive. This revelation struck like a thunderclap. The gods of destruction and Supreme were horrified, their pupils dilating as they processed the terrifying implications. The losing universes will be erased. This is terrifying. Only one of the 8 competing universes can survive. That's beyond cruel. Cruel, if it weren't for Lord, we wouldn't even have this one chance. That's right, Lord didn't even care about the Destruction God Summit, yet he still fought to give us this opportunity. The gods whispered in disbelief. None of them had expected their survival to depend on intervention. If not for him, their universes would already have been erased without contest. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Priest silenced the murmuring gods. You idle gods of destruction and supreme should be thankful to the future god of destruction, for after this incident, his prestige among the gods undoubtedly reached new heights. However, himself remained indifferent. His star-black eyes blinked, paying no heed to the murmurs of the gods. On the contrary, even was shocked and thought to himself, Lord was deliberately targeted during the Gods of Destruction summit, yet he still won the championship. In previous summits had been targeted as well, but being singled out usually meant missing the championship. Yet despite the opposition, still emerged victorious as a dark horse, proving both his immense strength and unshakable mentality. And there was a clear reason why he had been targeted. During a game of hide-and-seek organized by Zeno, had secretly returned to Universe 7 and slept for 50 years, nearly causing Zeno to erase all universes in a fit of rage. Because of this, became the universal enemy of the gods of destruction. As a result, representing at the summit was treated as a stand-in for the blame, making him a target of hostility. At this moment, the Grand Priest raised his palm, and the discussion hall fell silent once again. According to Lord Zeno's request, Universe 9, which has the lowest average mortal level, and Universe 7, which ranks 7th, will each send 3 warriors to participate in a one-on-one martial arts match in this grand exhibition match. This is a prelude to the Tournament of Power. There is no time limit, and the battle continues until one side admits defeat or is unable to fight. I hope you will all do your best to entertain Lord Zeno. Now let the first match of the grand exhibition match begin. Warriors from Universe 7 and Universe 9, please step forward. With that, both universes began discussing who would fight first. On the Universe 9 side, Basil, the youngest of the trio of danger, grinned and volunteered. All right, I'll take the lead. It's up to you, Basil, Bergamo said confidently, crossing his arms. Finish them quickly. However, Supreme looked uneasy and turned to his god of destruction. Lord, our opponent is Universe 7, represented by Lord. What should we do? The Grand Priest seemed to have overheard and stated, the purpose of this exhibition is to entertain Lord Zeno. Do not hold back intentionally, or Lord Zeno may erase your universe immediately. Upon hearing this, took a deep breath. Lord is unlikely to enter the ring, and since this match was personally requested by Lord Zeno, we cannot afford to embarrass ourselves before him. In that case, Supreme said seriously, Basil, it's up to you. There is no place for losers in Universe 9. Win this match at all costs. Basil's expression turned cold as he smirked. Don't worry, Lord Supreme, just sit back and watch me. With that, he leaped into the ring, spinning 720 degrees in the air before landing gracefully. At the same time, Universe 7 was also deciding their first fighter. So who's going first? Supreme Shin asked, looking at End. Lord, what do you think? Turned to for his opinions. Whoever wants to go first can go, replied indifferently. Any of the 3 could easily defeat Basil in seconds, so it didn't really matter. He grinned and stretched, preparing to step forward. But immediately stopped him. I'm going first. Before could argue, had already stepped onto the ring. In the arena, Basil smirked arrogantly. So you're my opponent. His lips curled into a wicked grin. That's right, I haven't had a good fight in a while. I hope you can entertain me. Since had never experienced the same life-altering events as his counterpart in another timeline, he retained the ruthless and battle-hungry nature of a true. I don't care about entertainment. I'll finish you off as quickly as possible. Basil remained confident, unaware of the nightmare he was about to face. Seeing that both warriors were ready, the Grand Priest announced, the first match of the Grand Exhibition match begin. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the match started, both fighters vanished from sight, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows. Oh, wow, amazing. Zeno watched with wide eyes, cheering excitedly. Even in his base form, was already on par with Basil, if not slightly stronger. However, he didn't end the battle quickly. Instead, he deliberately dragged it out, enjoying the fight as only a true would. Minutes passed and then, boom, powered up, transforming into super. The tide of battle instantly shifted from an even match to a completely one-sided beatdown. Seeing this, Universe 9 grew uneasy. Supreme clenched his fists, his face dark. Basil, remember, there's no place for weaklings in Universe 9, fight back. Shut up and give me that thing, Basil roared. Desperate, he was willing to use any means necessary. Just remember you're responsible for the consequences, Supreme sneered before tossing a mysterious red energy ball toward Basil. Gulp. Basil swallowed the power-boosting substance, and his energy surged explosively. Scarlet flames erupted from his body as his muscles swelled with newfound strength. Haha, with this power I can't lose, I'll win for sure. Seeing this, scowled. That's cheating, I'm going to. But before could finish, raised a hand, stopping him. Don't bother, this is an exhibition match. Protesting won't change anything and might just annoy Lord Zeno. But Lord, Universe 9 is breaking the rules. Rules, chuckled, rules are decided by the strong. Did the Grand Priest say anything about banned substances? I hesitated. Now that he thought about it, the Grand Priest had never said anything of the sort. Besides, continued watching the battle below, weaklings are still weaklings. Even if they power up, it won't change the fact that they're weaklings. Lord is right, added. Lord, do you not trust the strengths? Had no response. Meanwhile, in the ring, smirked. So you use some cheap trick to boost your power, and in the face of my absolute strength, it's meaningless. Boom. A powerful wave of energy erupted as a brilliant blue aura flared around. A super blue, this should settle it. Narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Even though Basil had taken drugs to enhance his strength, with current power, he could easily handle him in his super form without even needing to go super blue. A drug-enhanced Basil couldn't even defeat a mere fanboy, let alone at this stage. But was someone who loved to show off. After 2 years of special training this was his chance to display his progress. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Seeing flaunt his power and couldn't help but feel excited. A blue. On Universe 9's side, and were left speechless as they watched transform into super blue. Just a moment ago, his hair was golden and now it had turned blue. What was wrong with Universe 7's fighters? Oh, snorted, then made a signature clenched fist pose, smirking. This is called super blue, I am super blue. Hey, what nonsense is this super blue? His face darkened as he shouted, Basil, take him down. I know, stop nagging. Basil glared at, his strength had indeed increased after taking the drugs, but the side effects were severe. However, none of that mattered now. As long as he won, the consequences were worth it. With that in mind, Basil leaped into the air, gathering a crimson energy sphere on his right foot. A shining. A blaster. Boom. The moment Basil fired his attack, the entire arena was bathed in a crimson glow. You're overestimating yourself, let me show you the true power of Super Blue. Smirked, planting his feet firmly as he stretched out both arms. Could already guess what move was preparing. Vinyl Flash. It was ultimate finishing move, one of the strongest energy-based attacks in the entire Dragon Ball universe. Using it against Basil, that was complete overkill. The next moment, die. Vinyl Flash. Boom. Golden lightning crackled around the massive energy wave as it tore through the void, heading straight for Basil's attack. Oh wow. Zeno's eyes widened in excitement at the spectacle. A second later, Final Flash collided with the shining blaster. Boom. The overwhelming force of the Final Flash swallowed Basil's attack instantly. Before Basil or Universe 9's gods could react, he was completely consumed by the blast. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the entire arena, sending shockwaves across the space. The angels and the Grand Priest quickly formed protective barriers to shield themselves from the impact. After a long moment, the energy finally dissipated. Basil lay unconscious in the arena, covered in burns and bruises. A complete knockout. A weakling. Scoffed in disdain. Basil fell to his knees, his face filled with despair. The king is pleased. The first match of the Xeno Expo has concluded with of Universe 7 as the victor. The Grand Priest announced the results. A nice work. and Supreme cheered, thrilled by his performance. However, remained unimpressed. There's nothing to celebrate about defeating such weaklings. Didn't mind, you may not be happy, but I sure am. I'm next. Leaped onto the stage, eager for a fight. It had been too long since he'd had a real battle, and he couldn't wait to test himself. Universe 9 sent out the second eldest of the trio of danger. The match was one-sided. After a few minutes of fighting, transformed into Super Blue and completely overpowered, just like had done with Basil. Finally, it was turn against Bergamo. If this were from the original timeline, he would likely have lost. But this wasn't weak anymore. No matter how much energy Bergamo absorbed, his body had a limit. In the end, overwhelmed him with sheer power. With that, the Xeno Expo ended in a complete victory for Universe 7. The gods of the other universes took notice. The strength of and had left them wary. When the real tournament of power began, Universe 7 would be the biggest threat. Phew, it's finally over. Stretched and sighed, if the expo had gone on any longer, he might fallen asleep. The Xeno Expo is now concluded, now moving on. On the floating platform, the Grand Priest raised a hand, summoning colorful divine energy. I will now begin constructing the Tournament of Power arena. This will take a short while, please be patient. As he spoke, the Grand Priest started creating the massive arena from thin air. Grand Priest, how long will it take? Asked casually. Not long, 5 ticks. The Grand Priest continued, the Tournament of Power will begin at precisely 157:00 on the royal calendar 3,135,556,300. Until then, each universe must assemble its 10 representatives. Then, the Grand Priest glanced toward Universe 7's platform. Additionally, I declare that God of Destruction will be participating as a fighter for Universe 7. Then and I. Lord is fighting in the Tournament of Power. This, if Lord is competing, how can we possibly win? He's the Gods of Destruction tournament champion. If he joins the battle, isn't that basically cheating? The announcement sent shockwaves through the Gods of Destruction. The strongest God of Destruction was going to fight as a competitor. It was like throwing a wolf into a den of sheep. A complete massacre. This was no different from a God of Destruction attacking the mortals of his own universe. It was an outright dimensional power gap. All the Gods of Destruction were left in utter disbelief. If participated in the Tournament of Power, they had no chance of winning at all. Can't he participate? Hearing the gods' discussions, Xeno blinked his adorable little eyes, seemingly displeased with their protests. The Grand Priest also noticed Xeno's dissatisfaction and immediately waved his hand. As the gods fell silent, he smiled slightly and said, Lord is participating in the Tournament of Power at the request of Lord Xeno. Do any of you have objections? The Gods of Destruction, who were still protesting his participation, immediately stiffened and fell silent. If had volunteered to participate, they might have attempted to reason with Xeno, but since it was Xeno's personal request, who would dare to object? Unless they had a death wish. While the other Gods of Destruction were frustrated by his participation, was secretly ecstatic. Truly, some rejoice while others grieve. For the other universes, entering the Tournament of Power was the worst possible news. But for it was the best news he had ever heard. Dear, it looks like everyone is unhappy about your participation in the Tournament of Power, said, covering her mouth and giggling as she looked at the aggrieved expressions of the other gods. I understand their frustration. If I were in their place, I'd be mad too. Champagn's protests were expected. Anyone would feel the same way. After all, bringing in someone far beyond the level of the competitors was already an unfair advantage. It was practically a one-sided massacre. So it was natural for the Gods of Destruction to protest. But that was irrelevant. After all, once the Tournament of Power was over, everything would return to normal. At this moment, seeing the gods had no further objections, the Grand Priest sent everyone back to their respective universes. Back in Universe 7's sacred world of the moment they arrived, burst into laughter. Lord, what's so funny? Asked, scratching his head in confusion. Did you see those bastards' faces? Their expressions were priceless. I was laughing so hard I almost cried. Held his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Now's not the time for laughter. Shouldn't we focus on selecting the fighters for the Tournament of Power? Smirked, even including my husband, we only have 4 fighters so far. Ahem. Hearing remark, quickly stopped laughing and tactically coughed. Lord, do you have any good recommendations? Figured that would know Universe 7's warriors better than he did, so it was best to ask him for advice. However, upon hearing question, rolled his eyes and scolded him. Are you the god of destruction or am I? You want me to do everything while you just sit and wait for victory? Are you serious? Immediately flinched, his ears drooping. Lord, that's not what I meant, I was just. Chuckled and interjected, Lord, you are the god of destruction of Universe 7. Lord is participating as a fighter, not as a decision maker. The responsibility of selecting the team should fall on you. If you don't change your attitude, you'll regret it when I officially take over as the grand god of destruction. Continued to berate. It was no wonder Universe 7 had one of the lowest mortal levels. With such a lazy god of destruction, how could the average power level of the universe improve? In the original timeline, Universe 7 even had to recruit Master Roshi and for the Tournament of Power. What a joke. I'm sorry, Lord, I'll change my ways, stammered. Haha, brother, why don't I go back to Earth to gather fighters? Lord isn't too familiar with the strong warriors on Earth, said, trying to ease the tension. Shot one last glare and warned, this is the last time, don't slack off again. Bowed his head in shame. Ignored him and said, all right, let's head back to Earth. Back on Earth. Sent to find Piccolo while he and returned to Capsule Corporation. Oh, and are here too. Seeing them arrive, an Android 18 quickly greeted them. Husband, what happened? Android 18 furrowed her brows slightly. Let's go inside first. On the second floor balcony, briefly explained the situation regarding the Tournament of Power. After listening, Android 18's expression hardened. If we lose, the entire universe will be erased. That's terrifying. I knew Lord Zeno was dangerous, muttered, rubbing his face. Regardless, the Tournament of Power is happening. Right now, we need to focus on gathering our 10 fighters, said as she listed the confirmed participants. Had gone to find Piccolo, making it 5 fighters. That means we still need 5 more, noted. Then suggested if we're short on people, we could recruit Tyne and... Before could respond, Android 18 immediately objected. Forget about them, their strength is nowhere near ours. Why not let me, Android 16 and Android 17 participate? After all, we can't just sit back when the fate of the entire universe is at stake. Husband, what do you think? Turn to. Android 18 was right. She, along with Android 16 and 17, would be valuable assets. Nodded, that was my plan from the start. With the 3 androids confirmed, continued, that brings us to 8 participants. We still need 2 more. Before could finish, a cheerful voice interrupted. The last 2 spots are obviously ours. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Standing at the entrance to the balcony were and Shin, both brimming with excitement. At only 12 years old, is already slim and beautiful. She looks somewhat similar to, with a charming smile on her pretty face all the time, coupled with her silver hair pouring down to her waist like a waterfall and her pure and sweet temperament. Simply a man-killer. As for Shin, although they are only 12 years old, who makes and have good genes. So Shin, who is only 12 years old this year, has grown to a height of 1.8 meters. Under everyone's gaze, and Shin walked over. Took's arm and said, Dad, of course we have to participate in this kind of thing, la. Shin also said, Dad, sister, and I should be able to help. Didn't speak and seemed to be thinking about something. Oh, mother. Seeing that didn't speak, hurriedly asked for help and cast a begging look at. She really wants to play in this Tournament of Power. Husband, why don't you let in Shin go? Their strength is not bad after all. No way, who let favor. However, she was only helping to talk to, and if disagreed, had nothing to do. Are these 2 little brats okay? Questioned. Although and Shin are both tall, they look too tender and can tell at a glance that they are brats. Bald-headed cat, who do you think can't do it? Don't accept heads-ups. Being questioned by, Shin refused to accept it and proposed to challenge on the spot. Eyelids twitched violently. Although he was annoyed at being called a bald cat, it was Sun. Just curled his lips and ignored him. At this time, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. My baby girl will not participate. Shin, you are in the team and will accompany her aunt at home. Heard the words. Pouted immediately and said very dissatisfied. Then aunt number 18 is your wife but is in the team. Asked back, how old are you? How old is your aunt? You can't participate in big fights until you are old. Was speechless and could only stomp his feet angrily. Okay. Slowed down his tone a little and said, you can stay at home this time, wait for Dad to return in triumph, and Dad will grant you a wish. How about it? Although she was still a little reluctant, also knew that her father had given her a step down. She still understands temper. Eats soft but not hard. So stepped up and didn't hold back with any more, saying, then I want the most delicious ice cream and cakes in the world. By the way, there's also the prettiest dress. Was amused, his daughter is still his baby girl after all, is it such a simple wish? Got it right. Okay, when the time comes, Dad will fulfill your wish once and for all. Who was still sulking suddenly smiled, Dad is the best. Seeing that had coaxed back, breathed a sigh of relief. In this way we have 9 contestants and we are short of the last one. Then said, the last one, let me do it. Just then Bardock and came out of the house. Bardock's eyes fell directly on and he said seriously, last time Dad failed to protect planet, this time I have to protect our universe no matter what. Stood up, nodded and said, Dad, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The main reason why didn't let go is that he intends to reserve the last spot for Bardock. So far, the 10 players for the Tournament of Power are finally confirmed. Bardock, Shin, Sun, 16, 17, 18 and Piccolo. With this luxurious lineup, why don't you hang up the broken lineup in the original book? Soon, Sun also came to meet up with Piccolo. And on the 16th and 17th, after notifying them on the 18th, they also came as quickly as possible. It is worth mentioning that after marrying on the 18th, the 16th and 17th became forest rangers, and the 17th got married and had children. Great, now we have confirmed the 10 players of Universe, let's confirm the battle plan next. Supreme suggested. There is no need for any battle plan at all, just knock him down when you meet a powerful guy. Dismisses Sin's battle plan. Anyway, his battle plan is to do it. Whoever is strong, we should eliminate him first or we'll be done. Just do it. Battle plan, what is that needed? Since it's 8 universes and 80 players in a melee, I don't think it's better to formulate a battle plan. Piccolo also weighed in. Sun echoed, I think Piccolo uncle has a point. Pungent. Could you please give me your opinion? Fretted. Not to mention that before the Tournament of Power started, internal strife started on my side. Honey, why don't you come up with an idea? 18 chooses to ask for his opinion. After all, is the main force on their side. Raised his eyes slightly and said, I don't need any battle plan. With our lineup, we just pushed all the way. What else do we need? Joke. Such things as battle plans are the least necessary. Even if you have a battle plan, do you still expect Sun and to follow the battle plan? And with their luxurious lineup, even if the other 7 universes join forces and they don't make a move themselves, they are enough to push evenly. What other battle plan is needed? Battle plan or something? Are you looking down on Dad and my strengths? Shin folded his hands on his chest, looking extremely domineering. Although he is only 12 years old, Shin gradually has the shadow of in him. Now that has said that, what else can he say? But if you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. I'm afraid strength alone is enough to sweep the remaining 7 universe players, so what kind of battle plan is needed? Isn't this superfluous? Then, everyone stayed at Universal Capsule Company for one night. Time quickly came to the second night. The time to officially hold the Tournament of Power is approaching. Didn't know when to hold a small red flag, and there was a number 7 on the red flag, which represented the 7th universe. The time is coming soon, please stand together. After the 10 contestants headed by, as well as, and the old Supreme all gathered together looked up at the night sky. Master Grand Priest, all the warriors of the 7th universe have arrived. I see. The voice of Grand Priest came from the night sky, and then a colorful barrier emerged out of thin air, enveloping and his party and slowly lifted off into the sky. Come on, come back safely. From the second floor platform waved her small hand, her delicate face full of anticipation and hope. And the others all looked up at and the rest waving at them. This time they weren't just fighting for themselves, they were fighting for the entire Universe 7. The fate of countless souls in Universe 7 now rested on the 10 warriors chosen to represent them. After a few seconds under the watchful eyes of, and the others, the vibrant energy surrounding and his team disappeared into the night sky with a whistling sound. The Null Realm. As its name suggests, this was a void of nothingness, the stage for the Tournament of Power. A massive top-shaped arena floated within this realm, with a tall stone pillar at its center. As the tournament progressed, this pillar would descend every 5 minutes. When the pillar reached the level of the arena, it would signify the end of the Tournament of Power. Encircling the arena was a large, fan-shaped spectator stand, where the gods of the 12 universes gathered to witness the battle. Before and his team arrived, several other universes' fighters and gods had already made their entrance. Arrival. Awards. A dozen figures suddenly appeared on the stage, and his group teleported from Earth by the Grand Priest. The moment Universe 7's warriors arrived, they immediately drew the attention of the gods. On Universe 4's side, narrowed his eyes at and sneered, so actually showed up. I really don't understand why Lord Zeno insisted on having him participate in the Tournament of Power. The Supreme of Universe 4, Kuru, asked in confusion, Lord, is this future god of destruction really that strong? Shot him an annoyed glance. Are you serious? Won the Gods of Destruction Summit, even I lost to him. Angel Cognac nodded. Indeed, Lord is not someone to be taken lightly. Hearing this, Supreme Kuru frowned. This is troubling. With here, our chances of winning have dropped another 10%. At this rate, our odds are practically zero. Cognac sighed, be confident it is zero. Gritted his teeth in frustration. I really don't get it. Even if Universe 7 loses, Zeno probably won't erase, so why is he even competing as Universe 7's fighter? Yeah, the thought of that smug winning makes me sick, growled. He could accept his own defeat, but letting win, absolutely not. Cognac shook his head. There's nothing we can do. Lord Zeno personally requested participation. Clenched his fists but had no rebuttal. Instead, he turned to his own fighters and snapped, listen up. I don't want a single one of you getting eliminated, understood? Yes, Lord. You can count on us. Universe 6. Oh, that's... Hit with his hands in his pockets, fixed his eagle-like gaze on. Yeah, think you can beat him, Champa asked. Hit didn't answer, he simply closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What kind of joke was this? Even from a distance, he could tell that was an opponent he absolutely couldn't defeat, at least not in a head-on battle. If he were to rely on an ambush, then maybe, but even that was uncertain. It seems that even the universe's greatest assassin, Hit, finds it difficult, Alice teased. Champa. At that moment spoke up, Lord Champa, is that the from Universe 7 you mentioned? He looks really strong, Kale added softly. Grinning with excitement, stepped forward, let's go say hi. Kale hesitated but ultimately followed behind, though she was visibly more reserved. First contact. Walked straight up to Universe 7's fighters, stopping just 3 meters away from. She crossed her arms and smirked. Hey, you're the from Universe 7, right? I'm a from Universe 6. Universe 6 has. And the others looked at curiously. Explained, Universe 6 and Universe 7 are twin universes, so naturally exist in both. Got it, nodded. Raised an eyebrow, what do you want? Placed her hands on her hips and declared, I heard you're super strong. Lord Champa said so I'm looking forward to fighting you. Oh wait, what? Hearing challenge, everyone froze. Did this girl have a death wish? She wasn't exactly weak, but to challenge right away, that was bold. Her judgment at least wasn't bad, she went straight for the strongest. What's so funny, I'm not necessarily weaker than you, declared confidently. Before could respond, another voice cut in. You're not even qualified to challenge my father, you have to get past me first. Oh, it was Shin. Eyed him up and down before smirking. Your son a two, huh? Fine, I'll take both of you on. Shin chuckled, I'll be waiting. Remember this, when the tournament of power starts, you better be ready for my challenge. With that, turned and walked away. Still puzzled, muttered, wait, the from Universe 6 don't have tails. Smiled and explained, Universe 6s evolved differently. They no longer have tails and are generally more peace-loving than Universe 7s. Crossed his arms. We used to be different too, but we had to fight to survive, and once King Cold and took over, we had no choice but to follow their orders. Just then's voice echoed through the arena. Grand Priest, the warriors of Universe 11 have arrived. I see, the Grand Priest said, with a snap of his fingers, and appeared in the arena accompanied by and the rest of the Pride troopers. The moment he arrived, turned and locked eyes with. A crushing sense of pressure erupted between the two. But in the next instant, suppressed it completely. The battle had yet to begin, but the true threats had already recognized each other, under the terrifying pressure of Sora, and the others immediately felt a massive force bearing down on them. What an intense presence, is this guy really coming at us? Feeling's overwhelming aura spoke with a serious expression. Piccolo, sensing the suffocating pressure, narrowed his eyes and said, this guy's aura is sharp like a blade. Do the other universes really have fighters this strong? This is amazing, I really want to fight this guy. Rather than being intimidated, felt his blood boil in excitement. Just from his presence alone, was already exerting a tremendous amount of pressure, making eager to test his strength against him. Android 17 crossed his arms and assessed the situation. Winning this tournament won't be easy. The fighters from this universe aren't ordinary at all. Observing, 17 quickly deduced that he wasn't the only strong fighter from Universe 11. The large, bearded warrior standing beside him, and the rabbit-like speedster, also seemed formidable. It's true that we can't let our guard down, added. The Grand Priest has yet to announce the official rules, but since this is an 80-man battle, anything can happen. At that moment, as the sheer weight of Sora pressed down on and the others remained calm, with just a slight shift of his shoulders, the oppressive force dissipated in an instant. On the opposite side's body trembled slightly. Are you all right? Turned to him in concern. Took a deep breath and said in a low voice, he's strong. For to say that, it seems from Universe 7 is truly no joke, murmured. The other Pride troopers exchanged glances. It was rare to hear acknowledge anyone's strength. Even who had trained alongside for years, had never heard him speak so highly of an opponent. Are you confident you can handle him? The God of Destruction of Universe 11 asked. Remained silent for a moment before finally answering, I'll do my best. Meanwhile, in Universe 7's camp, turned toward who had been observing in silence. Dad, are you interested in him? Asked with a smirk. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Leave him to me. Chuckled, all right, looks like I won't need to step in. Although Zeno had personally requested participation in the Tournament of Power, figured he was just here for show. If you can lie down and let others handle things, why bother fighting yourself? The Grand Priest announces the rules. The fate of Universe 7 is in your hands now, said. And the other gods of destruction moved to the spectator stands. Soon, the gods of destruction, angels, and supreme from the 4 non-participating universes, Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8, also took their seats. The 80 fighters from the participating universes had all arrived. The Grand Priest's voice resounded across the Null Realm with supreme authority. It seems that all 8 universes have gathered. Now I shall introduce the competitors for the Tournament of Power. He began introducing the universes one by one. Every fighter present carried a look of determination. They had all come here to fight for the survival of their respective universes. With so much at stake, it was clear this battle would be intense and brutal. Zeno's speech. After introducing the participants, the Grand Priest's voice suddenly became respectful. Next, let us listen to a message from Zeno. Everyone, please be silent. At that moment, a miniature palace descended into the Null Realm. Zeno stepped out, looking down at the arena from above. His childish yet all-powerful voice rang out. Welcome, everyone. I've been looking forward to this tournament of power. Let's all have fun and fight a great battle. The Grand Priest nodded. Thank you, Zeno, for your wonderful words. Now let me explain the rules of the tournament of power. The battle will last 100 tacks. The center pillar will sink over time, and the match will end when it becomes level with the ground. Flying is not allowed except for those with natural wings. No weapons or killing are permitted. No outside assistance is allowed, e.g. beans. Fighters are eliminated only if they are thrown off the ring. Even if someone is unconscious or badly injured, they remain in the match as long as they are still in the arena. The team with the most remaining fighters at the end will be declared the winner. The MVP, most valuable player of the tournament, will receive a wish from the Super Dragon Balls. The rules explanation is now complete. All fighters prepare yourselves, the Grand Priest announced. A tense silence filled the arena. The gods of the 12 universes held their breath as they watched the 80 warriors standing in the ring. For the 8 participating universes, this battle was their last hope. The gods of destruction and supreme watched anxiously, knowing that the fate of their universe now rested in the hands of their 10 chosen fighters. Even though Universe 7 had the strongest fighter among them, the gods of destruction still had a glimmer of hope. If they could survive and keep their numbers up until the end, they might just be able to secure victory. Within the arena, the heavy atmosphere lingered. Then, boom, the Grand Priest's commanding voice shattered the silence. The tournament of power begins now. In an instant, the quiet tension erupted into an all-out battle. As soon as the tournament of power began, the entire stage descended into chaos. 8 universes, 80 contestants, and an all-out melee broke out instantly. Blasts and energy waves flew in every direction, bombarding the indestructible arena crafted by the Grand Priest himself. Even with its divine craftsmanship, cracks and signs of damage quickly appeared. Oh wow. Zeno's eyes widened in excitement, watching the battlefield descend into madness. Compared to the exhibition match, this was far more thrilling. As he had hoped, the Tournament of Power was turning out to be an exhilarating spectacle. On the battlefield, as soon as the battle started and couldn't hold back. They weren't concerned about which universe their opponents were from. If they saw a strong fighter, they charged straight in. And Piccolo were quickly targeted by warriors from Universe 3, but with their teamwork and improved strength, they easily held their ground. Android 16 and Android 17 also rushed into battle, engaging opponents across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Android 18 and Shin stood near the central pillar, refraining from taking action. But just because they stayed put didn't mean trouble wouldn't find them. "Oh, fight me." A confident, playful voice rang out as a bright energy blast hurtled toward them. Shin stepped forward and swatted away the attack with ease. "Hey, I just want to see how strong the from Universe 7 are," grinned, her sharp white teeth flashing. A moment later, Kale silently appeared beside her, standing at her side. Crossed his arms and smirked. "Shin, take care of this." Shin raised an eyebrow. "I don't like this type." "Oh, you will," Android 18 teased with a knowing smile. "Go get him." Shin sighed. "Don't get distracted while fighting." Before Shin could react, lunged forward and landed a clean punch to his face. "Ha, gotcha," she declared proudly. Shin barely flinched, rubbing his cheek. That didn't hurt at all. Grabbing her wrist, he twisted his body and delivered a solid punch straight to her gut. His eyes widened as the force of the hit sent her flying. "A nice one, son," chuckled, clearly pleased with Shin's performance. Shin, still in fighting stance, suddenly heard his father's voice in his mind through telepathy. "Be firm but leave an impression. That's how I won over your Aunt 18 back in the day." Shin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is my dad seriously giving me advice on picking up girls in the middle of a battle? He was only 12 and was definitely older than him. Before he could fully process the absurdity, Kale entered the fray, forcing him to refocus. Meanwhile, spoke, his tone serious. Turned his attention back to his father, noticing that they were now surrounded and had appeared, forming a loose perimeter around them. Their intentions were clear. Will you need my help?" asked. Shook his head. "No need." His red eyes locked onto. "I heard you defeated." Shrugged. "Yeah, and His expression remained unreadable. Come at me. Stepped forward without hesitation, transforming into Super 4 full power in an instant. Without a word, he charged straight at. His speed was terrifyingly fast. One moment he was still, the next, his fist was already hurtling towards face. Wham! But just before it landed, Kaut's punch with a single hand. The force from the impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield but remained unmoved. Seizing the opportunity, countered, driving a fist deep into his abdomen. Boom! The sheer force sent skidding back hundreds of meters, his feet carving a trench into the stage before he managed to regain his footing. In the stands. Expression darkened. This isn't good. Despite the brief exchange, he could already tell strength far surpassed Super 4 full power form. Raised an eyebrow, it seems Universe 11 isn't lacking in talent. Nearby smirked, is the strongest mortal in our universe, even I'm no match for him, that guy isn't worth's time. A scowl deepened. Observing with interest, remarked, oh my, I didn't expect such a powerful warrior to exist outside of Universe 7. While Super 4 full power was comparable to Super Blue and against, it seemed nearly ineffective. However, suddenly chuckled. You may be underestimating, he was merely testing strength, that's not his final form. Ears perked up, wait what, he's got something stronger. Back in the arena. Despite being knocked back, remained composed. Instead of retreating, he launched himself back into the fight. Bang, bang, bang. His strikes were aggressive and precise, each punch aimed at a weak spot. Most fighters wouldn't be able to withstand such an onslaught. But wasn't most fighters. With minimal movement, he effortlessly dodged each attack, twisting his body out of harm's way, and then he countered. Another devastating blow sent crashing backward. You're wasting your time, said, you can't win. Smirked, is that so? He exhaled slowly, then cracked his knuckles. To fight Super 4 isn't enough, it's time to show him what I'm really capable of. Grinned, go for it, Dad. Planted his feet firmly and clenched his fists. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from him like a tidal wave. Boom! The entire battlefield trembled violently under the force of his transformation. His normally emotionless expression finally shifted, his red eyes narrowing slightly. Something huge was coming. Had finally unleashed his power beyond limits. Hey, what's going on? Zeno's eyes widened as Bardock's sudden surge of power caught his attention. He had been watching his battlefield, but now his focus shifted entirely to Bardock. The Grand Priest observed Bardock in the ring and commented, it seems he is undergoing another transformation. Possess the ability to evolve their strength through transformations. A new transformation, I'm excited, what will it look like? Zeno's enthusiasm grew as he leaned forward. Here it comes. Mouth twitched slightly. Even he, a god of destruction, felt the terrifying aura radiating from Bardock's body. Clearly, this new transformation was more than just a simple power boost. It was a monumental leap forward. Narrowed her eyes and smiled. It looks like father-in-law Bardock is finally unveiling the results of his intense training over the past year. In the arena. As Bardock's power continued to skyrocket, the expressions on the Pride Troopers' faces grew serious. And then, his eyes flashed, it's happening. The moment he spoke, Bardock let out a deep roar. Instantly, a jet-like golden aura exploded around him, spiraling into the sky. His energy skyrocketed. Dark red lightning crackled around his body, flickering like an untamed storm. Rumble. Not just the arena, the very world of Void trembled violently under Bardock's overwhelming power. Everyone, gods, mortals, warriors alike, witnessed Bardock's black, shoulder-length hair growing wildly before their eyes. And then, silver strands mixed into his mane. His transformation wasn't stopping. The golden energy flame surrounding him kept expanding, signifying that his strength was still increasing. Finally, when Bardock's power reached an entirely new dimension, his transformation was complete. Now, standing before the warriors of all universes was a form beyond Super 4. A Super 5. Super 5 Bardock was born. Whoa, that looks so cool, Zeno exclaimed, eyes sparkling. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, a rare expression of intrigue on his face. With this transformation, contestant may be in trouble. The shocked reactions of the gods. What is this power? This isn't something mortals should be capable of. Did I hear wrong just now? Called him father like son. Even gods would tremble before this level of power. The divine beings in the stands were left speechless by the sheer magnitude of Bardock's new transformation. This isn't good, murmured Universe 11's god of destruction. Raised an eyebrow, oh my, it looks like is in trouble, dear. It's bad enough that is so ridiculously strong, but now his father is this powerful too, clenched his fists in frustration. Supreme, however, remained dismissive. Adjusting his glasses, he said, is the strongest mortal in the multiverse. There's no one who can stand against him. Turned to him, her voice calm yet sharp. Supreme, it seems you still don't understand the situation. Right now, Mr. Bardock is likely equal to or even stronger than. His expression darkened further. Damn it, we have no choice but to trust now. Meanwhile, in the Universe 7 spectator area. Yahoo! Shot up from his seat ecstatic. That's Lord's father for you, beat those Universe 11 punks to a pulp. Chuckled, impressive, Super 5, I must admit this transformation is remarkable. Nodded, according to this form is called Super 5. In the arena. Now fully transformed, Bardock's piercing hawk-like silver eyes locked onto. This is my power beyond limits. Clenching his fists, Bardock took a deep breath. Even after a year of training, he knew that Super 5 was an unstable form. His body could only sustain it for 10 minutes at most. Any longer and he risked severe damage or even death. Yet for now, 10 minutes would be more than enough. Bardock versus the clash begins. It's just a small boost in power. Remained composed, though deep down he was reevaluating Bardock's strength. If he could ignore Super 4 before, now he had no choice but to take Super 5 seriously. Bardock smirked slightly, he didn't need to talk. He needed to fight. Boom. Before could react, Bardock's fist sank deep into his gut. J-U-H. The force of the blow forced his eyes wide open as he staggered back uncontrollably. J-I-R-E-N. And were shocked. This was the first time they had seen actually take damage before he could react. Too fast, muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. You mean even you couldn't see it? The rest of the Pride troopers were stunned. Known for his supersonic combat speed, could normally perceive and react to thousands of attacks in a fraction of a second. Yet even he couldn't track Bardock's movements. Fights back, but can he keep up? Steadied himself, his eyes narrowing. Bardock's attack hurt. He couldn't deny it. For the first time in this tournament, entered his serious stance. Bardock's silver eyes gleamed. Too slow. Boom. Before could counter, Bardock blitzed behind him. Barely managed to raise his arms in time, but even then he was sent flying backward. The impact shattered the ground beneath him. Even as regained his footing, Bardock vanished, reappearing in front of him again. Boom. Another devastating strike. Barely blocked the attack, but the sheer force caused the arena beneath his feet to crack. Even the indestructible tournament of power rings was beginning to break under the power of Super 5 Bardock. And it was blocked. In the stands, Supreme Shin immediately tensed up when he saw that his attack had been countered. But when he glanced at and the others out of the corner of his eye, he noticed they were still calm, as if they had already foreseen the outcome. Bang! Suddenly, Shin felt a slap on the back of his head, followed by the angry voice of the old. I swear, you Supreme these days are getting too soft, look properly. Shin took a closer look and saw gritting his teeth with a grim expression. Clearly, while he had managed to block's kick, the sheer power behind it was still too much for him to handle. Realized this as well, so instead of trying to endure it, he used the impact to propel himself forward, avoiding his attack trajectory in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, quickly adjusted his stance and launched a counterattack. Before could stabilize himself, delivered a powerful kick to his back. However, his kick passed straight through his body. An afterimage. Instantly realized he had been tricked. As I said before, you're too slow. His cold voice rang out as he appeared above and slammed his leg down hard. Boom. The arena floor cracked under the force of his impact. As his body rebounded from the ground, clenched his fist, forming a concentrated blast and pressed it directly against his chest. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out as let out a pained grunt, his body sent flying. Whoa, this is so exciting. From his floating palace, Zeno clapped his hands in excitement. After transforming into Super 5, strength has a qualitative leap. In both speed and power, he has completely surpassed, Grand Priest explained to Zeno. Seeing being overwhelmed, his face turned ashen. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even before made his move, was already being pushed to the brink. The 7th universe's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Had never imagined that, besides, Universe 7 would have another warrior capable of rivaling. Go help. The Supreme of Universe 11 finally couldn't sit still anymore. If and the others didn't step in now, would be eliminated in less than 5 minutes. I understand. Nodded solemnly. He knew very well that was in trouble. If they didn't intervene, would be finished. Without hesitation. Just as flash. A barrage of dark yellow blasts rained down toward. Double megaton cannons. A united justice stream. The other Pride troopers joined in, unleashing their signature attacks one after another, bombarding relentlessly. Although these attacks posed little threat to him, they were enough to divert his attention, allowing a brief moment to recover. Hey. Seeing this, immediately became furious. He shot up from his seat yelling. Clown, this is supposed to be a tournament and you're all ganging up on him. How despicable. Yeah, shameless, attacking from behind like that. Supreme Shin also voiced his disdain. But just smirked. A battle is a battle, why should we fight fair? As long as we win, it doesn't matter how we do it. Exactly, Universe 11's Supreme added. Grand Priest never said sneak attacks were against the rules, nor that multiple fighters couldn't attack one. Everything we're doing is within the rules, so what's the problem? Gritted his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for Zeno and Grand Priest watching, he would have jumped in and wiped that smug grin off's face himself. But then he smirked. You know what? It doesn't matter, because even if all of you gang up on him, you still don't stand a chance. Lords, you're overestimating them, chuckled. Even with 10 of them attacking together, they can barely hold their own against. Oh ho ho ho, laughed as well. Clenched his fists in anger, but he couldn't refute their words. Because the reality was painfully clear. Even with leading them, the other 9 Pride troopers were struggling to keep up. If it weren't for anchoring the team, would have already wiped them all out. As Dad doesn't seem to be doing well, Zeno suddenly remarked, his expression turning serious. Grand Priest nodded. It seems still hasn't fully mastered this power. Super 5 grants him immense strength, but the toll it takes on his body is enormous. Then will he lose? Zeno asked. Grand Priest smiled slightly. Not necessarily. Knows that if he doesn't end this battle quickly, he won't be able to maintain his form much longer. I suspect he's about to make his move. As if on cue. Suddenly released a powerful burst, dispersing all the incoming attacks. Then, a bunch of pesky insects only daring to attack from behind. A sharp gaze locked onto. He understood the situation perfectly. The only reason the Pride troopers could bombard him with attacks was because was keeping him occupied. And with Super 5 putting such a strain on his body, he couldn't afford to take any unnecessary hits. So, took a deep breath. With a firm stance and unwavering resolve, he charged straight at. His eyes narrowed. He knew was running out of time, he just had to stall him for a couple more minutes. Once his stamina was depleted, victory would be his. It wasn't the most honorable strategy, but the survival of Universe 11 was at stake. He couldn't afford to lose. Bring it on. His fighting spirit flared as he unleashed a burst of red, shaking the entire world of void. He had entered his fully powered state. As the crimson aura erupted around him, the gods watched in awe. But wasn't fazed. With golden flames of energy surrounding him, he charged through his red aura like a meteor, unleashing a punch with all of his might. A reckless all-or-nothing attack. His actions proved one thing. So would rather die than run away. Seeing this scene, the pupils of and the others suddenly widened. It was impossible for them to support now, speed was too fast. Just as they reacted, full power punch came crashing down. Crag, crag. Wherever's fist passed, space itself fractured within the world of void, revealing just how terrifying his all-out attack was. His pupils also widened, and he roared angrily, "If I lose, everything is meaningless." As he spoke, showed no fear and launched a counterpunch. In that instant, under everyone's watchful eyes, and fists collided like two unstoppable forces clashing. Boom. The moment their fists met, golden and red energy flames erupted into a violent confrontation. Thick bolts of lightning crackled wildly, and the entire world of void trembled. The stalemate lasted only a second before everyone was shocked to see golden aura devouring red energy like a ravenous beast. Crag, crag. His forehead veins bulged, his face twisted with effort. From the stands, palms were drenched in sweat. Wiped cold sweat from his forehead and spoke in a heavy tone, "Even with all his power, is still no match for. It seems highly likely that we'll lose." Shook her head. To be honest, against the power of Super 5, she wasn't optimistic about his chances. Even with his full strength, there was still a significant gap between and, if not for his inability to fully control his Super 5 form and the immense toll it took on his body, Universe 11's team might have already been wiped out. "I'll finish him." Stood up excitedly, giving all his mental support. "In that case, Mr. has won." Also looked thrilled. If the strongest warrior from Universe 11 was eliminated, the rest would be easy to deal with. Wow, this is amazing, so amazing. Who will win? Who will win? Zeno stared at and intently, his small face filled with excitement. The Grand Priest narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It seems Mr. is going all in. If he drags this out, the stamina drain of Super 5 will wear him down. He must settle this quickly. There should be a result soon." Boom. Just as the Grand Priest finished speaking, the ground beneath and cracked apart, revealing. His right hand was trembling violently, he was barely holding on. If not for his immense durability, he would have already been crushed under his overwhelming power. Even was slightly surprised that had lasted this long. "You're at your limit, you lose." Boom. Poured all his remaining energy into his right fist. His pupils shrank in shock. A final, devastating impact shattered his defenses. He coughed up blood on the spot and was sent flying like a broken kite. Oh yeah, he did it. Seeing this, in the stands cheered immediately. However, and didn't have time to celebrate. Just as flash. The moment defeated, and the remaining Pride troopers launched a coordinated attack from behind. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy blasts rained down on his back. A series of powerful explosions engulfed in a storm of fire and smoke. At that moment, Anne's eyes widened in shock. Also frowned, her frustration mounting. The fighters from Universe 11 were completely shameless, launching sneak attacks again and again. This angered greatly. Champa, who initially wanted to praise strategy, glanced at the furious and quickly shut up. Even though was no longer Universe 6's guide angel, Champa's fear of her was deeply ingrained. Boom, boom, boom. The energy bombardment lasted for a long time before finally subsiding. As the smoke and flames cleared, his towering figure remained standing like an unbreakable iron fortress. Then, slowly turned around, his icy, death-like gaze locking onto and the others. In that instant, the 9 Pride troopers felt a chill run down their spines. A terrifying coldness rushed from their feet to their heads. This guy, is he a monster? He hasn't fallen yet. His scalp tingled and he instinctively took several steps back. His expression was grim, more serious than ever before. Even after defeating and enduring their combined assault, was still standing. This was the toughest opponent they had ever faced. Ayas is still standing. In the stands, who had been worried, finally let out a relieved sigh. But realized something was wrong when he saw and remaining silent. "Stupid boy, shut up." The Elder Supreme smacked on the head. "Elder, what's wrong?" Was confused. The Elder Supreme explained, "Can't hold on any longer." W what? Was stunned. Still looked fine, so why would he collapse now? But then, when looked at again, he saw something alarming. The dark red lightning flickering around suddenly sputtered out. His golden aura vanished. He was forcibly reverted from Super 5 back to his base form. Then, collapsed face first onto the arena. Seeing this, the previously tense and the others let out a long sigh of relief. They had genuinely believed was some kind of invincible monster just now, but it seemed their fears were unnecessary. After such an intense battle had clearly reached his limit. If he were still fine after all that, he wouldn't be human, he'd be an actual monster. In truth, stamina drain from Super 5 was heavily tied to his bloodline. After all, was originally a low-class warrior. No matter how much he trained, his body had a limit. Unless his physical endurance and bloodline evolved, Super 5 might be his absolute limit. And if that was the case for Super 5, Super 6 was entirely out of reach. From the stands, though expected, couldn't help but clench her fists in frustration. Originally, without En's interference, Super 5 would have easily defeated. But now, although those actions were dishonorable, they were still within the Tournament of Powers rules. No matter how angry was, she couldn't argue against it. She wasn't a participant after all. If anyone was going to be furious, it was. It seems Mr. has reached his physical limit, the Grand Priest commented with mild regret. Who had been terrified moments ago, let out a long sigh of relief. What a joke, turns out he's not that tough after all, time to send him out. With that shot toward, his speed multiplying 1,000-fold, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Was in danger as charged at, pupils suddenly widened in shock. Even and narrowed their eyes slightly. Could this be it? Would be the first fighter eliminated from Universe 7. By contrast, clenched his fists in excitement. As long as was eliminated, Universe 7 would lose one of its strongest warriors. Was already in a weakened state. If they didn't take him out now, he would recover and become an even greater threat. The warriors of Universe 11 understood very well. If they wanted to win the Tournament of Power, they had to use every advantage available. Just one was enough to push their strongest fighters to the brink, let alone who had been standing on the sidelines all this time. It all happened in an instant. Speed was unparalleled. Before even the Grand Xeno could fully process what had happened, a loud impact rang out. Boom. A figure was sent flying. For a moment, thought it was who had been knocked away, but as he took a closer look, his eyes widened in shock. It wasn't. It was. And he was still lying there unmoving. In front of a tall, imposing figure now stood like an immovable wall, shielding him. With his hands behind his back, stark eyes carried a deep fury as he glared at and the rest of Universe 11. It's Lord. The Supreme of Universe 7 cheered excitedly. Amazing, Lord has finally made his move. Smirked, game over. Nodded slightly, it was wishful thinking to eliminate while was watching. Champa, resting his chin on his paw, scoffed. Well, that's the end of Universe 11. Chuckled, their fate is sealed. It's not looking good, dear, added. His face darkened, is finally taking action. If it were only, and the others might have been able to manage. But if was stepping in, then their pride troopers would be nothing more than stepping stones. Even with their strongest warrior is finally stepping in, Universe 11 is in trouble. Well, good, if Universe 11 is eliminated, our chances of winning increase by 5%. A 10-on-1 ambush might be within the rules, but it's still disgraceful. Looks like couldn't stand it any longer. The battle had drawn the attention of all the gods. Grand Xeno stood up excitedly, is about to fight, this is so exciting. The Grand Priest nodded, is undoubtedly angry about his father being attacked. The real question is, will he eliminate all of Universe 11? Let's watch and see. Struggled to his feet from the rubble, his face contorted in pain. He was sure his nose had been broken from that single blow. And when he saw standing in front of, a shiver ran down his spine. It's him. He had thought no one could match his speed, but the one who had intercepted him so effortlessly was. His face turned grim. The big boss is finally stepping in, huh? The entire Pride troopers tensed up. The pressure emanating from was on an entirely different level compared to. Had warned them had the power to wipe them all out instantly. Underestimating him wasn't confidence, it was suicide. I never thought I'd see the day you'd have to protect me. Lay on the ground, his voice weak but filled with relief. It was a strange feeling. Once his son had been nothing but a small, fragile child in need of protection. Now that very son stood tall like an unshakable mountain, shielding him from the world. Had the roles truly reversed, if hadn't stepped in just now, might have been eliminated by. Even after a year of intense training, using Super 5 still put a massive strain on his body. His voice was calm but firm. Dad, you've protected me countless times before, now it's my turn. His eyes turned cold as he looked toward the others. Those insects that dared to surround you, I'll bury them with my own hands. Then he turned to Android 18. 18, take my dad to the side so he can recover, this will be over quickly. Android 18 nodded and swiftly helped away. And then, his dark gaze burned with fury. You like ganging up on people, you like sneak attacks. His voice turned icy. Then come face me instead. A surge of dark green energy erupted from his body, shooting into the sky like a raging inferno. In an instant, his transformation was complete. Super transcended form. Emerald green hair. This was the full-power version of Super 1, unique to his lineage. Unlike, had no need for willpower to crush weaklings like. He raised his hand and gestured with a single finger. All right, let's begin. His voice was calm, yet brimming with dominance. Within 5 seconds, if any of you are still standing on this stage, I'll jump off myself. Silence. His face twisted in anger. I won't deny that you're strong, but do you seriously think you can take all of us out in 5 seconds? Ridiculous. No matter how powerful was, he couldn't possibly wipe them all out instantly. Before this moment, no one had dared to make such a bold declaration against the Pride Troopers. As soon as finished speaking, the Pride Troopers moved in unison, forming their signature formation to surround. Meanwhile, who had been defeated by Super 5 slowly stood up. Though still weak, his spirit remained unshaken. He had come to the Tournament of Power to fight for Universe 11. Losing meant the complete erasure of his universe. Would he allow that? No. As pride, his very sense of self, refused to accept defeat. Power is absolute. Strength is justice. A shadow of his past resurfaced in his mind. His parents' death. His friends' betrayal. These painful memories were what had driven him to train relentlessly, transforming him from a hopeful young warrior into the silent juggernaut he was now. Losing was not an option. FWOOM. A crimson aura of pure energy exploded from his body. His battle-worn clothes disintegrated, revealing his towering physique, muscles coiled with raw power. His breathing was slow and deep. His entire body burned with determination. With steady, powerful steps, he advanced toward, his eyes locked on his new target. His final battle had begun. Is this guy hiding his power? In the spectator stands, frowned as he watched seemingly emerge from the flames. He thought had already reached his limit. But now his energy surged even higher than before. It's not so much that he was hiding his strength, but rather in this desperate situation, he's recalling painful memories he never wanted to face, pushing him to break his own limits. Narrowed her elegant eyes, her voice sharp, just like a, this guy's really tough. Clicked his tongue in irritation. A flash of sadness appeared in his eyes. He knew his past, how the loss of his parents and the betrayal of his comrades turned a once bright and hopeful boy into a silent warrior. This unfair world had forged his unshakable belief, absolute power is the only justice. And now he was about to bet everything on that belief. Whoa. Zeno's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just got stronger, who's stronger, him or I can't wait to see. The Grand Priest merely cast a glance at and remained silent. To him, no matter how much power unleashed, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. The power gap between and was like heaven and earth. Meanwhile, looked at calmly and spoke. You're right, if you want to escape unfair treatment, you need absolute power. But unfortunately, your so-called strength is nothing in my eyes. His tone was indifferent. Now come, let's get this over with. Alina hesitated slightly, but then gave the order. Attack. This was a 10-on-1 battle. Could they really not last 5 seconds? At the very least, believed that overwhelming numbers would give them the advantage. Even if was powerful, how could he handle attacks from 10 elite warriors at once? With his command, the remaining 9 Pride troopers rushed at from all directions. In an instant was surrounded, their attacks closing in. 5. At that moment began his countdowns. And then, boom, stomped his foot. The ground beneath him collapsed, and a violent surge of dark green energy exploded outward. The pressure alone shattered the Pride troopers' coordinated assault. Bang, bang, bang. It all happened in an instant. Without even appearing to move, instantly struck all 9 warriors at once. Each one was launched off the stage like. The Grand Priest's calm voice rang through the arena. Universe 11s and the remaining 9 fighters have been eliminated. Zeno blinked in confusion. Grand Priest, what just happened? I couldn't see it at all. The Grand Priest smiled. Master Zeno, you may use the slow motion function on the God Pad to review what transpired. Ooh, as expected of the Grand Priest, you think of everything. But when Zeno played the slow motion replay, even at reduced speed, didn't appear to move at all. All they could see was the Pride troopers suddenly being struck and flying out of the ring. Even slow motion isn't enough. The Grand Priest explained. Master Zeno, it is simply because eliminated them at speeds beyond what even the slow motion function can capture. It only appears as though he never moved. Zeno's eyes sparkled. Wow is amazing. At that moment, turned his gaze toward. The countdown continued. 4 dashed forward. As he did, his green aura faded into deep purple. His ultimate evolution form had activated. His eyes widened. His fist, wreathed in violet flames, grew larger and larger in his vision. 3 instinctively raised his arms to block. 2 but before he could react, boom, his fist sank deep into his gut. A shockwave of pure force erupted behind his body. His flames flickered and died. His expression was frozen in shock. Jayuate vomited blood. With a single strike, his entire body was sent flying out of the ring. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. And then, 1. As final countdown ended, the Grand Priest's voice echoed across the arena. Universe 11s has been eliminated. Silence. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then, 11th Universe ELIMINATD. The entire spectator stand erupted in shock. My God, Lord eliminated all of Universe 11 in 5 seconds. Eliminated just like that. This is insane. His power has completely surpassed even the gods. Who can stop him now? While the gods panicked, the remaining universes felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Based on what they had just witnessed, they had no chance of winning. HAHAHA serves you right. Burst into laughter. You tried to gang up on Bardock. This is your punishment. As expected of. The Supreme of Universe 7 nodded with satisfaction. Is amazing so fast. Zeno excitedly waved his tiny hands. On a race. A brilliant white light shone from Zeno's palm. Under the horrified gazes of the gods, Universe 11 was engulfed in pure white energy. And then, just like that, Universe 11 ceased to exist. In the audience, as he was enveloped by white light, let out a long sigh. This result was inevitable. From the very beginning, he didn't have much hope that could defeat. He had only held onto a sliver of hope. Strength was simply too overwhelming for a tournament like the Tournament of Power. It was like Dwayne Johnson stepping into a kindergarten boxing match, an absurd case of dimensional mismatch. Perhaps this was the fate of Universe 11. As regained consciousness, he found himself being supported by, within the others gathered around, their eyes filled with concern. Wise muttered in confusion, I always looked down on you all. What are you saying? We're comrades, said firmly. Indeed. Because of his traumatic childhood, had always been a lone warrior, never truly considering and as his companions. The betrayal he suffered as a child made it impossible for him to trust anyone. But and were different, they truly saw as their closest friend and ally. Chuckled at himself then with help sat up and looked towards, still standing in the ring. If there's another life, I think I have a new goal to pursue, murmured. I hope I get the chance to fight you again. As soon as finished speaking, Zeno suddenly waved his little hand. With a bang, under the gazes of the gods and all remaining contestants, Universe 11 was erased from existence. Only the angel remained, now sitting quietly on the steps of the stands, her expression unreadable. It really disappeared. Grand Zeno is truly the supreme god, how terrifying. Seeing Universe 11 vanish before their eyes, the gods were utterly shaken. This was the power of Zeno. Though he looked as innocent as a child, the gods knew all too well just how fearsome he truly was. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he stammered, Hey, Universe 11 is really gone. Twirled his angel staff and checked, oh my yes, completely gone. Otherwise, Lord, did you think Grand Zeno was joking? Teased with a light smile. Swallowed hard, looks like we can't afford to lose, I don't want to disappear. The arena falls silent. With Universe 11's erasure, all the contestants momentarily froze. They looked up at Zeno's floating throne, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Only now did they truly understand. If they lost this battle, their universe would be erased without a second thought. You knocked out Universe 11 by yourself, grumbled, crossing his arms. He had been enjoying the fights, but had single-handedly eliminated the entire universe in one move. This guy was trying to end the tournament of power way too fast. Sun, though shocked, also felt a twinge of disappointment. He had wanted to fight properly, but had erased that chance before he even got the opportunity. What's wrong? Why isn't anyone moving? Zeno asked, tilting his head in confusion. The Grand Priest chuckled meaningfully. I believe the remaining contestants will resume fighting soon. After all, they can't afford to stand still. For the survival of our universe, attack. As if awakened from a trance, the contestants erupted into battle once more. No one wanted to meet the same fate as Universe 11. Faced with the looming threat of erasure, each fighter unleashed their full strength, desperate to secure even the slightest chance of survival. Meanwhile, helped recover slightly, stabilizing his condition. Please, said as he stood again, he clenched and unclenched his fists, then shook his head. My body is still too weak, I can't handle the power of Super 5 for long. Remained unconcerned. That's a small issue. When the Tournament of Power is over, we'll just use the Super Dragon Balls to fix that. Hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No need, I'm already satisfied with the power I have. If I hadn't been resurrected, I wouldn't have even dreamed of reaching this level. Chuckled, all right, Dad, as long as you're happy with it. Since was content with his strength, had no reason to push further. For now, no one else would dare challenge him. With that settled, an Android 18 casually watched the remaining battles unfold. Shin versus. Among the ongoing fights, turned his attention to Shin and, after eliminating Universe 11, he had planned to start clearing the field, but Shin and's fight hadn't ended yet. He decided to wait for them to finish before making his next move. At this moment, under Shin's provocation and guidance, had successfully transformed into Super 2. But even with Kale's support, the two of them were no match for Shin. Over the past 6 years, thanks to his bloodline and teachings, Shin's base power level had surpassed 200 billion. Moreover, he had begun to grasp Ultra Instinct, making his combat prowess undergo a qualitative leap. Boom-a-boom. Dodging effortlessly, Shin evaded and Kale's combined assault with minimal movement. Then with a single punch to their abdomens, he sent them flying. The two crashed through multiple boulders, breaking them apart upon impact. Smirked, Shin, your strikes aren't strong enough, you need to make a deeper impression on them. Android 18 narrowed her eyes. Darling, is this how you thought when you hit me back then? Coughed awkwardly, I don't know what you're talking about, really now. Android 18 narrowed her eyes suspiciously. The more tried to explain, the more doubtful she became. Maybe he really did think that way when he fought her. Still, Android 18 had to admit that the impact left on her back then was deep, both figuratively and literally. After all, he nearly beat her to death, only to save her from cell moments later. Even after all these years, she couldn't forget it. "Would I ever lie to you?" said with confidence. Then he quickly changed the topic. "Let's focus on Shin first, we can talk about this later." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, and Kale struggled to rise from the rubble, looking worse for wear. Though bruised and battered, his fighting spirit blazed even stronger. Yet she couldn't wrap her head around one thing: why was Shin able to dominate her so effortlessly without even transforming? Annoyed, she shouted, "Oi, what kind of training have you been doing? I've already gone Super 2, but you haven't transformed even once, so why the hell can't I beat you?" Shin gave her an unimpressed glance. "You wanna beat me? Try training for another 500 years. She clicked her tongue. "Quit acting all high and mighty, watch me wipe that smug look off your face." Boom. Fueled by frustration, charged forward, her golden aura flaring. She drove her fist straight at Shin's chest. Yet this time, Shin didn't bother dodging. Bam! Her fist landed squarely on his chest. Shin didn't move an inch, his expression completely unbothered. What? His eyes widened. Shin glanced down at her fist with mild amusement. That's supposed to be a tickle. Before she could react, smack. Shin backhanded her across the face, sending her flying. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, nodded approvingly. "Nice slap, that's it, son, keep going." Shin twitched. His father was seriously enjoying this. "Dad," Shin grumbled, "I never realized you were such a weirdo." Simply smirked. "Son, you don't get it. This isn't just a fight, this is how you pick up girls. Learn from me," continued, "or else don't come crying to me when you can't find a girlfriend in the future." Shin, just as Shin was internally screaming, got back up and lunged at him again. Shin sighed, effortlessly catching her fist. Then he lifted his leg and thumped a solid kick into her stomach. Wham! Was sent crashing into the ground. Once again, his voice rang in Shin's head. "Son, I'll admit his hairstyle isn't the best, but if you look closely, her face is actually quite cute. If you don't like her hair, she can always change it." Shin's eyebrow twitched. "And besides," continued, "she's got crazy potential. The strongest female in Universe 6, just imagine your genes plus hers, your kids would be monsters." Shin exhaled sharply, exasperated. "Dad, I'm 12 years old." "Yeah, and," scoffed, "you think anyone's gonna believe you if you go around saying you're 12. Shin, "A man's gotta plan ahead," continued. "You're young now, sure, but if you don't start scouting early, you're gonna end up single at 40. Shin, what the hell is he even talking about? But now that he thought about it, was kind of cute. And her fiery, unyielding attitude, it sort of made him want to tame her. Damn it, it actually sounds kinda nice." Back to the fight. Shin and clashed again. Despite her relentless attacks, Shin effortlessly countered them all. Kale, meanwhile, had already collapsed from exhaustion. Had no choice but to fight alone. But it was hopeless. Even with her Super 2 form, she could barely put up a fight. Shin's strength was simply overwhelming. Before long, her defenses crumbled. Shin delivered a devastating blow, knocking her out of Super 2 and back to her base form. Slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Shin slowly walked toward her. Wiped the blood from her lip. Even though she was clearly beaten, her eyes still burned with defiance. She refused to accept this loss. Because in her heart, she was the strongest. Shin gazed down at her indifferently. "I told you already," he said coolly. "You wouldn't stand a chance against me, not in 100, not in 500 years. Gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand. But her legs wouldn't cooperate. She collapsed back down. Frustrated, she shouted, "So what? You're just a little stronger than me, that's nothing to brag about." Shin narrowed his eyes and was about to end it. But then's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Son, wait, you can't just end it like this. You need to show her your true strength first. It'll leave a deeper impression." Shin hesitated. "True strength, you mean ultra instinct?" "And now you're getting it," chuckled. Shin sighed. "Fine." He turned to You're not convinced, he asked. Then I'll show you what real power looks like. Blinked. Before she could respond. Boom. A surge of purple energy erupted around Shin. His aura crackled like lightning, his body radiating godlike power. His once calm face sharpened into something fiercer, stronger. His jaw dropped. But rather than fear, she felt excitement. You, she gasped. What is this form? Teach me. I swear I'll beat you next time. Seeing Shin's transformation, realized that the super forms Shin had taught her earlier were nothing compared to his current power. So he had been holding out on her, huh? Teaching her some second-rate transformations while keeping the real power to himself. Shin smirked and said with disdain, this is called ultra ego. With your strength, you still have a long way to go before you can learn it. Unwilling to back down, clenched her fists. Then teach me how to get stronger first, and after that you can teach me this ultra ego thing. Shin shook his head. No chance, because you're about to be eliminated. With that, he wasted no time. With a single move, he knocked out of the ring. Then he finished Kale off just as easily. Universe 6s and Kale have been eliminated. The Grand Priest's voice echoed throughout the arena. All right. Zeno clapped his hands in excitement, and the images of and Kale on the god pad instantly turned gray. Kale, you too. Champa's furious roar echoed from the spectator stands. How could you let yourselves get eliminated? And you didn't even use the secret weapon I gave you. The secret weapon he mentioned was, of course, the earrings. Had considered using them, but Shin's overwhelming power never gave her the chance. What are you yelling about? If you're so amazing, why don't you go fight him yourself? Snapped back at Champa without hesitation. She was already frustrated from losing to Shin, and now she had to deal with Champa's complaints. No way was she going to take that quietly. What did you say? Do you want me to you right now? Champa fumed, his face red with rage. You're the one who put the entire fate of Universe 6 on our shoulders. If you're so great, why didn't you come down and fight instead? Hearing that, Champa nearly had a heart attack from anger. His own fighter was lecturing him. Who had been watching burst into laughter. Champa, don't get too worked up. After all, it's not like it matters. You'll be erased by Zeno soon enough. You damn twig, you. Champa gritted his teeth, veins bulging from his forehead. If only hadn't been born in Universe 7, then he'd like to see if would still be laughing. Enjoying the moment, even stuck his tongue out mockingly. Nya. Champa's blood pressure spiked even higher. But just as was basking in his victory, a figure suddenly appeared in Universe 7's stands. It was. Universe 7's has been eliminated. Froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. What happened? The prince, looking a bit roughed up, clicked his tongue in annoyance. That guy's techniques are tricky. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Hit, who stood calmly on the battlefield with his hands in his pockets. It was Hit. Champa, who had been sulking, instantly perked up. Seeing his strongest fighter still standing, his mood improved immediately. Good job, Hit. Keep eliminating those Universe 7 weaklings for me. Then, as if he'd already won the tournament, he looked smugly at. Eyelid twitched. I didn't expect a warrior strong enough to take down to come from Universe 6. I underestimated them. If the opponent is Hit, it's understandable that would struggle. Explained, after all, Hit is the strongest assassin in Universe 6. Losing to him isn't exactly shameful. His time skip technique is nearly impossible to counter. Hearing that's face twitched in irritation. So that move is called time skip, huh? If I had just a little more time, I could figure out his attack patterns. But simply shook her head. Unless you understand the mechanics behind Hit's technique, overcoming it will always be difficult. Meanwhile, on the battlefield. After eliminating Kale, Shin rejoined. Father, I did everything you said, but after we eliminate all of Universe 6's fighters, won't they just be erased by Zeno? What's the point of all this? Simply smirked, their erasure is only temporary. What do you mean? Shin scratched his head in confusion. Patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully, you don't have to worry about that. Just know that you'll get the chance to see again in the future. Then he added, now let's clean house. This tournament of power needs to come to an end. The event had already reached its halfway point. It was time to wrap things up. Then regrouped with number 18 and Shin's. How are you holding up? Nodded, I'm fine, I can still fight. Good, then let's end this tournament. With that, Shin and spread out, launching attacks against the remaining competitors from other universes. Accompanied by Android 18, also joined in to clear the field. Within just 5 minutes, universes 2, 3, and 4 had been completely wiped out. One after another, they were erased by Xeno. The sudden acceleration of eliminations sent the remaining gods of destruction into a panic. This is bad, is planning to end the tournament. Damn it, we can't stop him. And the gods of destruction from universes 9 and 10 were sweating bullets. It didn't matter how many warriors they had left, none of them could match. Their fate was sealed. And sure enough, after universes 2, 3, and 4 were erased, universes 9 and 10 followed shortly after. And his team were unstoppable. Finally, only universe 6 remained. Frost and the others stood no chance. They were all eliminated one by one. At last, only Hit remained. Champa was still holding on to hope, but that was shattered in an instant because defeated Hit with a single move. Universe 6's Hit has been eliminated. All 10 fighters from Universe 6 have been eliminated, there are none left. As a result, Universe 6 will now be erased, all right. The Grand Priest's voice rang out with finality as Xeno clapped his tiny hands together. A white light of erasure descended once more, enveloping Champa and the rest of Universe 6. Hit, I didn't expect you to. Champa glanced at Hit, who had a rare dejected expression. He had initially wanted to scold him, but after some thought, he swallowed his words. Sorry. Though Champa didn't reprimand him, Hit still apologized. From the beginning, he knew there was no way to defeat. After fighting him directly, Hit had personally experienced the overwhelming gap in power. Felt like an insurmountable mountain, so terrifying that even now, Hit shuddered at the thought. Forget it, you all did your best. As the moment of their erasure arrived, even the usually hot-tempered Champa softened. You must be joking, you're actually acting sentimental, Lord Champa. In an uncharacteristically teasing mood, smiled. Though she had been frustrated with Champa for targeting, she had still guided him for years. Now, as he faced erasure, she decided to say farewell in her own way. Champa's eyelid twitched, you're mocking me even now. No ho ho ho. Covered her mouth as she chuckled. Lord Champa, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Champa sighed, no longer in the mood to argue. It would only waste his remaining time. Hey, Shin. Suddenly stepped forward, her eyes locking onto Shin, who stood beside in the arena. She waved enthusiastically and shouted, remember to teach me that autonomous ultra instinct next time. Once I master it, I'll definitely beat you. Just as she finished speaking, Xeno's small hand clenched. As their erasure became imminent, Champa turned to, hey brother. Glanced over and saw Champa sticking his tongue out at him like a child. And then in front of Shin and all the assembled gods, Champa, Hit, and the rest of Universe 6 vanished into white light. All that remained was sitting alone. Who had been eagerly anticipating Champa's erasure moments ago, suddenly felt hollow. His expression became complicated, and after a long silence he muttered, you could said something before leaving. Though they had constantly argued and even fought in the end, Champa was still his brother. Now that he was gone, realized he would miss those loud, pointless quarrels. In the arena, Shin finally spoke just as disappeared. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me if there's ever another chance. Android 18 smirked, looks like someone's missing already. Shin, oh. Haha, son, don't be so down. Clapped Shin on the shoulder and grinned, you'll see your little girlfriend again soon enough. Dad, don't talk nonsense, she's not my girlfriend. Shin's usual cool demeanor crumbled as his face turned bright red. Simply laughed, his knowing expression only making it worse. As someone who had experienced love himself, how could he not recognize his son's feelings? At that moment, the Grand Priest's voice echoed once more. With Universe 6 erased, only Universe 7 remains in the arena. The Tournament of Power has officially concluded. Universe 7 is the victor. Xeno and the Grand Priest exchanged a glance before the Grand Priest turned to and the others on the floating platform. Mister, he announced with a smile, after Lord Xeno's deliberation, you have been named the most valuable player of the Tournament of Power. As a reward, you will receive the Super Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. Have you decided on your wish? The MVP title was undoubtedly well-deserved. Even if one ignored the later battles, had already cemented his status when he single-handedly eliminated the entirety of Universe 11. Shin narrowed his eyes, having already guessed what was coming. "Dad, is this what you meant before?" Gestured for him to stay quiet. Rumble. 7 planet-sized super Dragon Balls slowly rose from the void, their divine golden glow illuminating the entire Null Realm. As soon as they appeared, all the gods, angels, and even Zeno himself stood up in reverence. The Grand Priest extended his arms and began chanting in the divine language. "Come forth, Dragon of the Gods, grant my wish and make it a reality." The moment the incantation was spoken, the Super Dragon Balls reacted. Blinding golden lightning surged between them, connecting all 7 into a single radiant sphere. An immense pressure filled the arena. Rumble. The Null Realm trembled violently as golden light burst outward, engulfing everything. Then, a titanic figure emerged. Super, the god dragon, coiled around the entire battlefield. His eyes gleamed with divine radiance as he gazed down upon the others. His voice, deep and otherworldly, echoed throughout existence. "You who have summoned me, state your wish, any wish shall be granted." The Grand Priest smiled. "Well, mister, have you decided on your wish?" Zeno floated closer, supported by his attendants, his face filled with childlike curiosity. "I can grant anything, what do you want?" The gods of destruction from the other universes also lined in, eager to hear his decision. "I wonder what Lord will wish for," murmured from Universe 1's. "It's impossible to predict," replied from Universe 5. And the others all turned to with anticipation. His wish would decide the true outcome of the Tournament of Power. Tapped his chin thoughtfully. "To be honest, there isn't much I personally desire, but since the Super Dragon Balls are here." He suddenly grinned, looking straight at the Grand Priest. "I've made my decision." Raising his voice, declared. "My wish is, what is it?" Zeno impatiently asked, eager to hear his wish. Spoke solemnly, "As the future god of destruction, I have a duty to discipline those gods of destruction and supreme who neglect their responsibilities. Their inaction led to their universes paying the ultimate price, erasure. I deeply regret that. So I wish for everything to return to how it was. After I assume my role as the grand god of destruction, I will ensure that those gods of destruction and supreme who failed in their duties are properly managed. I want every universe to improve its average mortal level." My god. Lord's wish is to restore the universes erased by Lord Zeno. I can't believe it, even though we opposed him at the Gods of Destruction Summit, he still chose to let go of the past. Lord truly has the wisdom and vision befitting a god of destruction. I will follow him without hesitation. As soon as made his wish, the remaining gods of destruction were completely stunned. Zeno had previously stated that the 8 universes with low mortal levels should be erased. It was who stood up and fought for a chance to let them survive. Now, after winning the Tournament of Power, used his ultimate wish not for himself but to restore those universes. At this moment, the remaining 5 gods of destruction were overwhelmed, not just by strength but by his wisdom and leadership. None of them could guarantee that, had they been in his position, they would have chosen the same. Most would have made selfish wishes. Even if they didn't, they would never have thought to restore the universes that Zeno erased. This was the difference between them, and not only in power but in mentality and vision. Is Lord really restoring the universes that were erased in the Tournament of Power? This is beyond expectations. Even was surprised by his choice. "It's not surprising at all," said with a slight smile. "That's just how my husband is. He may act selfishly at times, but he knows right from wrong." A trace of pride flashed in eyes. This was why she admired his unique charisma. "Dad, you." Shin was shocked, even though he had somewhat expected this. Chuckled, "Son, didn't I say that disappearance was only temporary?" "Huh, so that's how it is." Zeno leaned forward, his childlike face filled with curiosity. "Is that really okay?" "Why not?" replied with a smile. Then he turned to the Grand Priest. "Lord Grand Priest, please grant my wish." After confirming his wish, the Grand Priest smiled faintly. He then turned towards Super and spoke in the divine language, conveying his wish. In response, Super's massive golden body shone with crimson light. A roar. A thunderous dragon's cry shook the world of void. Super spiraled around the arena before releasing a blinding golden radiance. Rumble. The entire realm trembled violently. Finally, when the golden light faded, Super separated into 7 dragon balls, scattering in all directions. Mister, your wish was unexpected, but Zeno had already considered this possibility, the Grand Priest said with a faint smile. Zeno would naturally be inclined toward mercy if a warrior of this level survived until the end. Simply shrugged, smiling in response. Then what if Lord had made a selfish wish, asked cautiously. The Grand Priest calmly replied, had made a selfish wish, Zeno intended to erase everything. Upon hearing this, and Supreme broke out into cold sweats. Did you expect that too? Universe 6. Champa suddenly opened his eyes and found himself back in his palace. The Tournament of Power felt like a dream. But when he saw Hit, Kale, and in front of him, it all came rushing back. They had been revived. It was obvious who granted this wish. There was no doubt. Since Universe 7 won and was the MVP, he had the right to make the wish. And he used it to revive Universe 6. For the first time in a long time, Champa smiled and sincerely said, Lord, thank you. Kale, we're alive. Hugged Kale excitedly, tears of joy in her eyes. Yeah, we really are, sis. Hit looked toward the sky, muttering, what an unpredictable guy. Universe 11. The cities were still bustling as if nothing had changed. Oyan stood together. They looked toward the sky where a cloud seemed to form's image. Turned toward only to see something shocking, the usually stoic warrior was smiling. Was stunned. Nodded, we need to continue training, next time we meet we must defeat. The Tournament of Power had changed his worldview. For years he believed that strength alone was absolute. But outside of Universe 11, stronger warriors existed. Not just even Super 5 had surpassed him. For the first time in years, felt motivated to push beyond his limits. Universes 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10. Even though they hadn't seen who won, it was obvious to everyone. There was no need to guess. It had to be. Universe 4's planet. Placed his hands on his hips and grinned. Thank you, Lord, from now on, you're the only person I truly admire. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the Tournament of Power ended. On this particular day, the family was enjoying a peaceful and warm afternoon in the backyard, as usual. However, an expected guest arrived. Led by the Angel of Universe 6, had come to Capsule Corporation. Oh, isn't this the little from Universe 6? Raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the guest with mild surprise. Android 18 smirked knowingly. Let me guess, she's here for Shin. Oh, here for Shin. Blinked, glancing at her son, only to notice Shin's usually cold expression suddenly tighten. Hey, long time no see, everyone. The first to greet them was Android 18. Long time no see, Sister Android 18 responded with a smile. On the other hand, looked straight at and teased, well, if it isn't, you came looking for my son, didn't you? Standing before and the others showed no signs of discomfort or hesitation. She placed her hands on her hips and spoke boldly, of course. Shin, teach me how to get stronger and then teach me Ultra Ego. Shin remained seated in his chair, his cold expression unchanging. When did I ever say I'd teach you Ultra Ego? I don't care, just teach me. Once I learn it, I'll beat you up, declared with full confidence. I'm not interested and I don't have the time. Shin turned his gaze away, making it clear he wasn't planning to entertain her request. Snorted, then marched up to him and grabbed his arm. Come on, teach me already. However, no matter how hard she pulled, Shin didn't budge an inch, sitting there as steady as a mountain. If Shin didn't want to go, there was nothing could do. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. All right. At that moment, cleared his throat, signaling to his son that it was time to step up. Shin glanced around and saw, and the others deliberately averting their gazes, pretending not to notice. Now even Shin felt a little embarrassed. For a moment, he hesitated. Growing impatient, sighed, Seriously, stop standing around like some fool. The girl came all this way and you're still acting like this. Are you a man or not? Shut up, old man. Shin huffed, clearly flustered. Fine, but let's be clear, I'll only teach you. Whether you can learn it or not is up to you. Huh, who do you think you're looking down on? Huffed, crossing her arms. You just watch, I'll master it in no time. Confident as always, had no doubts about her ability to learn. All right then, follow me. Shin finally stood up and led toward the gravity training room. Wow, brother Shin got a girlfriend. The moment Shin left, immediately started teasing. Meanwhile, looked absolutely delighted. She turned to and asked eagerly, so what's going on between those two? Gave a brief summary of Shin and's interactions during the Tournament of Power. After listening, grinned, not bad, this little girl is cute and she suits Shin well. Her hairstyle is a bit wild though. One of these days, I'll have to give her a makeover, then she'll be perfect. Chuckled, that kid was acting all stubborn before, but now he's got no complaints. Honestly, felt like he had done his duty as a father. Not only did he train his son, but he even had to play matchmaker. Shin's bloodline wasn't very pure, and if he ended up with an earthling, the genes would be diluted even further. However, was a pure-blooded with extraordinary talent. That alone made her an ideal match. Some might argue that Kale would be a better match due to her berserker bloodline, but immediately dismissed that idea. Kale was introverted, shy, and completely devoted to, she had no interest in men whatsoever. On the other hand, was outgoing, confident, and undeniably beautiful. She was the perfect choice. Meanwhile, turned to Android 18 and asked, Sister Android 18, why did you bring here? Android 18 shrugged. I didn't, she insisted, so I had no choice but to bring her. I see. Smirked and summoned her angel staff. Well then, let's take a peek at what Shin and are doing. Mom, let me see too. Eagerly squeezed in. Android 18 and equally curious rushed over as well. Watching them side, gossiping really is a woman's nature. Just as and the others were spying on Shin, and a purple space vortex suddenly appeared. Then from the vortex, the Grand Priest emerged. A Grand Priest. And Android 18 immediately straightened up and greeted him respectfully. The Grand Priest waved a hand dismissively, no need for formalities. Then he turned to, please come with me. No, raised an eyebrow. Could it be? Had the Grand Staff of the Gods of Destruction fully recovered its divine power? Grand Priest, is the Great Xeno summoning asked. No, Xeno has nothing to do with this, the Grand Priest replied, shaking his head. This time only needs to come, he'll be back soon. Nodded, understood, because the gods are in balance with the universe. Exactly. The Grand Priest then turned to, shall we? Smirked, all right, let's go. And with that, he departed with the Grand Priest. I wonder what's going to happen this time. As she watched them leave, touched her chin thoughtfully. Who cares, Mom, hurry up and keep watching. Still full of gossip, urged her on. After all, it wasn't the first time the Grand Priest had visited. They were used to it by now. And with the previous crisis averted, what was there to worry about a vast expanse of space stretched endlessly in every direction? The entire realm was bathed in a radiant whiteness, so seamless that the sky and the ground seemed indistinguishable. Divine energy permeated the air, far surpassing the godly power of the God of Destruction realm. Compared to this place, that realm felt like a flickering candle before a blazing sun. At the heart of this ethereal space stood a towering, magnificent tree. Its entire body shimmered with flowing, iridescent colors, like a living rainbow, breathtaking in its splendor. The sheer size of its trunk rivaled the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy, and its dense canopy spread outward infinitely, radiating an overwhelming divine aura. Suddenly, a swirling purple vortex tore open space, disrupting the tranquility of this celestial realm. From within, and the Grand Priest emerged. The moment set foot in this realm, his senses were overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur of his surroundings. Most striking of all was the colossal angel tree, whose trunk stretched over 100,000 light-years across. The sight alone shattered his previous perceptions of scale and power. Master Grand Priest, this place is, finally asked, still in awe. The Grand Priest offered a calm smile. As you see, this is the angel realm, and that tree before you is the angel tree, the sacred source from which all angels are born. His eyes widened. The Grand Priest continued, I personally created this angel realm and cultivated the angel tree. What? Stood frozen, a mental black screen forming in his mind. You mean to tell me? You created this entire divine realm and nurtured this tree, which is bigger than an entire galaxy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, wouldn't have believed it. For the first time, he truly understood how terrifyingly powerful the Grand Priest was. Compared to this, his own strength felt utterly insignificant. No wonder the Grand Priest was considered the strongest being in the multiverse. It was completely justified. Sensing shock, the Grand Priest gave a knowing smile. Shall we proceed? Your divine staff of destruction should now be fully restored. Hearing this, pushed aside his awe and followed. The restored divine staff of destruction. The two soon arrived beneath the angel tree's massive trunk. Looked up and noticed 5 human-sized fruits hanging from an otherwise inconspicuous branch, hundreds of meters above. Each fruit radiated a prismatic glow, exuding an undeniable sense of divinity. Noticing his interest, the Grand Priest explained. These are angels who once served in universes erased by Xeno. They fell into slumber after their respective universes were erased. One of them has already awakened and now serves as the guide angel of Universe 6. I believe you are familiar with her. Immediately understood. Alice, I know her. He then turned back to the Grand Priest and asked, Master Grand Priest, where is my divine staff of destruction? The Grand Priest smiled and gently waved his hand. A radiant multicolored vortex appeared on the angel tree's trunk, and from within, a massive purple-gold staff slowly emerged. His eyes lit up. Compared to before, the divine staff of destruction now radiated an even more dazzling golden glow. Even without touching it, could feel its divine power pulsating in the air around it, several times stronger than before. The moment it fully appeared, the staff shot toward as if responding to its true master. The instant he gripped it, an inexplicable connection formed between him and the staff. A flood of raw power surged through him. Mister, how does it feel? The Grand Priest asked with a slight chuckle. It took a moment to process before replying. It's difficult to describe, but I can definitely sense some kind of bond with it now. The Grand Priest nodded. This is natural. The staff has now acknowledged you as its rightful wielder. From this moment on, you can wield the divine staff of destruction freely. It holds the abilities of an angel's staff, but also other unique powers belonging to the dragon god. Will personally guide you in unlocking its full potential. I see. Nodded in understanding. He then proceeded to test out some of its functions. Among its basic abilities were projection, viewing any location across the universes. Communication, establishing direct links with other divine beings. Healing and resurrection. Creation and destruction. Time and space manipulation. Vision, viewing past events. And of course, it could be used in combat. These were just the surface-level abilities. Knew there was far more to discover, perhaps even abilities surpassing angels themselves. The divine dragon god would be key to unlocking them. The next step, the dragon god realm. Once finished testing the staff, the Grand Priest spoke again. Mister, your next destination is the dragon god realm. There, we'll guide you in mastering the exclusive techniques of a great god of destruction. Nodded but asked, Master Grand Priest, will I need to remain in the dragon god realm for a long time? The Grand Priest shook his head. Not necessarily. As long as you possess this divine staff of destruction, will serve as your personal guide, much like the relationship between angels and gods of destruction. You can choose to train in the dragon god realm or bring to Earth for more gradual training. When determines you are ready, he will take you to Xeno's palace, where Xeno himself will grant you the official title of Great God of Destruction. The Grand Priest then offered his personal advice. However, I highly recommend training in the Dragon God realm first. The divine energy there is comparable to the angel realm, and it will significantly accelerate your mastery of God of Destruction abilities. But ultimately, the choice is yours. Took a deep breath. I understand. The secret sign-in reward. With everything settled, turned his attention inward. Systems sign in at the angel realm. Since the divine staff of destruction was now restored, wanted to take advantage of his time here. Who knew when he'd have another chance to return? His past god of destruction realm sign-in had granted him immortality and mastery of ultra instinct. What would the angel realm sign-in reward be? Perhaps something related to angel powers. Ding! The system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. Sign in at the angel realm complete. Special reward acquired. The host has signed in at the angel realm and received a special reward, energy sublimation and 800 points of divine domain. What are these things? Was at a loss. He couldn't immediately comprehend the significance of these rewards. While he had some understanding of energy sublimation, the 800-point divine domain value was completely foreign to him. The system promptly provided an explanation. Energy sublimation, as the name suggests, would refine and transform the ordinary energy within's body into divine energy, the same sacred essence that angels and gods of destruction wield. After the sublimation process, his power would increase by approximately 20%, and his soul would also evolve into a divine soul, drastically extending his base on his overall strength. As for the 800 points of divine domain, it was a measurement of divine power, similar to how mortal warriors their battle power. For gods such as angels and gods of destruction, strength was assessed through their divine domain value. Understood. After listening to the system's explanation, finally grasped the significance of the rewards. From what he could tell, the sign-in rewards at the angel realm were quite substantial. Of course, this was only his initial assumption, as he had yet to determine the actual strength of 800 points in divine domain. The path to the Dragon God realm. Mister, without further delay, I will now send you to the Dragon God realm. The Grand Priest's voice echoed in his ears, pulling from his thoughts. As he spoke, the Grand Priest waved his hand, summoning a massive purple spatial vortex, a portal that connected directly to the Dragon God realm. Enter here and you shall arrive at your destination. Thank you, Grand Priest. Gave a respectful nod before stepping into the portal. As he entered, he found himself inside a long, winding space-time corridor. Unsure how long the journey would take, decided to use this time wisely. He immediately began fusing with his newly obtained energy sublimation. As his body underwent the transformation, could feel his power rising exponentially. This is amazing. Excited by the results, quickly proceeded to merge with the 800 points of divine domain. The moment he completed the process, he was shocked by the surge of divine energy that flooded his body. What the hell is this? This power is insane. Clenching his fists, could feel a sea of terrifying divine energy coursing through him, making his previous strength pale in comparison. Feeling an urgent need to quantify his new power, quickly opened his status panel. Status panel. Host. Age 47 years old. Bloodline legendary super. Divine domain value 1024 points. Skills: breath control, flight, instant transmission, ultra instinct, time skip, space annihilation, cannon, infinite energy. 1024 points of divine domains. Scratched his head puzzled, so how strong does that make me? He had no proper frame of reference to gauge his current power. Fortunately, the system provided a comparison. To answer the host, Angel Divine Domain value is approximately 850 points. You may use this as a reference. His mind went blank for a moment. Wait, are you telling me that I'm already stronger than an angel? Affirmative. Holy crap. His eyes widened in disbelief. His trip to the angel realm had been far more rewarding than expected. Previously, his power was far superior to that of the gods of destruction, but there had still been a notable gap between him and the angels. But now, he had surpassed even the most powerful guide angel of Universe 6. However, despite this surge in power, wasn't one to be complacent. His ultimate goal was to attain the title of Great God of Destruction, and to do so, he needed strength far beyond this level. after witnessing the Grand Priest's overwhelming power firsthand, understood just how vast the gap between them still was. There was still a long road ahead. Arrival at the Dragon God realm. After more than 10 minutes, finally reached the exit of the space-time corridor. What lay before him was a world unlike any he had seen before. A lush paradise stretched endlessly in all directions, bursting with vitality and divine energy. Towering trees with golden leaves stood tall, their branches laden with sacred fruits. A sea of purple flowers extended into the horizon, their delicate fragrance carried by a gentle breeze. Birds of various mystical species perched on the trees, singing in harmony. Butterflies and bees flitted gracefully through the air, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. And in the center of this floral paradise stood a dazzling golden palace. It bore striking similarities to the great god of destruction's palace, though it was significantly smaller, only about 1,000 square meters in area and a dozen meters tall. Yet despite its size, the majestic divine aura emanating from it was beyond compare. Awe-inspiring, powerful, overwhelming. Standing amidst the sea of flowers in front of the palace gate was a woman, her presence blending seamlessly with the divine landscape. She was gently picking purple flowers, an air of tranquility surrounding her. She wore a dragon crown upon her head, though her attire was minimal. Even from a distance, could clearly see her flawless beautiful arms and snow-white shoulders that seemed as delicate as porcelain. A soft gust of wind stirred her raven-black hair, causing it to flutter gracefully. Since she was squatting, couldn't see her face clearly yet. But there was no doubt in his mind. This woman had to be the legendary dragon god. This conclusion was drawn from the Gods of Destruction Summit and the information he had received from. With a steady breath, descended and landed 10 meters away from her. Sensing his arrival, she slowly rose to her feet. The moment she turned around was stunned. She held a bouquet of purple flowers, their fragrance enchanting. Her exquisite oval-shaped face was like a divine masterpiece, crafted to perfection by the hands of gods themselves. Her lips, a delicate shade of red, carried an inexplicable allure. Her golden phoenix-like eyes glowed with supreme dragon authority. Everything about her, her unparalleled beauty, regal aura, and the dragon crown atop her head, could be summed up in one word. Peerless. Even with all his experiences, found himself momentarily captivated. And then her lips parted and an ethereal, dignified voice filled the air. Lord, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Master, do I look good? You're staring at me like that. Seeing that was still dazed, continued speaking. Finally snapped out of it, letting out a small cough to ease the awkward atmosphere. He then said, "Excuse me, are you the dragon god who created the Super Dragon Balls?" Nodded lightly, has my voice become unrecognizable? No, I heard it, I just wanted to confirm. It would be embarrassing if I got it wrong, chuckled. As they spoke, Sai's unconsciously drifted downward. Long, slender, and flawless white legs nearly blinded him. Cough. To be fair, wasn't staring on purpose. It was just that satire was far too minimal, a simple white dress, so revealing that if any more details were described, this chapter might get censored. For clothing seemed unnecessary. Perhaps it was because she had existed in the dragon god realm for so long that her sense of fashion had become extremely simple. Honestly, if a pair of snowy white legs were right in front of you, could you resist looking? However, didn't seem to care at all. She parted her crimson lips and said, "Master, since you have come to the dragon god realm, I assume the Grand Priest has restored the divine power of the great gods of destruction staff to its peak." Nodded. Then allow me to lead you inside. Turned around and walked toward the palace. The bouquet in her hand transformed into countless specks of colorful light, scattering across the sea of flowers. Inside the palace was a bright and grand hall. With a light tap of her hand, 2 majestic dragon-shaped chairs materialized. She gestured for to sit first. From what I can see, Master already possesses the soul of a god. This will make cultivating the exclusive powers and techniques of the gods of destruction much easier, remarked, blinking her golden eyes as she effortlessly saw through essence. This didn't surprise, after all, had created the super, capable of granting any wish. Her strength might not even be inferior to the Grand Priest. However, what exactly is the exclusive power of the so-called great gods of destruction? Master, don't you understand? Allow me to explain. Continued, in this world, power is divided into tiers. My dragon god power and the grand priest's angelic power belong to the first sequence. The angel's power is of the second sequence, the destruction energy of the gods of destruction is the third sequence, and the energy of mortals is the fourth sequence. Nodded thoughtfully before asking, what about Xeno? Xeno is a special existence, he does not fall into any power sequence. Continued, what you seek to cultivate is the exclusive energy of the great gods of destruction. This energy belongs to the first sequence, also known as the power of the great gods of destruction. She elaborated, higher sequence powers naturally suppress lower sequence ones. However, starting from the second sequence onward, there is no suppression, just differences in raw strength and abilities. Understood, exclaimed, fully grasping the concept. Simply put, it was a matter of higher dimensional power overwhelming lower dimensional power. Good, Master, you may rest here for the night. Tomorrow I will begin teaching you how to cultivate the power of the great gods of destruction. Waved his hand, no rush, I have a question first. Please go ahead, said. Between you and the Grand Priest, who is stronger? Asked curiously. This had been on his mind since he first met. His golden dragon eyes blinked as she calmly replied, doesn't Master have the great gods of destruction staff? It contains a clear ranking of the strength of the gods, you can check it yourself. How do I check? With guidance, quickly access the of divine power rankings. It was divided into two categories, the gods of destruction ranking and the angels and above ranking. There's actually a for this, was slightly surprised. He had heard of divine domain values before, but he hadn't expected a ranking system that separated gods of destruction from angels and higher beings. Curious, he first checked the gods of destruction ranking. A light screen appeared displaying the rankings. 12th place, Universe 11's God of Destruction, 130 points. 11th place, Universe 10's God of Destruction, 135 points. 10th place, Universe 2's God of Destruction, 138 points. As expected, and we're at the top. Ranked second with 195 points, while held first place with 199 points. As for, he wasn't listed among the gods of destruction because he wasn't officially one yet. However, as a quasi-great god of destruction, was included in the angels and above ranking. After checking the gods of destruction list, moved on to the angels and above ranking. The first thing that caught his eye was the 19th ranked angel. 19th place, Intern Angel, 462 points. 18th place, Universe 2's Guide Angel Sour, 760 points. 17th place, Universe 10's Guide Angel, 765 points. What the? How did the power levels escalate so much? Even the lowest ranked Intern Angel had a divine domain value of 462, far exceeding any god of destruction. When it came to full-fledged angels, their values exceeded 700. No wonder, and could instantly overpower. Regaining focus, continued reading. The power gaps between angels were relatively small. Ranked 8th had 840 points, while ranked 7th had 850 points. Even though divine domain value surpassed and other universe angels, he knew raw numbers weren't everything. The strongest angel among the 12 universes was revealed as Alice, the newly awakened angel of Universe 6. 6th place, Alice, 900 points. Alice is that strong, amused. As he continued reading, he reached the 5th place ranking. 5th place, 1,240 points. So I'm already stronger than in the other angels, thought in surprise. Although he was still nowhere near the Grand Priest or Dragon God, he felt satisfied for now. One step at a time. But as he scrolled further, he suddenly froze. 4th place, Xeno's Guard 1 and points. Was petrified on the spot. 4th place, Xeno's Guard 1, God's domain value, 5,830 points. 3rd place, Xeno's Guard 2, God's domain value, 5,830 points. What the hell is this? Exclaimed in shock. He knew that the two guards beside Xeno were incredibly strong, but he hadn't expected them to be this powerful. Even some angels ranked lower, not even coming close to the power level of Xeno's bodyguards. If these two were this strong, then wouldn't the god's domain value of the Grand Priest and Dragon God have to exceed 10,000? Lord Zeno's two guards are natural-born deities. As the bodyguards of Zeno, the supreme god of the multiverse, it's only natural that they possess such immense strength. Explained briefly. I see. Nodded thoughtfully. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't that hard to understand. How could someone not overwhelmingly powerful qualify as Zeno's personal bodyguard? Zeno, as the supreme being of the multiverse, could erase 12 universes with a flick of his fingers. However, this wasn't because of sheer raw power, it was because of his absolute authority over the laws of existence. Oh yes. Zeno's rules transcend everything in the multiverse, allowing him to effortlessly erase entire universes. This was also why he wasn't included in the ranking of power levels. Of course, Zeno's ability to erase only applied to created gods and mortals, such as the gods of destruction. For beings like the angels and dragon god, Zeno had no real means of erasing them. Otherwise, if Zeno ruled purely by strength, then the Grand Priest wouldn't be recognized as the strongest being in the multiverse. Took a deep breath and continued looking at the top two rankings. Then, he was petrified again. Second place, Dragon God, God's domain value, 99,999 plus. First place, Grand Priest, God's domain value, 99,999 plus. This time was completely stunned. Mouth agape, he sat frozen on his throne as if turned to stone. The usually cold and composed dragon god actually chuckled at its exaggerated reaction, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. After a long pause, Lord, it wasn't until softly called his name that blinked and finally snapped out of his daze. Sorry, I lost my composure. Taking a moment to compose himself, smiled awkwardly. Waved her hand dismissively, it's fine. Exhaled deeply. His heart was still racing from shock. Originally, he had assumed that the Grand Priest's god's domain value would only be slightly above 10,000. But instead, it was off the charts. 99,999 plus. What kind of absurd numbers were these? Did that mean the god's domain rankings couldn't even measure their full strengths? Even after reading the list, was left with more questions than answers. Sensing his doubts, spoke up. To be honest, the power difference between myself and the Grand Priest is minimal. Perhaps he is slightly stronger, but not by much. If we were to fight, there would be no true victor. Nodded slightly. Though the Grand Priest was ranked first and second, it was simply a matter of placing them in an ordered list. Someone had to be at the top and someone had to be second. It didn't necessarily mean there was a significant gap in their power. Then's gaze drifted towards Satire, a simple white dress. By the way, do you always dress like this? Looked up with an intrigued expression. Lord, are you referring to my clothes? If I hadn't known you were coming today, I wouldn't even be wearing this much. Ella immediately felt his head throbbing. Is she trying to tempt me into committing a crime? But for it didn't really matter. She had lived alone for so long that she had stopped caring about clothing. In the beginning, she had valued her outfits, but after realizing that no one was there to appreciate them, she started seeing clothes as a pointless burden. Of course, if Lord finds this inappropriate, you may choose a different outfit for me. I get to choose. Was genuinely surprised. He could customize attire. What kind of VIP service was this? Unlike the angels who all wore uniform outfits, had complete freedom. Nodded and asked, I wonder what kind of clothing does Lord prefer? This. Rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment, then he answered seriously. I like JK style. The moment his words fell, a brilliant glow of multicolored divine light enveloped. A few seconds later, when the radiance faded, had changed into a JK uniform. A white shirt, a pink plaid skirt, and a pair of black thigh-high stockings. The normally aloof and divine dragon god now had an air of youthful charm. Combined with her ethereal beauty, golden dragon crown, and long, flowing black hair, the result was breathtaking. It was like seeing the coolest, most untouchable school idol come to life. Lord, how is it? Are you satisfied? nodded furiously, grinning. Satisfied, very satisfied. How could he not be? It was the ultimate dream come true. If Lord likes this style of clothing, I'll wear it from now on. Absolutely. Smirked slightly before shifting the conversation back. Lord, will you be cultivating the power of the great god of destruction here in the dragon god realm, or how long would that take? Suddenly turned serious. Well, it depends on Lord's talent and comprehension, explained. On average, if I personally guide the training here in the dragon god realm, it would take about a year to master the initial stages of the great god of destruction's power. She continued. Of course, that's based on moderate talent. If Lord's talent and comprehension are higher, it could be done in just a few months. Once you grasp the fundamentals, your strength will increase exponentially. At that point, you can officially take the title of Great God of Destruction and further refine your power over time. I see. Thought for a moment, then made his decision. I'll stay here and cultivate the Great God of Destruction's power. The divine energy in the dragon god realm was far superior to that of the angel realm. Training here would allow power to skyrocket. Not to mention, it would be far faster than training elsewhere. He'd let and the others know later. For now, it was time to become stronger Capsule Corporation. All right, I understand, my love, just focus on your training. With that, ended the call with, Sister, what did your husband say just now? Asked curiously. Smiled and explained to an android 18 that would be training in the dragon god realm for several months to a year. Hearing this, an 18 had no objections. Dragon god realm nightfall. That night arranged a room for on the second floor of the palace. The window overlooked an endless sea of purple flowers, and a shimmering lake reflected the moonlight in the distance. As stood by the window, taking in the serene view, he suddenly noticed, still dressed in her JK uniform, dancing gracefully amidst the flowers. Her elegant movements, combined with her celestial beauty, created a mesmerizing sight. Under the moonlight's flawless form exuded an ethereal charm. Even a dozen butterflies seemed enchanted, dancing around her as if drawn to her divine presence. For a moment, found himself completely captivated. Since there was nothing else to do at the moment, watching's dance was a pleasure in itself. After some time, finally finished her performance. Her golden eyes locked onto us, and she gently asked, Lord, do you enjoy dancing as well? It's all right, but honestly, I just enjoy watching you dance. Chuckled slightly. Smiled, her expression so radiant that it seemed to outshine the moon. Then, with a teasing glint in her eyes, she extended her hand toward him. Would you like to dance with me? Scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I wouldn't mind, but the problem is I don't know how to dance. Giggled softly, that's not a problem, Lord, I can teach you. Seeing her offer so warmly, didn't hesitate any longer. He appeared beside her in an instant and gently took her hand. A delicate, silky touch greeted his fingers, making his heart skip a beat. Just don't laugh at me if I mess up. Smiled knowingly. Of course not, I've been dancing alone for hundreds of millions of years. Having a partner now is a blessing. All right then, let's do this. And so, beneath the moonlight, a second figure joined the dance. Was an exceptionally patient teacher and surprisingly showed some talent for dancing. Under her guidance, he quickly learned to follow her rhythm. 1 month later, officially began teaching how to harness the power of the great god of destruction. With a beauty like by his side, wearing that same JK uniform's motivation for training skyrocketed. The essence of the great god of destruction's power was a higher-level transformation of divine energy. Under guidance, discovered that in the dragon god realm he could tap into his own endless divine energy, the power granted to him by Super. That energy, the dragon god's power, was a limitless source. Thus, with the combined effects of the dragon god realm's supreme divine energy and his own infinite reserves, his transformation into a great god of destruction progressed at an unprecedented rate. Every fraction of divine energy he refined into destruction, energy brought an immense boost to his strength. In just 1 month, had completely converted all his divine energy into the great god of destruction's power. His godly domain value skyrocketed from 1,024 to over 10,000, a tenfold increase. Even who had existed before the birth of the universe was astounded by his talent and comprehension speed. If the dragon god's power was about creation, then the great god of destruction's power was the embodiment of absolute destruction, an advanced form of the destruction energy wielded by the gods of destruction. At his current level, could obliterate 10 universes with a single blow. This was the true might of a great god of destruction. Learning. After mastering the foundation of his power, proceeded to teach the signature move of the gods of destruction. Oh, yes. The same technique used by the 12 universe gods of destruction. This technique erased an entity from existence itself, leaving no chance of revival. However, the great god of destructions was even more absolute and overbearing than that of a standard god of destruction. It took only 2 hours to master it completely. Afterward, explain the responsibilities of the great god of destruction to him. Unlike ordinary gods of destruction, the great god of destruction had far greater freedom. While regular gods of destruction had to maintain balance within their respective universes, deciding which civilizations should be destroyed, the great god of destruction had no such obligations. His sole duty was to oversee and manage the 12 universe gods of destruction. Additionally, he held absolute authority over them. The great god of destruction had the power to appoint or remove any universe's god of destruction at will. After explaining everything, suggested that visit Zeno's palace to officially claim the position of great god of destruction. His strength would continue to improve over time after taking office. However, wasn't in a hurry. He decided to remain in the dragon god realm for another 6 months to further refine his power. 7 months later, his godly domain value had surpassed 50,000. During his time in the dragon god realm, his daily routine was simple, intense training within the daytime, followed by dancing with her in the evenings. Over time, these nightly dances became a cherished tradition between them. Naturally, this deepened their bond. On one particular night, after completing a tango together and lay in the sea of flowers, gazing at the dragon god realm sky. After a moment of silence, suddenly asked, "You've been here for hundreds of millions of years, don't you ever get bored?" His gentle, ethereal voice responded, "Of course, Lord, loneliness is inevitable, but these past 7 months have been the most fulfilling time I've had in eons, and it's all thanks to you." I smirked slightly, "It's not just 7 months. His golden eyes shimmered with warmth, "Indeed. 7 months was just the beginning. As the exclusive attendant of the great god of destruction, she would be by his side forever." After a brief pause, suddenly turned to with a playful smile. "Lord, since you are the first great god of destruction in history, how about I give you a gift to celebrate?" Raised an eyebrow, "A gift?" His lips curled into a teasing grin. "Do you have a wish? I can grant any wish you desire." Wish. Smiled lightly and said, "I don't have any wishes that need fulfilling right now." "Then let's save it for later," replied. "When Lord has a wish, I will grant it." Sounds good." Since insisted on offering him a gift, saw no reason to refuse. While he had no desires at the moment, that could always change in the future. The next day, finally concluded his training in the dragon god realms. Immediately contacted the Grand Priest. "Grand Priest, the new Grand God of Destruction is ready to take office." In the shimmering light screen, the Grand Priest nodded slightly. "In that case, please bring to Zeno's palace." Ending the call, turned to, "Lord, shall we depart?" Let's go." Zeno's palace. Upon hearing that was ready to assume the role of Grand God of Destruction, no one was happier than Zeno. The supreme ruler of the multiverse waved his arms excitedly, his voice filled with joy. "I'm really looking forward to his arrival." The Grand Priest smiled. "I believe we'll bring him here shortly." Just a few minutes later, a swirling vortex of energy appeared in the Grand Hall of Zeno's palace. Emerged alongside, who was now dressed in a formal celestial robe. "You're here." Zeno immediately rushed forward, his tiny frame radiating excitement. "It's been a while," Lord Zeno smiled. "Now let's summon all the gods," the Grand Priest announced. Zeno had no objections, he was eager to make things official. The Grand Priest raised his staff, sending a divine transmission across the multiverse, summoning the gods of destruction, their attendants, and Supreme to witness ascension. Universe 7. At Temple received the Grand Priest's message and chuckled. Omai is finally taking the position of Grand God of Destruction. He had anticipated this moment, but not so soon. It had only been 8 months since the Tournament of Power, yet had already mastered the power of a grand god of destruction. There was no time to waste, quickly entered the palace and nudged who was snoring loudly. "Lord, time to wake up." Groaned, rubbing his eyes. "How many times have I told you not to disturb my nap?" "Oh ho ho ho, I believe this is worth waking up for. Lord is about to assume his position as the grand god of destruction, and we've been summoned to Zeno's palace." "Oh what?" Jolted awake, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. He shot into the air so fast that he smashed into the ceiling, leaving several holes before crashing back down. Still in shock, he stammered, "K is taking over as the grand god of destruction." Nodded, amused. "Where are my robes? Hurry up." Scrambled to change into his official attire before rushing out of the temple with Universe 6. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Champa was busy stuffing his face with food. Approached him with a serious expression. "Lord Champa, I've received an important message from the Grand Priest." Champa mumbled through a mouthful of food. "Lord is about to assume the title of Grand God of Destruction. We must leave for Zeno's palace immediately." "PFFT." Champa choked, nearly spraying his breakfast everywhere. "What? Get my robe now." The scene repeated itself across all universes. The gods of destruction, supreme, and angels hastily prepared, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Many of the gods of destruction were nervous, especially those who had been slacking off in their duties. With no direct overseer before, some had grown complacent. But now, the first thing might do as grand god of destruction could be to crack down on lazy and negligent deities. The new era was beginning. Zeno's palace, the grand gathering. Before long, all the gods had assembled in Zeno's grand hall. The grand priest extended his hands and declared, "All gods, step forward." A whoosh. A divine aura filled the chamber as the gods of destruction, supreme, and angels of all 12 universes descended onto the grand floor. The gods of destruction and supreme knelt on one knee, while the angels stood behind them with solemn expressions. At the forefront stood beside Zeno. Zeno beamed. "Today I'm really happy that everyone is here to witness appointment as Grand God of Destruction, so let's get started." Raising his small hands, Zeno smiled. "I now officially appoint you as the Grand God of Destruction. Welcome to the team." A brilliant white light radiated from Zeno's palms, enveloping in divine energy. At that moment, felt his divine essence undergo a profound transformation, his soul ascending to an even higher state. Then, before everyone's eyes, his orange training gi transformed into a regal purple and gold attire, an enhanced version of the traditional Gods of Destruction uniform. Inspected his new outfit, then turned to Zeno. "That was fast." Zeno giggled. "Yep, now you're officially the Grand God of Destruction." Smirked. "So this is it." He extended his hand, and in a flash of light, the Grand God of Destruction's staff materialized in his grip. With a simple tap of the staff against the ground, boom, a mighty shockwave reverberated through the hall, radiating supreme divine authority. All the gods felt an overwhelming presence pressing upon them. Immediately, the kneeling gods of destruction lowered their heads further in absolute respect. "All hail the Grand God of Destruction, Lord Kahn." The echoes of their voices resounded across Zeno's palace, marking the dawn of a new era. Smiled. "Now, let's see where this road takes me." After the inauguration ceremony, chatted briefly with Zeno before leaving with the dragon god. Outside Zeno's palace, asked, "Lord, are you returning to the gods of destruction realm next?" "The grand gods of destruction realm? No rush," replied, glancing at the pillar representing Universe 7 outside Zeno's palace. "Let's head back to Universe 7 first." "As you wish, Lord." With a wave of his delicate hand, a shimmering, multicolored space vortex emerged, stepped forward, vanishing into the vortex with following closely behind. Capsule Corporation. The moment it appeared, Rads, who was hanging out on the second-floor balcony, immediately noticed. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Mom, Dad's back." "Wait, Dad brought a woman back, and she's wearing a school uniform." "Oh, what?" Hearing this, an Android 18 exchanged sharp glances. Did mess around again while he was away. Without hesitation, they rushed to the edge of the balcony, peering down. Sure enough, standing beside was a stunning woman dressed in a JK-style school uniform. Ethereal beauty, icy temperament, and graceful aura made her appear almost otherworldly. Standing next to her, both an Android 18 suddenly felt a little outclassed. Oh wow, even arched a curious brow. Crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Didn't he say he was going to train? Why did he bring back a woman instead? Do you know her? Android 18 asked. Studied carefully before shaking her head. No, but she is no ordinary person. If I'm not mistaken, she's also a god. A god? And Android 18's jaws dropped. Mom, since when do gods wear school uniforms? Rads asked, puzzled. Shook her head again. And Android 18. If I ever become half as good as Dad, I'd consider my life a success, Shin muttered in admiration. Shot him a death glare. Shin, you better not follow in your father's footsteps. Shin, not that he could, even if he tried. Even Android 18, who had once been fiercely independent, had ended up falling for. At that moment, Android 18 noticed something else. Wait a second, why is my husband dressed like that? Narrowed her eyes, piecing things together. That outfit, it looks like a variation of the Gods of Destruction uniform. I think he's officially been appointed as the Grand God of Destruction. So Dad's become an even higher level god, Rad said, stunned. Most likely, we'll find out for sure in a second, said. A few moments later, with a flash of light and teleported onto the second-floor balcony. Dad, introduce us to your new woman, Rads blurted out impatiently. Tilted his head in confusion, a big question mark practically appearing above him. New woman. Folded her arms, glaring. Don't play dumb, you think we don't see what's going on? You went off to train and you came back with her. What? Was even more confused now. On the other hand, found the situation amusing. Dad, don't pretend, you brought her home, didn't you? Mom and Aunt 18 aren't gonna just let this slide, Rads grinned mischievously. After a few seconds, realization finally struck him. Hello? They thought was his new woman. Sighed, you guys are really jumping to conclusions. At that moment, stepped forward, her gaze locking onto, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the legendary dragon god. Nodded slightly, her melodic voice carrying a sense of authority. You are correct, Angel, I visited your father long before you were born. Hearing this, immediately straightened up and respectfully bowed. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Dragon God. Oh, what? Urads and the others were left dumbfounded. Smiled and explained, I believe there was a misunderstanding. My name is, and I am the attendant of the Grand God of Destruction, Lord. Seeing the puzzled expressions on and the others' faces, added, essentially, Lord holds a role similar to mine, like an angel assigned to a god of destruction. Hello. Blinked, then forced an awkward but polite smile. Miss, my apologies for the misunderstanding. So that's how it is, Android 18 exhaled in relief. For a moment she had thought was about to add another woman to the household. In contrast, Rads looked disappointed. Man, I thought this was gonna be some juicy gossip. After clearing up the misunderstanding, formally introduced to his family, to her credit, remained gracious and friendly throughout. During their conversation, turned back to, husband, since you've officially become the Grand God of Destruction, that means your strength has surpassed mine now, hasn't it? Before could answer, spoke first. Lord's divine domain value is currently at 54,800. 54,800. Was completely stunned. Mom, what does that even mean? Rads asked curiously. Took a deep breath before explaining. To put it into perspective, my divine domain value is barely a fraction of your father's. Oh, what? Rads was floored. Even an Android 18 looked shocked. Rads had always known her father was strong, but this was on a completely different level. Simply shrugged. Truthfully, even he hadn't expected his training in the Dragon God realm to increase his power this much. But he didn't dwell on it, instead he smoothly changed the subject. Wives you all can chat with for a bit, I'm going to find my father's. With that, walked toward the first floor. Living room, first floor. And were sitting on the couch, watching TV together. For getting resurrected had given him a chance to finally live a peaceful life with something he had never gotten to experience before. As walked down the stairs, he smiled, Dad, Mom, hope I'm not interrupting. turned her head, and the moment she saw his outfit, she gasped. "Kay, why do you look like that?" Seeing the Anubis-style purple and gold robes, raised an eyebrow. Smirked, "It's a long story, second floor platform." Seeing dressed in a youthful JK uniform felt her worldview shatter. She simply couldn't imagine it, the legendary dragon god lord wearing a JK uniform. "Master, why are you dressed like that?" Voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. And the others also nodded in agreement. They, too, found it difficult to believe that the great dragon god who created the Super Dragon Balls was now standing before them in a schoolgirl outfit. This glanced at himself before casually explaining, "Master requested it." Silence. An android 18 froze on the spot. They had been with for years, yet none of them had ever known he had a thing for JK uniforms. "Whoa, Dad's into that kinda stuff," muttered in disbelief. "You never got asked by Mr. Kahn to wear this?" asked, tilting his head. Logically speaking, if had a preference, shouldn't his wives have known about it? However, an 18 shook their heads in unison. "Nope, not a clue." The three exchanged glances before silently making a decision in their hearts. Meanwhile, on the first floor, after hearing why had chosen his purple-gold Anubis-style outfit, couldn't help but beam with pride. Her son had far exceeded her expectations. Back then, low-class warriors were destined to be sent to the front lines, fighting and dying for the race. But fate had taken a different turn when Planet was destroyed. It was something had never seen coming. "Mom, let's not dwell on the past. There's something I need to talk to Dad about." "All right, you two go ahead. I'll go check on and the others." With that, got up and headed upstairs. Once she was gone, turned to, "Dad, do you remember Planet cereal?" "Cereal hub." Furrowed his brow, recalling the distant past. "Yeah, I remember. Back when we were under Army, we did invade that planet." That incident had left a deep impression on, otherwise he wouldn't have remembered it at all. He had conquered too many planets over the years. "When we invaded, I saved a mother and her child, but I couldn't protect the mother. She was killed by those damn." His voice was calm, but a hint of regret lingered in his tone. He had tried. He could have saved both of them. But in the end, things hadn't gone the way he had hoped. Then looked at with a puzzled expression. "Why are you asking about cereal?" If he remembered correctly, had been just a toddler at the time, still in the incubation pod. Smirked. "Before I brought you back to life, I traveled back in time over 40 years ago to Planet Cereal. I saw everything happen with my own eyes." He paused before adding, "I also heard the wish you made to back then." His lips curled into a small, knowing smile. "So my wish really did come true, huh?" Nodded. After Planet's destruction, he and even had managed to grow up. Even if later threw his life away. "What about the boy I saved? Have you gone to see him?" asked. Shook his head. "Oh, not yet. If he's still alive, he should be about your age now," murmured, his expression thoughtful. "Yeah, if we do meet, there's a good chance he'll hate you and all for what happened." Sighed. He had thought about that possibility. After all, knowing how they operated, they would have twisted the truth, blaming everything on the while covering up their own sins. Still, he has every reason to hate us, admitted. It was the who destroyed his home. His expression darkened. "If he's still alive, I want to apologize. I couldn't save his mother, and that's something I've regretted for a long time." Studied his father for a moment before nodding. "In that case, let's go to cereal." Gave no objections. It wasn't just he wanted to see. There was also an old. If not for the wish made to back then, and his brothers might not have survived to this day. Upstairs on the second floor platform. As stepped onto the second floor platform, the lively chatter instantly died down. Narrowed his eyes. "What were you all just talking about?" An 18 exchanged guilty glances. He was pretty sure he'd heard something about JK uniforms and bunny girls before they arrived. Nothing important," replied smoothly without missing a beat. Didn't press further, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Turning to, he said, "We're heading to cereal." Understood, master. Bid farewell to and the others before standing up. Hearing's destination and seeing beside him quickly figured out their reason for going. Mom, I'll be back soon, said. All right, take care, replied with a warm smile. Glanced at, let's go. Raised his hand, summoning a swirling, multicolored vortex in the air. Then under the watchful eyes of and the others, in stepped through the portal. Planet Cereal. Over 40 years ago, this planet had been home to the. But now, it belonged to the. After the wiped out the native that had swooped in, terraformed the planet, and sold it to the highest bidder. Yet despite everything and had survived. They had taken refuge in the mountains, keeping their distance from the city and its new inhabitants. Near home, above a small house nestled in the mountains, a space vortex appeared and emerged, descending toward the ground. Gazed at the city in the distance, now encased in a shimmering energy barrier. This place has changed a lot, he muttered. They must pay a fortune for it. Yeah, the people living here now are called confirmed. Sighed. Come on, let's go see. The three of them landed just outside the small house. Inside, now over 500 years old, lay in his chair, watching a TV program, whiling away his old age. Unaware of the visitors outside his door, and walked into his room together, regarding the arrival of the three uninvited guests, sat upright and asked, Who are you? It's surprising that you're still alive, spoke first. Had already been quite old more than 40 years ago, yet after all these years, he looked only slightly older than before. A youth you are. A mister. Staring intently at its face and the cross-shaped scar on it froze on the spot. He couldn't believe was still alive. Had long heard the news that planet was destroyed by a meteorite and that the had been wiped out. He had assumed perished along with the rest of them. But to see him standing before him after more than 40 years, could hardly believe his own eyes. Nodded, confirming his doubts. He was not mistaken, the person in front of him was indeed. Mister, I heard planet was destroyed by a meteorite impact. What really happened? Although was certain it was, he still couldn't help but ask. Meteor strike, is that the excuse gave? Frowned before briefly explaining the truth about what had happened and his resurrection. So that's what really happened, but why did want to exterminate, they asked. None of that matters anymore, shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the past. It no longer held any significance. Then introduced to. Stood up, shook hands with, and said with a modest smile, Nice to meet you, mister, my name is. Nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment asked, Mister, how did you bring back to life? Did you use the Dragon Balls from another? The Eternal Dragon of Nu only has 3 wishes, and the Dragon Balls have always been under his people's protection, so assumed had used Dragon Balls from another created set. No, I used the Super Dragon Balls, corrected. Super Dragon Balls. Was taken aback, this was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Explained, the dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Balls is far superior to the ones created by you, and the creator of the Super Dragon Balls is Miss, right here. In fact, if you think about it, she's the true originator of Dragon Balls. You simply derived your own version based on hers. Hearing this was beyond shocked. His aged face, full of years of wisdom and experience, was now frozen in disbelief as he stared at. The originator of Dragon Balls turned out to be this beautiful woman who seemed completely unassuming. Finally, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. For mortals to take inspiration from the Super Dragon Balls and create a lesser version, I suppose it shows that do have a certain level of talent, she remarked. High EQ, a smaller version. Low EQ, an inferior copy. Though the had essentially made a downgraded version of the Super Dragon Balls, the fact that they could do so at all meant they possessed unique abilities other races lacked. That, at the very least, was commendable. How is that child doing now? Rather than dwelling on the Dragon Balls, shifted the topic to. Snapped out of his daze, you mean he's still alive but he's working for the now. Speaking of this, couldn't help but sigh. He explained, I had no other choice. If I'd learned the truth back then, he would have sought revenge against the and they would have killed him. So to keep alive, I had to hide the truth from him. Indeed. Right now, believed that the Under's army had wiped out his people. He also thought his mother had been killed by the, but in reality was murdered by the later. Just as finished speaking, the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smirk. Well, the truth may not stay hidden much longer. Oh, what? Looked up suddenly, confused by his words. Boom. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open. Turned toward the noise in alarm, only to see standing in the doorway. The money pouch he had been holding just moments ago had fallen to the ground. As pupils widened, his sharp features frozen in shock and disbelief. Snapped out of his daze, and a surge of hatred flooded his mind. You're still alive, I'll kill you with my own hands. Right now, didn't care about the truth of the past. He just wanted to destroy the two standing before him. Calm down, these don't seem hostile, why not listen to your grandfather first? Just as was about to attack, hurriedly tried to reason with him, but was blinded by hatred. There was no reasoning with him. Without hesitation, charged at and in a fury. Stop. His eyes widened in horror. Boom. With a fist filled with burning rage, launched a punch towards back. At the last moment, suddenly turned around. And at that very instant, his entire body froze. His fist, which had been mere inches away from striking's face, came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened in terror. The man before him hadn't even lifted a finger, yet his body refused to move. This fear, it came from deep within his soul. A primal, overwhelming terror that completely paralyzed him. Was beyond shocked. Simply placed his hands behind his back and blinked indifferently. My advice, if you don't want to vanish, you'd better calm down and listen to your grandfather. Thud. The moment finished speaking, his body could no longer withstand the crushing pressure and fear emanating from him. He collapsed to the ground on the spot. Rushed forward to support him, his voice filled with guilt. I'm sorry for keeping the truth from you, but listen, the man before you, he's the one who saved you back then. What? His mind reeled. His eyes widened in disbelief. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Weren't they the ones who killed my mother inside the house? Sat slumped in a chair, his expression dull and lifeless. After listening to his account of what had happened back then, came to a devastating realization. He had spent decades unknowingly working for the very organization responsible for his mother's death. And the person he had hated as his enemy for so long was, in truth, the one who had saved him. Sighed, you have to understand, the reason I never told you the truth was for your own good. Had known the truth from childhood, he would have never grown up in peace. That would have eliminated him long ago. The only reason they spared him was that he was useful to them and completely unaware of the truth. At the cemetery, suddenly stood up, his face full of anger, and stormed toward the door. Seeing this, called out anxiously, where are you going? To find and avenge my mother. His voice was deep and filled with rage, like a tiger's roar. You're going to die. Do you seriously think you can take on 300? Stood with his arms crossed, his tone flat and factual, but laced with an undeniable hint of sarcasm. He was right. With his current strength, seeking revenge on was nothing short of suicide. If you go now, you're just throwing your life away, pleaded earnestly. Gritted his teeth. So what? Am I just supposed to sit here and do nothing while my mother's murderer roams free? Acting on impulse won't change anything. At that moment, who had been silent until now finally spoke. Father, there's no need to stop him, said with a dismissive wave. Since he's so determined, let him go. Sometimes people only realize their own weakness after being crushed by reality. Right now was completely blinded by hatred. No matter what they said, he wouldn't listen. As expected, without another word, stormed out of the house. 2 days later, the base piloted his spaceship straight to the headquarters. Stepping out, his face twisted with fury, he spotted and the others lounging around. Holding a glass of red wine, chuckled. Well, if it isn't back already, have you finished the job I gave you? Glared at him, fists clenched. Did you kill my mother? Hearing those words, they were momentarily surprised. How had learned the truth? Not that it really mattered. Smirked, swirling his wine. Yeah, I killed her, and what? You came here to get revenge. Gritted his teeth, his blood boiling with rage. You bastard, give me back my mother's life. Fueled by wrath, he charged it. But just before he could reach him, boom, a devastating blow struck, sending him flying backward. It was Gas. Standing tall, Gas tilted his head and spoke coldly. "This is not a place for you to throw tantrums. If you do it again, I'll kill you." "Ha, this guy's completely lost it in his anger," Maki sneered, watching the scene with amusement. But couldn't stop. He didn't care about anything anymore. If he couldn't avenge his mother, then what was the point of living? With a furious roar, he launched another attack. Gas' expression hardened as he stepped forward to face him. Bang, bang, bang. In just half a minute was overpowered and brutally beaten down. Now lying motionless, he could barely move. Gas clenched his fist, a deadly spear of energy forming in his palm, ready to finish off. But just as he was about to strike, Gas, wait, suddenly raised a hand, stopping him. Gas frowned in annoyance. "Why, he's worthless now." Chuckled, "Exactly, he's no longer a threat, but I still have some questions for him before we get rid of him." Reluctantly, Gas, his energy spear, sauntered down the steps, towering over the beaten. "Tell me who told you the truth." Remained silent, glaring at him with pure hatred. Smirked. "Let me guess, it wasn't it?" His eyes widened in alarm. He growled, "What are you planning?" "What do you think?" Sneered. "Now that you know the truth, you're no longer useful to me. First, I'll kill you, then I'll go to Planet Cereal and take care of that old geezer too." As he spoke, casually pulled a pistol from his belt, aiming it at. His pupils dilated in horror. He didn't care if he died, but he couldn't let be killed too. But just as was about to pull the trigger, a calm yet commanding voice echoed from the doorway. "You won't need to trouble yourself with that." They turned their heads. 4 figures walked into the room. The hand narrowed his eyes and wait. His gaze landed on, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. "If I'm not mistaken, aren't you?" Maki gasped. "That's impossible. Died years ago. How can he be alive?" Leaning on his staff, confirmed, "You're not mistaken. He is the same from back then." Despite the shock, quickly regained his composure. He was the leader of the he had seen plenty of unexpected things before. "Interesting," mused. "I don't know how you came back from the dead, but it won't change anything." His eyes flickered to and "Who the hell are you two?" Pretended to think for a moment, then smirked. "If you really want to know," he said, stepping forward. "Let's just say we're the ones who came to send you to hell." In response, scoffed. Over the years, countless people had claimed they would send him to hell. What made any difference? Two's words were nothing more than empty threats. On the other hand, didn't care for any more talk. As far as he was concerned, was already dead. Turning to the battered and bruised, smirked. "Didn't you say you wanted to kill, so why are you the one lying on the ground?" Remained silent. He wanted to avenge his mother, but he hated himself for being too weak. "I'm very sorry, Mr. for troubling you." Hunched over, supporting while apologizing. Waved his hand dismissively and turned to, "What do you want to do with them?" "Oh, you decide." Left the choice up to. Nodded, his gaze locking onto and his remaining men. "It's time to settle our old grudge." He still remembered how had taken advantage of his weakened state years ago, shooting him through the arm and leaving him for dead. Now it was time for payback. "You think you can kill me?" Still hadn't realized the danger he was in. He remained calm and smirked. "If you've come here to die, I won't stop you. Take care of them." Stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "I should warn you, is much stronger than before. Don't die too quickly or it'll be boring." Sneered. Smirked. "Really funny because I've also gotten a lot stronger." "Then show me," roared as he launched an attack. With lightning speed, he closed the gap between them, summoning a formed mace and bringing it down with immense force. Snap. Effortlessly caught the weapon with one hand, stopping it in its tracks. Gritting his teeth, abandoned the mace and conjured a large energy blade, swinging it towards neck. Clang. Casually pinched the blade between 2 fingers. No matter how many weapons conjured, swords, spears, axes, countered every single one with ease. "This doesn't look good," Maki said with concern. "Is a lot stronger than before." "Relax," Maki remained calm. "Is just testing him." Testing." Chuckled. "Are you blind?" Had already been fighting at full strength. with a single backhand punch smashed in the face, sending him flying through the wall. Uh, Gas and Maki's eyes widened in horror. A smirk finally vanished. Lying motionless in the rubble, had no pulse. Had killed him with one punch. "Damn you," growled, "how dare you kill my brother, I'll kill you." He fired a powerful blast but the attack didn't even leave a scratch. What? His face turned pale. "Give back my brother's life. You'll pay for that." Maki and Gas lunged at in rage. But compared to him, they were nothing. "In a hurry to die," sneered, "let me help you with that." Boom. Two precise energy beams shot through their chests, killing them instantly. One by one, siblings had fallen. Now fear finally consumed him. "It's your turn." His cold gaze sent shivers down spine. His composure shattered. He took several steps back, lost his footing, and collapsed to the ground. "Wait, don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want." Desperately pleaded for his life. Scoffed, "Do I look like someone who cares about money?" For over 40 years, the guilt of death had weighed on. He had tried to protect her, but had executed her in cold blood. Now it was time to settle the score. Raised a hand, signaling to wait. His voice was calm, but carried absolute authority. "I said I would send you to hell, didn't I?" Trembled violently, unable to utter a word. "On second thought, hell is too good for you. Let's erase you from existence instead." Extended his palm. "You replace as the ruler of the universe," he scoffed. "You're not even in the same leg." "Now disappear." A surge of purple energy engulfed. In mere seconds, his body dissolved into countless particles of light, erased from existence. And silently watched as ceased to be. Justice had finally been served. Seeing disappear before his eyes, let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he had never felt so light. The hatred that had consumed him for over 40 years vanished alongside his existence. After a long silence, finally snapped back to reality and turned to, "Thank you." Now that everything had calmed down, he realized the truth. If and hadn't arrived in time, not only would he have failed to avenge, but he also would have died at the hands of Gas. Glanced at him indifferently and said, "If my father hadn't had past ties with your mother and you, I wouldn't have bothered with your mess. This is the first and last time I'll help you. Before you act on anything in the future, think carefully about whether you have the strength to back it up and consider the consequences. With your impulsive personality, you won't last long in this universe." His thirst for vengeance was understandable, but his recklessness nearly cost him his life. Someone like that wouldn't survive for long in the vast, ruthless universe. "I understand," lowered his head, humbly accepting his lesson. In that moment, he grew. Sighed and said, "At least you can take advice, means you're not hopeless yet." Then, as if completing a task, he added, "Might as well finish the job properly. Do you want to see your mother again?" Froze for a moment before his eyes widened. "I can see my mother again, you mean she's alive?" Didn't explain much and simply asked, "Do you want to see her or not?" Without hesitation, nodded. Turn to, "I'll have to trouble you with this." "Yes, master," replied respectfully. Under the astonished gazes of and waved her hand, and countless shimmering light particles materialized in midair. A graceful figure took shape. Then the scattered lights, revealing just as she had been 40 years ago. They, now revived, looked around in confusion. "Mom, it's really Mom." Was overwhelmed with emotion. "Are you?" Looked at the man with teal hair before her, unable to recognize him at first. Wasn't her son still a child? How had he grown up in an instant? Before she could react, rushed forward and hugged her tightly. "Mom, this is amazing." Feeling the warmth of her real body, sobbed uncontrollably. After a long while, finally realized that the grown man before her was truly her son. You've grown so much." She couldn't believe it. What's going on?" Smiled warmly, "It's thanks to his son resurrected you." "Mister, is he here?" Looked around, but all she saw were the lifeless bodies of Gas, Oil, and were nowhere to be found. They were here just now. Found it strange and had been there just a moment ago, but they vanished in an instant. Then and turned toward the sky and bowed deeply. Meanwhile, back on Earth, and returned to Earth. Reuniting a mother and son, this really isn't something a god of destruction should be doing, muttered to himself. He couldn't help but feel a little amused. But strangely enough, seeing and reunited made him feel satisfied. Chuckled, thanks. It's nothing, replied with a smile. He understood why was thanking him, it was because he had allowed to revive. Back at Capsule Corporation was momentarily stunned. Because today, and Android 18 were all dressed in different styles of school uniforms. What exactly is going on here? Was confused. Had asking to wear a school uniform caused this chain reaction. Fluttered her eyelashes and smiled. I didn't know my husband had a thing for school uniforms. As a wife, I must fulfill my husband's preferences, of course. Smirked subtly. Just a few days ago, she and had been discussing this very topic. And now, after returning from Planet Cereal, and the others had actually changed into school uniforms. A few days later, took with him and returned to the grand god of destruction realm. Standing before the massive palace of the gods of destruction, felt a wave of emotions. The last time he had come here, it was as the candidate for Universe 7's god of destruction. But now he had become the true master of this realm. After a long pause, sighed, the words I spoke back then have finally come true. Master is truly exceptional. Every god of destruction who came here before proclaimed they would one day rule this place, but none of them ever did, said with admiration. Many gods of destruction had made bold declarations, but was the first to turn words into reality. This alone set him apart from the gods of destruction of both past and present. Let's not dwell on that. Come on, show me around the palace. The grand god of destruction palace had 10 floors, each serving a different purpose. The 9th floor, once used for god of destruction summits, had been remodeled by now that was the ruler. The first floor was the administrative hall, featuring a main chamber and numerous meeting rooms. The second floor was the living quarters, which included bedrooms, lounges, a dining hall, and entertainment rooms. The third floor contained a massive hot spring. The fourth floor housed the training area. After finishing the tour, got down to business. Summon the guide angels of all universes, have them bring their gods of destruction and supreme here. It's time to clean up the lazy and incompetent ones. Yes, Master, I will notify them immediately, Planet. Lay on a tree branch, legs crossed, looking restless. Lord, you seem a bit anxious. Is something the matter? Looked up at and asked curiously. Clicked his tongue in annoyance. Lord has officially taken over as the grand god of destruction, but he hasn't made any moves in the past few days. This waiting is torture. Why isn't it better if there's no movement? Didn't quite understand his concern. Easy for you to say. Suddenly sat up and said in a deep voice, have you forgotten? Before Lord officially took office, he said he would deal with lazy and incompetent gods of destruction. It's been days and he still hasn't acted. It's like the calm before a storm. One way or another, what's coming will come. Now actually wished would just make his move already. Each day of silence made the anticipation even worse. After all, knew he was one of those lazy gods of destruction. I see, said, smiling knowingly. I heard Lord recently visited Planet Cereal and after that he's just been staying home. Is that so? Blinked in confusion. Could he have forgotten about this? Not necessarily. Analyzed the situation. Perhaps Lord isn't in a hurry to deal with the gods of destruction, or maybe he's waiting for you all to change on your own. Eyes widened. You might be right. Thinking about's personality, felt there was a good chance he'd give them a chance to improve first. Narrowed his eyes. So, Lord, are you really going to just sit here? If you wait until Lord actually makes a move, it might be too late. Hearing this, could no longer sit still. He leapt down from the tree and said impatiently, we're going out right now to investigate planets and destroy the ones that need to be erased. If he didn't start doing his job properly now, he might really lose his position. At that moment, a powerful ethereal voice suddenly resonated across the skies of planet. Angels of each universe, I am, the grand god of destruction, Lord, has issued an order. All angels, gather your respective gods of destruction and supreme immediately. Once assembled, I shall transport you to the great palace of destruction. And it's over. Hearing's words felt a cold sweat drip down his forehead. Just moments ago, he was wondering why hadn't taken action yet, now it was happening. At the same time, the angels across the universes received message. The gods of destruction and supreme dared not delay and quickly gathered, preparing for the summoning. Great Palace of Destruction, Grand Hall. The gods have arrived. With ethereal voice echoing in the hall, the 12 gods of destruction, their respective angels, and supreme were teleported into the vast chamber. The 12 gods of destruction knelt on one knee, speaking in unison. Greetings, Lord Grand God of Destruction. Greetings, Dragon God. The angels of the 12 universes bowed slightly as a sign of respect toward End. As the gods of destruction knelt, tension filled the hall. This was first official gathering of the gods since taking office, and everyone knew something significant was about to happen. They had all been anticipating this moment. Now it was a question of who would face the consequences first. Sat high on his violet gold throne, his sharp gaze sweeping over the gathered deities. A thick, oppressive atmosphere filled the chamber. Had not even spoken yet, but the gods already felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. The gods of destruction tensed, sweat forming in their palms. Minutes passed in silence. The tension in the hall reached its peak when finally spoke. Stand up, I can't talk to you all while you're kneeling like that. The gods exchanged glances, uncertain about its intent. Was this a good sign, a bad one? Regardless, there was no choice but to obey. The first universe's god of destruction was the first to rise. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Once they were standing, continued. Today, I gathered you all to discuss the duties and responsibilities of a god of destruction. The tournament of power wasn't that long ago, I trust you all remember it clearly. The gods nodded instinctively. Of course they remembered. At that time, Zeno had decided to erase the 8 lowest-ranking universes, and it was who convinced him to grant them a chance to survive. Even though they had lost, it was Wish to Super that restored the erased universes. In a way, was the savior of those 8 universes. Good, since you remember, I'll be blunt. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. Do you remember why Zeno erased those universes? Do you understand why the strength and average mortal levels vary so drastically between universes? The gods of destruction remained silent, their expressions stiff. They already had a feeling where this was going. I've evaluated the situation. While mortals bear some responsibility, the biggest factor is the incompetence of you gods of destruction and supreme. His sharp words cut through the hall like a blade. Some of you have done nothing but indulge in entertainment, surrounding yourselves with mortals, enjoying pleasures, and neglecting your duties as gods of destruction. You know who I'm talking about. The gods exchanged nervous glances. No one dared to speak. Then's eyes locked onto the 11th universe's god of destruction. I'm talking about you. A cold sweat broke out on his face. Did you think I wouldn't know what goes on in Universe 11 just because I haven't visited? Hearing this, his heart skipped a beat. His already clown-like face twisted into something even uglier. The other gods of destruction smirked, clearly enjoying the show. As long as wasn't targeting them yet, they had no issue watching someone else squirm. Trembled slightly before dropping to one knee, forcing out an explanation. Lord, I only indulge in entertainment after fulfilling my duties. The 11th universe ranks 5th in average mortal level and can attest to that. No. Raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. You take pride in being 5th, weren't you still on Zeno's list for potential erasure? Was instantly speechless. When you accept the role of a god of destruction, you must be ready for criticism and consequences. If your performance were up to standard and your universe had reached the acceptable level, I would be here to praise you instead. Is this what calls praise? He might need to the meaning of that word. This felt more like public execution. Shot a cold glance before continuing. I'm not here to single out any one of you. Any god of destruction who is neglecting their duty or indulging in laziness, I will make it clear to them. Now let's move on to the god of destruction of the 7th universe. The moment his name was mentioned, stiffened. He had been expecting this. There was no escaping judgment today. Your greatest interest as a god of destruction is sleeping, followed by indulging in food. As for destroying planets, that depends on your mood. When you wake up in a good mood, you casually destroy a few planets. Do you ever consider whether those planets have civilizations with potential? Other gods of destruction perform planetary destruction based on necessity and cosmic balance. You, on the other hand, just destroy whatever catches your eye. Oh. A few of the gods of destruction barely held back their laughter. Eyelids twitched furiously. At this point, he wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and disappear from the room. But wasn't done. You think the 7th universe's ranking is your achievement? If I hadn't personally intervened as the grand god of destruction, the 7th universe would have been ranked second to last instead of 7th. That's right behind the 9th universe. It seemed like was criticizing, but had somehow been dragged into the humiliation as well. The hall was filled with an eerie silence. The gods of destruction held their breaths, wide-eyed and tense. After a long pause, finally spoke again. Enough, no point in continuing to scold you. Out of the 12 universes, only the gods of destruction of the 1st, 12th, 5th, and 8th universes are actually doing their jobs properly. The rest of you all have problems to varying degrees. In the past, nobody held you accountable, so you let yourselves go. But from today onward, whether you're a god of destruction or a supreme, I expect you to fulfill your responsibilities. I'm giving you 1,000 years to improve the average mortal level of your respective universes. If after that time any of you are still slacking off, I will remove you from your position and replace you with someone else. And if any of you notice another god of destruction neglecting their duties, you may report them to me. I will generously reward those who do. Understood. Yes, Lord. The 12 gods of destruction exhaled in relief. Speak up, I can't hear you. You still want to be gods of destruction with voices that weak? Did you even eat today? Zroar shook the room, making the gods of destruction instantly stand at attention. Understood, Lord. Good, that's all for today. You may return to your universes. With a wave of his hand, the gods of destruction, supreme, and angels were instantly transported back. Now alone with chuckled. After today, I believe Lord's authority is firmly established among the gods of destruction. Shrugged, words alone won't keep them in check. Sometimes you need a hammer to drive in the nail properly. A wise philosophy, Lord, responded with a knowing smile. Smirked, speaking of which, this palace is massive, but it feels a bit empty with just the two of us. Indeed, agreed. Would you like to consider bringing your family here? Thought for a moment. Might not mind, but an Android 18 are used to life on Earth. They might not adapt well to living here. That makes sense, nodded. Then why not gather some attendants? They can manage the palace and handle maintenance while also serving you. His eyes lit up. Now that's a good idea. Do you have any plans on where to find them? Asked. Since there's nothing urgent these days, let's head out tomorrow and look around. As you wish, Lorda replied. Then shifted topics with a curious expression. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you something. Please go ahead. You existed before the birth of the universes, didn't you? His lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, Lord, to be precise, I was born slightly before the Grand Priest. Raised an eyebrow in surprise. You were born before the Grand Priest. That's right, confirmed. So have you been in the Dragon God realm this entire time? Pressed. Nodded yes. The Grand Priest has children, so why don't you? Asked bluntly. Chuckled. The Grand Priest cultivated the angel tree, from which the angels were born, to maintain the cosmic balance. I had no such obligation, so I never created any offspring. Nodded in understanding. Then with a sudden shift in tone, he smirked and said, How about you become my wife too? Raised an eyebrow. Master, have you taken a fancy to me? Of course, who wouldn't be drawn to a woman as beautiful and powerful as you? Replied seriously. In truth, from the first moment laid eyes on, he was captivated. No man could resist a woman with her beauty, strength, and status. He chuckled softly, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. To be honest, Master, I also have a fondness for you. You were the first person to dance with me, and you are the first grand god of destruction I have served. Since you've spoken so directly, I have no objections, but there's no need for a wedding ceremony, it's too much trouble. This was true. Although was a divine being, she was not devoid of emotions. She had spent countless eons alone in the dragon god realm, her heart burdened by solitude. But with survival, her loneliness had been replaced by companionship. Even a divine being like her could succumb to emotions when she finally felt understood and valued. Moreover, possessed unparalleled talent and had risen to the highest ranks of divine power. Both in strength and status, he was more than worthy of her. Additionally, as personal guide, she would always remain by his side. Becoming his wife would not interfere with her duties. In fact, it was the perfect arrangement. "All right, then we'll do as you say," said with a bright smile. This quick agreement surprised him. He had expected some hesitation, but this outcome was even better. It saved him the trouble of convincing her. That night, relaxed in the hot spring on the third floor of the Grand God of Destruction's palace, steam rose into the air, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Leaned back, exhaling in satisfaction, there's nothing better than a hot spring soak. Greg. The door to the hot spring room slowly opened. Dressed in a refined yet stylish outfit, walked in, carrying a new set of Grand God of Destruction robes for. Placing them on the stone platform beside the pool, she smiled. "Master, your clothes are here. You can change after your bath." A sudden impulse struck. "How about joining me for a soak?" His lips curled into a charming smile, her expression radiant like a blooming flower in spring. His lips curled into a charming smile, her expression radiant like a blooming flower in spring. She stepped forward, her golden eyes gleaming with mischief. "Oh, is that an invitation, master?" she teased, tilting her head slightly. Leaned back against the smooth stone, the warm water rising to his chest as he smirked. It would be a shame to let this bath go to waste alone. Chuckled, her fingers trailing along the edge of the pool as she studied him. Then, without another word, she reached for the silk sash of her robe, loosening it with a slow, deliberate motion. The fabric slipped from her shoulders, cascading down her body like water, pooling at her feet. His breath hitched. Even under the soft glow of the chamber, her beauty was otherworldly, flawless skin, curves sculpted to perfection, and an elegance that made it impossible to look away. She stepped into the water, the ripples spreading as she moved toward him. Settling beside him, let out a soft sigh of contentment. "The water is perfect," she murmured, dipping lower, her bare shoulders glistening. Reached out instinctively, brushing a damp strand of hair from her cheek. Her skin was warm, smooth beneath his fingertips. His eyes met his, a silent challenge in them, daring him to continue. "Do you always tease like this?" asked, his voice rougher than he intended. She leaned in, her breath warm against his neck. "Only when I know the other person enjoys it." The air between them grew thick with unspoken tension, their proximity charged. His fingers skimmed lightly over his arm, tracing the muscles with feather-light touches. His pulse quickened, a deep heat stirring within him. He let his hand drift lower, resting against the small of her back, pulling her just a little closer. Their lips hovered mere inches apart, the anticipation crackling like a storm waiting to break. "Tell me," whispered, her fingers now trailing down his chest, "do you regret inviting me in?" His grip tightened, not in the slightest. She smiled, a slow, knowing curve of her lips, before closing the remaining distance between them. The next morning, and departed from the Grand God of Destruction realm. Their first stop was Earth, introduced to an Android 18 announcing their relationship. He also informed them that they would be away for an extended period. And the others understood. After all, had just ascended to his new position and had responsibilities to fulfill. Additionally, he needed time to grow closer in their newfound relationship. After saying their goodbyes and left Earth to embark on their journey to find attendants for the palace. In reality, this was more of a honeymoon trip. Along the way, they arrived at a planet in the Milky Way similar to Earth. The civilization here appears to be quite primitive, observed as they flew over the landscape. They saw no advanced cities, only villages and tribes scattered across the land. "That's fine," said, "the goal is to find suitable attendants." By suitable, he meant individuals without strong familial ties. He had no intention of forcefully taking anyone against their will. After all, he was once human himself and had no interest in such cruelty. As they continued northward, they encountered a snow-covered region dotted with small villages. One particular village caught his attention. The entire settlement had been burned to the ground. Flames consumed the wooden structures and lifeless bodies were strewn across the ground. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. Scan the ruins, it looks like this village was attacked. Nodded, conflict among mortals is inevitable. Where there is competition, there is war, and war, for better or worse, is often the driving force behind a civilization's advancement. Just then, their attention was drawn to movement in the distance. A young girl, petite yet striking, approached the village. Her ice-blue hair cascaded down her back like a frozen waterfall. Draped over her small shoulders was a massive prey, hundreds of times larger than her own frame. The sight was almost surreal. However, when she saw the burning village and the lifeless bodies of her people, she froze in place. Her bright, excited expression quickly transformed into one of horror and despair. A second later, she dropped her prey and sprinted into the village, ignoring it entirely. She had only one thought in her mind, her father's fate, and followed as the girl rushed into a small, straw-covered hut. Inside, a dying middle-aged man lay on the floor, blood pooling around him. He was the village chief and her father. Despite his impending death, he showed no pain, only a faint, self-deprecating smile. "Father." The girl's icy blue pupils trembled as tears welled up in her eyes. And the man murmured weakly, looking at his daughter, "I suppose this is the fate of the weak. We lost because we weren't strong enough, but you must survive." With those final words, his life faded away. The girl sat frozen, silent tears rolling down her cheeks. Observed her reaction, intrigued. "What do you think?" he asked. Glanced at then at a knowing smile playing on her lips. "I think we may have found someone interesting." Watching her father pass away, his eyes became dull. She couldn't accept the reality before her. Her father, the strongest person she knew, had been slain by northern invaders. Her village lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, and she stood alone amidst the devastation, her mind blank and her heart lost. Watching the scene, remained unmoved. Life and death were natural occurrences, especially among mortals. "Do you seek revenge for your father?" His voice broke the silence after a long pause. Snapped out of her daze, her icy blue eyes shifting toward and cautious yet intrigued, she asked, "Whom are you?" Smirked, "That doesn't matter. I ask you this. Do you wish for great power? Do you want vengeance for your father?" His answer came without hesitation. Her father had ingrained in her the belief that only the strong survive, his death only her resolve. She needed strength, power beyond anything she had ever known. However, her warrior instincts made her wary of strangers. "Are you strong?" she questioned. Smiled but didn't reply. Instead, he teleported them above the northern invaders' city on the Empire's border. With a simple blast, he annihilated the entire civilization in an instant. A towering mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The overwhelming display of destruction left in stunned silence. She had always considered herself talented, able to hunt dangerous beasts alone at her age. But compared to his power, she was less than an insect. Staring at the cataclysmic sight, her eyes shone with excitement and desire. "Please, Lord, teach me. I want power like yours." Her pleading gaze, filled with longing, fixated on. Didn't respond immediately. Instead, he teleported them back to the ruins of her village. "Gaining power is simple," said with his hands behind his back, "but strength comes at a price." "What price? As long as it makes me stronger than anyone else, I'll pay it," declared. Smirked, "My palace needs maids. If you serve in my palace, I will make you stronger, thousands of times stronger than you are now." "I accept." The opportunity to gain unfathomable strength at the mere cost of servitude was a deal couldn't refuse. "Then follow me." Without hesitation, she trailed behind, and as they left the ruined village. As they walked, she asked, "My lord, what is your name?" "The Great Palace of the Gods of Destruction." Had already changed into a maid outfit prepared by. Her usual warrior-like aura softened just slightly, giving her a newfound elegance. Though she remained fierce, the uniform added an unexpected charm to her appearance. "Master, what should I do next?" she asked, her sharp intellect already assessing her new surroundings. The power had displayed, coupled with the grandeur of his palace, left no doubt in her mind. This was a man of unparalleled status and strength. Instructed, "For now, stay here. Your room is on the second floor. Choose anyone you like and familiarize yourself with the palace, and I will be leaving to recruit more maids. Once everyone is gathered, I will train you." Understood, nodded solemnly. After ensuring was settled and departed the realm of the gods of destruction. As they traversed the first universe, glanced at curiously, "You seem to have known that girl back there." Shrugged, not exactly, I just knew someone like her existed. Meeting in Universe 7 sparked a thought in his mind. Could it be that this wasn't just the Dragon Ball universe? Were other anime worlds fused into this reality? It was a possibility, but meeting just wasn't enough proof. If he encountered more characters from other worlds, then his theory would be confirmed. So that's why you pursued her, asked with interest. Oh, you could say that. Changing the subject, smirked and pulled close by the waist. Also, you should stop calling me master. Then what should I call you? She asked playfully. Grinned, since we're husband and wife, husband would be appropriate, don't you think? A soft, affectionate smile formed on his lips. All right, no, husband. Laughed heartily, now that's sweet. At that moment, his grand gods of destruction staff lit up. He muttered as he answered the call. The light screen projected face. Husband, where are you right now? She asked. Still in the first universe, what's wrong? Expression turned serious. Can you return? Something strange has happened in the future timeline. Future timeline and exchanged glances, both raising their eyebrows in surprise. Yes, confirmed. It's already affecting our present timeline. I believe it's best to deal with it immediately. Frowned slightly. He had assumed his presence had altered the timeline enough to prevent Future's existence. However, it seemed that after the Tournament of Power had still managed to resurface. It looked like it was time to clean up the mess. Understood, I'll return right away. At Capsule Corporation, a swirling vortex of energy tore through the fabric of space. From within and stepped out, their expressions calm yet focused. As soon as they arrived, and the others rushed to meet them. What happened? Asked immediately. Look over there, husband, pointed toward the sky where a massive rift had split open, spanning most of the horizon. Violent purple lightning crackled along its edges, filling the air with an ominous presence. An overwhelming, malicious aura emanated from the rift, spreading across West City, throwing its people into chaos. His brows furrowed. This isn't just an ordinary space-time anomaly. Whatever's happening in the future timeline is affecting the present. Nodded, I had the same thought, but since time travel is strictly forbidden, I can't investigate the future myself. That's why I called you back, husband. Could it be another enemy in the future? Android 18 asked, feeling uneasy from the malevolent energy. Narrowed his eyes. No, this isn't just any enemy. Someone from our timeline has traveled to the future and caused this mess. Everyone's expressions darkened. Someone from our timeline asked. Sighed, if I had to guess, it's probably that Supreme Apprentice from Universe 10. Immediately checked with her angel staff and confirmed it. There is an intern Supreme named in Universe 10. Android 18 clenched her fists. What the hell did this do in the future to cause this? Shook his head. I could explain, but it's faster if I go there myself and deal with it. Stepped forward. Do you want me to come with you? Waved his hand. No need, this won't take long. With a flick of his wrist, summoned the grand gods of destruction staff and created a glowing time portal leading to the future. I'll be back soon. Good luck, Dad, beat the bad guys, cheered. Gave a small smile before stepping through the portal. Emerging from the time vortex, found himself standing in the ruins of West City. The sky was dark and suffocating, the air filled with the remnants of destruction. The once vibrant city was nothing but a graveyard of shattered buildings and burning wreckage. Observed the desolation. So this is the future West City, and if I'm right, this should be the future Capsule Corporation. Despite the devastation, could still sense faint life signatures throughout the city, evidence that some humans had survived. But one energy signature stood out. Underneath the rubble of Capsule Corporation, could sense a familiar presence. A future, she's alive. Wasting no time, descended toward the ruins. He soon discovered a hidden entrance leading underground. Layers of high-tech energy shields protected the entrance, but they were meaningless against him. With a simple wave of his hand, stepped through them effortlessly. The moment he entered the dimly lit underground shelter, a voice rang out, filled with both fear and determination. Who's there? Stop right now. A figure stood at the bottom of the stairs, aiming a laser gun directly at him. A future. Even after decades, she still retained much of her youthful appearance, though stress and hardship had taken their toll. Her once bright eyes were now shadowed with exhaustion and constant worry. The terror in her expression was unmistakable. But when her gaze locked onto his face, her body stiffened. Her hand trembled and the gun almost slipped from her grasp. She stared at him, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Oh, you it can't be." Gave a small nod, "It's me." The laser gun clattered to the ground as Future rushed forward, throwing herself into his arms. Her body trembled not from fear but from overwhelming relief and disbelief. "Where have you been all these years?" Her voice cracked, holding a mixture of resentment and deep, buried affection. Didn't reply immediately, he simply held her, allowing her to cling on to him. Because in this moment she needed him more than anything, underground laboratory. And sat face to face, quietly listening as recounted the events of the Future timeline. "So I never came back," sighed deeply. From's account after their return from She and had been sent back to Earth by after their spaceship crashed into a meteorite, but he never returned. He didn't come back to Earth, nor did he go to planets. He simply vanished. To make things worse, the of this timeline had also fallen into a deep slumber. Even though knew there was little chance of ever returning, she never gave up on their promise. She waited for over 30 years, hoping that one day he would return to marry her. And now that moment had finally arrived. "These years have been hard on you," whispered as he pulled into his arms. A woman who had waited for him for more than 3 decades, how could he not feel heartache for her? Had been his first love in this world. "I'm fine," murmured. "Seeing you again is already the greatest wish of my life. Now that it has come true, I can die without regrets." Hearing that, some embrace tightened. She had suffered too much, endured loneliness and despair, yet had clung to hope all these years. After holding her for a long time, finally spoke again, "Are you here for?" Nodded, "Yes, but now that I see you're alive, I'm relieved. From now on, no one will ever bully you again." In the original timeline, survived thanks to Future Trunks' protection. But in this altered future, there was no Trunks, had already annihilated all of Earth's defenders, including and yet somehow had survived. That in itself was a miracle. "I believe you," said, a soft smile forming on her lips. For her, had always been someone she could rely on unconditionally. Even if the entire world had fallen into ruin, as long as he was here, she knew things would change. Then, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions shook the underground lab. The entire structure trembled on the verge of collapse. Immediately created a protective barrier shielding from any harm. As phase grew tense, it, for a long time, had been bombing what remained of West City, trying to wipe out any humans hiding in the ruins. Was one of his primary targets. But he had never been able to find her. "I was going to find him anyway, but it looks like he's come straight to me instead." A cold glint flashed in his eyes, his overwhelming killing intent surged. "Be careful" is strong, warned, gripping his hand tightly. She believed in strength but had wiped out all the Earth's Z fighters. Caution was necessary. However, merely smiled, "He's just a little god from Universe 10, don't worry." Hesitated but then nodded and followed outside. If fell, she had no reason to keep living in this ruined world. On the surface, high above the ruins of West City, Black and stolen body hovered ominously, unleashing waves of energy blasts at the remains of the city. Filthy mortals, stop hiding like rats and come out. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, reducing what was left of the city to nothing but rubble and dust. Then, "Little god of Universe 10, your time is up." A deep, commanding voice echoed across the battlefield. Black froze mid-attack. Slowly, he turned his head and his expression darkened. There, standing in the ruins of Capsule Corporation, was a towering figure. Clad in the regal purple and gold attire of a god of destruction, his powerful frame radiated absolute dominance. His sharp, commanding gaze sent chills down Black's spine. A suffocating, divine pressure filled the air. Oh, Black narrowed his eyes, staring at you, your older brother. Thanks to stolen body, had inherited some of his memories that contained image. But in those memories had been dead for over 30 years. And yet here he was, alive, smiling coldly. Black's lips curled into a smirk. "Ha, this is perfect. I was wondering where you were and now you." His gaze shifted to I thought you'd stay hiding in the shadows forever like a rat. Clenched her fists, hatred burning in her eyes. You bastard. This monster had wiped out her family, her parents, her sister, everyone. And now she finally had the chance to see him fall. Didn't waste words, he merely lifted a hand and beckoned. Come, he said, his voice laced with mockery, show me how strong you think you are. Black's expression twisted into a sneer, killing you will be easy. Then, a whoosh. In an instant, Black shot forward, moving faster than the eye could track. A blinding arc of pink energy slashed towards throat. And then, splurt. Time seemed to stop. Black froze mid-attack. He looked down. His chest pierced clean through. A gaping, bloody hole was where his heart should have been. His eyes widened in utter shock. Impossible. I had moved before he could even register it. How? Black struggled to speak, his voice weak. Gazed down at him with indifference. A little god from Universe 10, that's all you are. His voice was calm, yet carried the weight of absolute judgment. No matter whose body you steal, no matter how much you defile Sname, you are still nothing more than a petty, insignificant god. As grip tightened. You've killed enough. And now it's your turn. With a flick of his wrist. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted as blasted Black into oblivion. His screams were swallowed by the explosion. Watched in awe. The nightmare was over. And was here to stay, damn humans. Black gritted his teeth, his voice filled with unwillingness as he used the last of his strength. Humans. Raised his eyelids and spoke coldly. Do you think that by killing the Supreme in the future timeline and causing the gods of destruction to perish alongside them, no one in this time and space can stop you? To you, I am the grand god of destruction from another timeline. If you, who exist in the same time and space as me, can travel to the future and wreak havoc, then naturally I can travel to the future and punish you. The fact that I am here proves that you were never untouchable. You should die with regret. What did you say? Black's pupils dilated in shock and horror. You're another grand god of destruction from my timeline. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the terrifying enemy he had provoked. In the future timeline, there were no gods of destruction left. But from the main timeline had never told him that a grand god of destruction existed in the main timeline. You should go down and be buried with the earthlings you slaughtered. Didn't waste more words on Black. With a mere thought. Boom. Black, already fatally wounded, exploded on the spot. Blood rained from the sky, painting the dark clouds red. At the same time, in a remote mountain hut not far from the western capital, of the main timeline sensed his counterpart's death. Who did this? His expression darkened, his voice deep and menacing. The other me was killed. Is there truly such a powerful warrior in this world? Immediately, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Filthy mortals, how dare you challenge me in this time and space? I will never forgive you. A whoosh. Shot through the sky, heading toward the western capital at full speed. When he arrived and saw the towering, imposing figure standing above the ruins, his pupils shrank in shock. The grand god of destruction, Lord. Although had only recently assumed his role as the grand god of destruction, had heard about him from. Despite still being an apprentice supreme, knew of the newly appointed grand god of destruction. What he hadn't expected was that would personally travel to the future and slay his future counterpart. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. His gaze lifted slightly, locking onto. A lord, you. His expression turned grim, fear creeping into his voice. Though he viewed himself as superior, he was still deeply afraid of this grand god of destruction from the primary timeline. He knew that even an ordinary god of destruction would be enough to make him flee in terror. That was why he had slaughtered all the Supreme in the future, to ensure the gods of destruction perished alongside them. You are aware of the crime you've committed, aren't you? His cold tone was like a blade cutting deep into his heart. Time travel is strictly forbidden, yet you not only violated this law but also caused untold destruction in the future. Even if you died 10 times over, it wouldn't be enough to atone for your sins. A grain of sand in history may seem small, but when it lands on the future, it can become an insurmountable mountain. Tampering with time, even the smallest action, can lead to catastrophic consequences. This is why time travel was an absolute taboo. His expression darkened further. It was clear had come to pass judgment upon him. At this point, there was no way out. Even if he turned and fled, would he be able to escape? A grand god of destruction was an existence far beyond his comprehension. There's truly no way out. Quickly regained his composure and said, "Lord, mortals are impure beings that should not exist. Without them and their endless wars born from greed, the universe would be a much better place. I am doing this for the greater good, for a brighter tomorrow for the universe." Chuckled coldly. What a pathetic excuse. Do you even understand the meaning of the universe? Mortals are the meaning of the universe. Without them, the universe itself loses its purpose. If a universe were truly unworthy of existence, then Zeno would erase it. That is not your decision to make. Fell silent. He wanted to refute words but found no argument. Does the universe exist for mortals? He didn't know. All he knew was that the universe would be cleaner, more pristine without them. His voice rang out again like the final verdict in a trial. Do you have any last words before you die? Suddenly let out a sinister laugh. I am immortal, so what if you are the grand god of destruction? You cannot kill me. No. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Raising his right hand, he conjured a sphere of purple gold energy, the overwhelming power of destruction radiating from his palm. The sheer presence of it sent shivers down spine, an unimaginable aura of annihilation. Even with his immortal body, he could feel the suffocating weight of impending death. Want to test it out? His voice was mocking. Let's see if I can erase even your so-called immortality. Had always believed that the power of Super Dragon Balls granted him absolute immortality. But now, as he stared into the abyss of destruction for the first time, he doubted. A cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Moments ago, he had been gambling on the idea that wouldn't be able to erase him. But now, after seeing his power up close, panic gripped his heart. It seems you truly want to test your luck. His eyes narrowed as he extended his hand toward. Try it, and die. Crack. The space around instantly collapsed, forming an inescapable prison of warped dimensions, sealing off all possible escape routes. As fate was sealed, stood frozen before, his body stiff with fear. He didn't even dare to resist. He knew exactly what the title Grand God of Destruction meant. It wasn't just any godly title, it signified that stood among the four supreme beings of the universe, alongside Zeno, the Grand Priest, and the Dragon God. These were deities beyond comprehension, whose authority dictated the fate of all existence. And what was he? A mere intern supreme of Universe 10. In the presence of such power, even the thought of resistance felt laughable. A supreme trainee daring to challenge the Grand God of Destruction? His voice was calm, but the weight of his words pressed down like a mountain. You truly overestimate yourself. He flicked his wrist. In an instant, his body shuddered violently. His form wavered, a double image appearing as though he were being split from reality itself. Terror filled his eyes as he looked at, but before he could utter another word. Boom! Erupted into a shower of glowing purple particles, dispersing like dust in the wind. His final, agonized scream echoed across the sky before fading into nothingness. And just like that, the so-called immortal had perished. Standing beside was momentarily speechless. In mere seconds, the tyrant who had tormented Earth and decimated its people was no more. Silence hung in the air. Then, he's dead. He's really gone. We're safe. Shouts of relief erupted as the surviving citizens of West City emerged from underground bunkers. They had witnessed demise from the shadows, and now the nightmare was finally over. Tears mixed with laughter as people hugged each other. The bastard finally got what he deserved. Though they hadn't struck the final blow themselves, surviving and Black's relentless attacks felt like a victory in its own right. Now, with both threats eliminated, one question remained. What happens next? Turned to her expression a mix of relief and exhaustion. Then, without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms. You did it, she cried, holding him tightly. Her body trembled against him, the tension of endless fear finally releasing all at once. Patted her back gently, offering her a warm smile. And it's over, he reassured her. Nodded but soon glanced at the ruined cityscape around them, her lips pressed into a thin line. As happy as I am that is gone, the earth is in ruins, almost all of humanity was wiped out, she sighed. I don't even know if we can recover from this. If only Piccolo were still alive. With the Dragon Balls, none of this would be an issue, but even that hope had been stolen by Black. However, simply smiled. Do you want Earth restored, he asked. Blinked, you can do that. And of course. As breath hitched, then yes, of course I do. Chuckled, all right then. He lifted his hand, and from his palm a radiant, divine energy blossomed, an ethereal rainbow of light that bathed the sky in a celestial glow. The moment it soared upward, the transformation began. Dark storm clouds, remnants of Reign of Terror, scattered and dissolved, revealing a vast, clear blue sky. The shattered ruins of cities shimmered, rebuilding themselves at an impossible speed. Buildings reformed, roads were repaved, forests regrew. And most astonishingly, the people returned. One by one, those who had perished at its hands reappeared, completely unaware of what had transpired. To them, it was as if nothing had happened at all, just a forgotten dream. Within seconds, Earth had been restored to its former glory. Even the gods slain by across the universes, including the Supreme and gods of destruction, had been revived. Still standing in the Capsule Corporation courtyard, covered her mouth in shock. This is unbelievable, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Hands in his pockets, smirked. I forgot to mention, I can grant wishes now. Let out a shaky laugh, wiping at her tears. If not for, she wouldn't have survived another day, and now not only had he saved her, but he had also saved everything. Thank you, she whispered. Chuckled, if you're really that grateful, how about inviting me in for some tea? Wiped her eyes and smiled, of course. Inside the Capsule Corporation living room, set down a steaming cup of tea before and took a seat across from him. She began hesitantly, can you tell me about me, the other me in your timeline? Nodded, sipping his tea, sure. He told her everything about their journey together, the battles, the moments they shared, and ultimately their marriage. By the time he finished, his eyes were misty. If the from my timeline had returned sooner, she murmured, voice thick with emotion. Reached over, gently wiping away her tears. You're still crying, he teased. Aren't you a bit too old for that? Let out a small laugh, sniffing. Can I ask for one more thing? Anything, he said without hesitation. She hesitated, then took a deep breath. I know you can't stay here forever, but just for one day, can we? She swallowed, looking away. Can we have one last date? As gaze softened, he understood what she meant. Of course, he said. Beamed. That day, she lived without fear. For the first time in decades, she laughed without restraint, dragged to every place she had once loved, and for just one day forgot about the pain of the past. She wished time would slow down. But time never stops. When the sun rose the next morning, stirred in her sleep, still resting in his arms. Already awake, gently kissed her forehead before carefully slipping out of bed. He gazed at her for a long moment, memorizing the peaceful expression on her face. Raising his staff, he tapped it lightly, casting a soft purple-gold glow over her. The divine light seeped into her skin, rejuvenating her body and granting her an extended 10,000 more years. When woke, she would feel younger, stronger. She deserved it. Without a sound, dressed, leaving a small note on the table. He took one last look at her sleeping form and whispered, I'll come back someday, but for now I have to go. Then with a quiet shimmer of energy, he vanished. The grand god of destruction had left the future behind. Woke up from her dreams only to find that was no longer there. She lay in bed, dazed for a few seconds before sitting up and noticing the note he had left on the table. After reading its contents, her anxious heart finally calmed down. The message was simple, had returned to the main timeline and would visit again when he had the time. He asked her to live well on her own until then. After seeing the note, realized that everything that happened yesterday was real. If not for this, she might have thought it was just an incredibly vivid dream. Thinking back on their date and the madness of last night, a happy smile appeared on her lips. Main timeline Capsule Corporation. With the defeat of Black and in the restoration of the Earth in the future timeline, the space rift that had once stretched over West City vanished. The evil aura had disappeared and everything had returned to normal. On the second-floor terrace sat with his legs crossed, a faint smile on his face. A mere Supreme Apprentice from Universe 10 tried to stir up chaos across time and space. It's already been taken care of, said calmly. Husband, the from our timeline still exists, reminded him. Should we get rid of him? Huh, didn't you just say that both the future and the one from our timeline have been dealt with? Asked, scratching her head in confusion. Why is he still alive? Explained, in theory, yes, but the future timeline isn't just a simple extension of our timeline. Strictly speaking, it is a parallel timeline. So even if my husband went there and killed the of that world, the of this main timeline still exists. This is so confusing, Android 18 sighed, rubbing her forehead. Shrugged, yeah, it's kind of hard to wrap my head around. Because of the major disruptions in the future timeline, our main timeline split and created a parallel reality, explained. I went to that future timeline and eliminated the from that world, but the in this timeline remains. Oh, now I get it, nodded. Android 18 and also seemed to understand after's explanation. Narrowed her eyes and said, to completely eliminate the threat, we should deal with the in this timeline as well. If we don't, history may repeat itself. Agreed is too extreme, he's unfit to be a Supreme, nodded. His ideology had taken root when he studied under. Observing human conflicts, greed, and violence, he developed a deep resentment toward mortals, leading to his radical plan of eradicating them. But his perspective was too simplistic. Human civilization evolves through struggles and conflicts. Stood up, let's head to Universe 10's Supreme Realm. All right, replied. Universe 10 Supreme Realm. And sat across from each other, the elder teaching his apprentice about the responsibilities of a Supreme. At that moment and descended from the sky. Startled, immediately stood up, pulling with him as they both knelt. Greetings, Lord Grand God of Destruction. Greetings, Lord Dragon God, said respectfully. Rise, said indifferently. Stood but remained cautious. Lord, I was unaware of your visit today. Please forgive me for not preparing a welcome. No need for formalities, waved his hand dismissively. What were you doing just now? I was instructing on the duties of a Supreme, explained. I see, smirked. He didn't bother with pleasantries and instead got straight to the point. Then tell me, are you aware that your apprentice is already harboring thoughts of killing you? Froze. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. That's impossible, exclaimed in disbelief. Why would want to kill me? Merely smiled and said nothing. Hesitated but then turned to, is what Lord said true? As a god of destruction, had no reason to deceive him, but at the same time couldn't believe his own student would betray him. Despite his internal panic, remained outwardly calm. Master, how could I possibly do such a thing? Said smoothly. You are my teacher, I respect and appreciate everything you've taught me, why would I ever wish you harm? He then looked directly at and added, Lord, I know you hold great authority as a grand god of destruction, but that does not give you the right to slander me without proof. For a moment, didn't know who to believe. On one hand was his apprentice, someone he thought he understood well. On the other, as a god of destruction, wouldn't have come all the way here just to fabricate such a claim. Didn't waste words arguing, instead he simply glanced at. Nodded and raised her hand. A glowing light curtain appeared in the air. Within it, scenes played out, scenes of an alternate killing, stealing the time ring, traveling to the future, collaborating with Future, using the Super Dragon Balls to steal Spotty, and executing the Zero Mortals plan. The events were shown in perfect clarity, leaving no room for doubt. When it ended, was frozen in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just seen, his own student committing such heinous acts. Z, how do you explain this? Stammered, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and disappointment. The evidence was undeniable. Staggered back, his forehead drenched in sweat. Folded his arms. I already went to the future timeline and destroyed the there. If I had arrived in time, you would have been dead within minutes. He then looked at. Now tell me, do you still believe you truly understand your student? Glared at sharply and reprimanded. I told you long ago that mortal conflicts are necessary. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Now finally understood why the of the future timeline had gone to such extreme lengths. As early as when he had taken to observe the mortal population of a certain planet, had already expressed his radical ideas. At the time, had refuted them, believing his student would eventually correct his views. But he hadn't. Instead, had sunk deeper and deeper into this dangerous mindset until he was beyond redemption. Facing's reprimand, remained unfazed. With a smirk, he said, "Master, I don't see any reason for mortals to exist. Their filth only stains this beautiful universe. Without them, the cosmos would embrace a better future, wouldn't it?" "Nonsense," shouted angrily. "You're twisting logic to suit your own desires. The duty of a supreme is to observe the development of mortals and guide them." I let out a sinister chuckle. "Master, as gods, why must we serve such impure creatures? Wouldn't it be far better to erase them?" Then turning his gaze toward, he sneered. "Master has been to the future timeline. It seems that my future self succeeded, so I can't die here." With those words suddenly lunged at, his hand reaching out like a claw. "In front of me, you still dare to act so recklessly. It seems you truly don't take me seriously." Snorted coldly. Without moving a muscle, he unleashed a wave of supreme divine pressure upon, like a mountain crashing down. Thud. His expression changed drastically as his knees buckled. Under overwhelming divine force, he collapsed onto the ground, unable to move. Seeing his student kneeling in place, completely immobilized, felt only disappointment. "You are beyond saving." Waved his hand dismissively. "There's no point in wasting words on someone like him." For a being as radical as persuasion was meaningless. The only way to deal with him was to erase him forever. Without hesitation, extended his hand, locking onto. "You dared to try and kill in front of me, you've gone too far." His voice carried a chilling finality. As uttered the word of destruction's body froze. His eyes widened with unwillingness and despair as his very existence began to unravel. Within seconds, he disintegrated into countless specks of purple light, fatting into nothingness. Only after had vanished completely did sigh, guilt etched across his face. "Master, I bear some responsibility for raising such a disciple." "It's not your fault," replied flatly. "You can teach someone, but you can't control their nature, was always destined to be like this." "Master is right," agreed. "His twisted ideology was his own failing, not yours." Sighed again. "Even so, I still appreciate your help, Lord. If not for you, I might have met my end today." "No need to thank me," said casually. "Just remember this lesson when choosing your next student." "I will, Lord," replied humbly. A new journey. With dealt with and resumed their honeymoon trip. This time, instead of Universe 7, chose to visit Universe 6. "Husband, why Universe 6? Asked curiously. "To check on that lazy pig," Champa smirked, "and to see how my son-in-law is doing." His trip had two objectives beyond spending time with. First, to observe whether Universe 6's famously lazy god of destruction, Champa, had changed his ways. Second, to check on who had been residing on planet in Universe 6. He raised an eyebrow, smiling. "I was wondering why I hadn't seen him in the god of destruction realm, so he's in Universe 6. "Yeah," said, shaking his head in mild exasperation. "That kid didn't want to deal with and the others teasing him, so he ran off to Universe 6 with." Ovida burst into laughter. Always acted so composed, yet here he was, running away just to avoid being teased. It was adorable. Love was still a new experience for him, so it was natural for him to feel embarrassed. Sighed and said, "Let's head to Champa's planet first for a surprise inspection." What did you just call me?" No. Froze for a second, then quickly corrected himself with a smile. "My wife." "That's more like it," giggled, then took's hand and transported them to Champa's world. Universe 6, Champa's planet. Inside the palace of the god of destruction, a massive feast was. Champa, true to his nature, was stuffing his face with food prepared by Alice. His cheeks were packed and his face was covered in crumbs. Watching this scene, Alice sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Lord Champa, if you keep eating like this, you really will turn into a pig." Champa waved her off. "You need to eat well to destroy planets properly." With that, he shoved an entire dinosaur egg into his mouth. Alice narrowed her eyes. "Tell me, Lord Champa, are you really working hard? If Lord finds out you're slacking off again, he might make an example out of you." "Destroy planets." Alice wanted to laugh. Ever since disciplinary meeting, Champa had indeed started destroying planets, but only one or two at a time. And after that, he'd immediately complain that he was too exhausted to continue. Alice had tried everything to push him toward proper work ethics, but Champa simply refused to change. Lord Champa, Alice sighed, at this rate, Lord might revoke your position as God of Destruction. Champa waved a hand dismissively. Oh, come on, gave me a 1,000-year deadline. We've got plenty of time. Besides, I destroyed one more planet today than yesterday. That's progress, isn't it? Alice, that logic is unbelievable. The way things were going, he'd probably just regress back to square one. Suddenly, you're having a good time, aren't you, Champa? A voice rang out, laced with amusement. At the sound of that voice, Champa's heart skipped a beat. Lord Champa turned his head suddenly, only to see and standing behind him. Lord. Seeing smiling face, Champa's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He immediately dropped to one knee, trembling. You're here, what an unexpected surprise. Glanced at the lavish banquet laid out before Champa. That's quite the feast, you must be working really hard. Why, yes, of course. Cold sweat dripped down Champa's forehead. He forced a guilty smile. Lord, I am fulfilling my duties as a god of destruction. As he spoke, he secretly shot a pleading look at Alice. But Alice merely spread her hands, making it clear she had no intention of covering for him. She knew full well that if asked, she would have no choice but to answer truthfully. Now Champa could only rely on his own luck. Sat down and turned to Alice. Tell me, how has Champa been performing his duties lately? Champa's heart nearly stopped. It's over, I'm done for. Alice smiled and respectfully bowed her head. Yes, Lord, since returning from your palace, Lord Champa has been performing his duties, selecting planets for destruction each day. Champa sighed in relief. Maybe I still have a chance. But then, however, Alice continued. Champa's body stiffened. Raised an eyebrow, however. Alice continued with a calm expression. Recently, Lord Champa has been slacking. He inspects 2 or 3 planets at most each day and then declares himself exhausted. To be honest, his total workload in this period may not even match what a diligent god of destruction accomplishes in a single day. Champa's face turned pale. I'm doomed. So that's how it is, said, smiling faintly. He then turned to Champa. Is what she said true? Lord, please let me explain. Oh, so you want to make excuses? Go ahead, I'm listening. Champa swallowed hard and stammered. Lord, I want to destroy more planets every day, but look at my body. I don't have the energy, I need time to lose weight. If I get fit, I promise I'll fulfill my duties properly. Oh, really? Lips curled into a smirk. His gaze fell back on the extravagant spread of food on Champa's table. But looking at all this, it seems to me like you're more focused on gaining weight rather than losing it. Champa blinked, unable to refute the claim. Oh, I've done it. Alice couldn't hold back her laughter. Lord Champa, if you wanted to lie, you should have at least chosen a better time. With a banquet of this scale right in front of him, no one would believe he was dieting, least of all. It's pointless to keep giving you chances. His expression darkened, his tone turned icy. Champa, I gave you time to change, but you clearly have no intention of improving. Do you want to repeat the Tournament of Power? Because of your laziness, do you want the entire Universe 6 to suffer again? Champa trembled, his ears rang from harsh words, his face turned ashen. And don't think I didn't hear what you just said to Alice, continued, his voice cold and unyielding. Because I gave you 1,000 years, you thought you could slack off, didn't you? And now let's make this fair. Turn 2, check recent work status and report to me. Understood, Lord, replied. After a brief moment, she reported back. Lord has destroyed an average of 20 planets per day. The civilizations on those planets were all deemed to have little potential for development. Their existence was dragging down the overall progress of Universe 7. Champa felt like his soul had left his body. Was actually working harder than me. Do you feel ashamed? His gaze was piercing. You and are twins, yet the difference between you is night and day. Champa had no words. Stood up, his presence overwhelming. A lazy god of destruction, no matter how many chances he's given, will never change. From this moment forward, I strip you of your title and all rights as the god of destruction of Universe 6. Champa's eyes widened in horror. This planet, this palace no longer belongs to you. Alice, erase everything that ties Champa to his former position, including Champa himself. Understood, Lord, Alice said with a serene smile. She turned to Champa. I warned you many times, but you refused to change. Now I must carry out Lord's orders. Please leave. Champa's mouth opened, but no words came out. He had no choice but to accept his fate. His shoulders slumped in despair, and he silently turned to leave. Alice watched as he walked away, bowing slightly as a final farewell. Once Champa was gone, Alice turned back to Lord, now that you've removed Champa from his position, who will take his place as the god of destruction of Universe 6? Smiled, I already have someone in mind, follow me. With that, he took Alice to Planet, the home of the in Universe 6. Unlike Universe 7s, who were known for their ruthless nature, the of Universe 6 had a more peaceful disposition. They even had an official force, the Defense Squad, dedicated to maintaining peace. Despite being a parallel race, their philosophies and survival instincts differed greatly from their Universe 7 counterparts. On a vast plain outside the city, raised her palm toward a hill. With a burst of invisible energy, the entire hill was reduced to dust. Watching the destruction, she smirked proudly. How was that, Shin? Shin, who stood beside her, crossed his arms. Not bad, but it's still too weak. You're holding back. You need to clear your mind of distractions. Then he demonstrated. Boom. A massive crater spanning hundreds of meters formed in an instant. His jaw dropped. Landed nearby, watching the two with a knowing smile. This might be interesting. I'm so pissed off. Why is Ultra Ego so difficult to learn? Stood with her hands on her hips, frustration written all over her face. She had been training with Shin for over half a year, trying to grasp Ultra Ego, but she hadn't even reached the entry level yet. This was starting to shake her confidence. Hearing her complaints, Shin chuckled and said, well, it's not exactly something just anyone can learn. It's a divine technique after all. Blinked as if she had realized something important. Then that must be the problem. I just need to get stronger first. Train me, Shin, she demanded, grabbing his hand without hesitation. All right, Shin sighed, giving in. Meanwhile, behind a large boulder, Kale watched them from the shadows, her eyes burning with jealousy. It's all Shin's fault, she thought bitterly. Ever since he showed up, barely pays attention to me anymore. At that moment, hey, you little brat, why haven't you taught my future daughter-in-law Ultra Ego yet? A powerful voice boomed from above. Shin and turned their heads abruptly. Standing atop the boulder were and Alice, all looking down at them. Dad, what are you doing here? Shin exclaimed, his usual composed demeanor breaking as his face turned red. Yo, isn't this welcome to Planet? Grinned, waving casually. Narrowed his eyes, no manners, kid, you should call me uncle. He and his group teleported down from the boulder. Just stuck out her tongue in response. Shin sighed, seriously, Dad, why are you here? You're not here to supervise my training, are you? Smirked, I don't have that much free time, brat, I'm here to be your. Shin twitched, Anyway, I found you a good job, interested. Shin folded his arms, it depends on what it is, tell me first. Raised an eyebrow, oh, so now you want to hear details before deciding, huh? Without wasting any more time, he got straight to the point. I just stripped Champa of his title as God of Destruction, so the 6th universe is currently without one. You're the best candidate for the job in terms of strength and mindset, what do you say? As long as you take up the position, you can stay in Universe 6 without relying on favors. Otherwise, don't come crying to me when your mother drags you back home. Shin hesitated. On the other hand, was shocked. Wait, Lord Champa isn't the god of destruction anymore. Correct, Alice confirmed. Lord removed his title due to his negligence. Seeing Shin's hesitation, continued, think about it, brat. If you become Universe 6's god of destruction, you won't have to answer to anyone here. Plus, you can marry later and bring her to the god of destruction's palace. You can even train her in Ultra Ego, and if you struggle with teaching, Alice can assist. Shin had his doubts, but this was sounding better and better. Still, but if I become a god of destruction, won't I have to carry out destruction duties? He asked. Scoffed, of course, dumbass, but I'm not letting you take the job just to make your life easy, that said. A smirk formed on his lips. I'll give you an adjustment period. For the first 100 years, you won't have to perform any destruction duties. You can spend that time however you want with your little girlfriend. When the time comes, Alice will guide you. Just make sure that when the next assessment of universe rankings happens in 1,000 years, you don't embarrass me by placing last. Shin's eyes widened. Wait, you're seriously letting me slack off for 100 years? Grinned, I'm secretly opening the back door for you, just don't tell the other gods of destruction. Shin laughed, thanks Dad, alright I accept. His eyes widened, wait Shin, if you become a god of destruction, what about me? You're coming with me, obviously, Shin said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Oh, they are. His face turned completely red. Smirked but didn't say anything, he turned to Alice. Alice, I'm leaving my son and his future wife in your hands. Teach them everything they need to know. No need to go easy on them just because they're related to me. Alice nodded, understood, Lord. Then she looked at Shin and, well then, Lord Shin, miss, please follow me. I'll take you to the God of Destruction's palace. With that, she wrapped them in a soft glow of light and took off toward the palace. Once they were gone, suddenly turned his gaze toward a nearby boulder. Come out, he said flatly. Everyone else is gone. How long are you planning to hide? Kales, who had been crouching behind the boulder, flinched and fell to the ground in fear. By the time she looked up and were already standing in front of her. What do you want? She stammered, intimidated. Crossed his arms, I should be asking you that. Kale looked away but continued speaking. I know you have feelings for her, but let's get one thing straight, you're not going to end up with her. Sees you as a little sister, nothing more, she's with my son now and that's her choice. Kale's hands clenched into fists. If you think Shin stole from you, you're welcome to fight him for her, continued smirking, but I doubt you'd survive the attempt. Kale bit her lip, unable to respond. Take my advice, accept reality and move on. Living in your own fantasies will only bring you pain. With that, turned away, no longer paying her any mind. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. All right, let's get back to our honeymoons. Chuckled, and how many new maids are you planning to find along the way? Smirked, I dunno, let's just see what happens. With that, the two vanished, leaving Kale alone, still frozen in place. Amidst the breathtaking mountains and lush forests, a small village lay hidden. This village was home to a unique race known as the. Life in the village was peaceful. Men tended the fields while women wove fabric, creating a picturesque and harmonious scene. Not far from the village, and made their way along a narrow path, eventually spotting the settlement nestled between towering peaks and a winding river. Honey, look, we've finally come across another village, said softly, her golden eyes shimmering with interest as she gazed at the rising smoke curling into the sky. This marked the 10th planet and had visited in Universe 6. Although the trip was a honeymoon for them, had another goal, to find a suitable maid. However, after exploring 10 different planets, he had yet to find one that met his expectations. Looking up at the sky, remarked calmly, looks like we'll be spending the night here. Since they were traveling for leisure and refrained from using their abilities, choosing instead to blend in as an ordinary couple. With that, they quickened their pace toward the village. As they approached, they spotted twin sisters playing in the fields. Raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised, Ram and Rem. One twin had short pink hair while the other had short blue hair. They were dressed in matching red and blue kimonos, joyfully chasing each other through the grass. A sister, wait for me. Rem ran after Rams, who was ahead of her, laughing. Keep up, Rem. Just as Ram turned her head forward, she suddenly noticed two strangers standing in her path. Are they? Ram halted abruptly and Rem quickly caught up. Smiled warmly, hello there. Despite the surprise, the innocent Ram greeted them politely. Oh, hello, big brother, hello, big sister. Chuckled, my name is, and this is my wife, we're travelers passing through. Do you live in this village? Ram nodded before tilting her head. Big brother, are you looking for a place to stay? Smirked, you're sharp, it's getting dark and we'd rather not sleep outside. Would it be all right if we stayed the night? Ram smiled and nodded eagerly. Being kind-hearted and always willing to help others, Ram didn't hesitate to welcome them. At her young age, she didn't overthink things. With that, she took her sister's hand and led and toward the village. Ram and Rem's parents warmly welcomed the travelers, offering them shelter for the night. As the sun set, the village came alive with the scent of home-cooked meals. Ram and Rem's mother prepared a lavish dinner for their guests. During the meal, their father asked, "Mister, where do you come from?" Replied with a polite smile, "We're from the western capital. My wife and I are on our honeymoon and we happened to pass by your village. If we hadn't found a place to stay, we would have been sleeping under the stars tonight. We truly appreciate your hospitality." The western capital, that must be an amazing place, Ram's father mused with a look of longing. Compared to their simple village life, a city as grand as the western capital seemed like a distant dream. After dinner, since there was no extra room and were given space to sleep in the living room, didn't mind at all. As the night deepened, the village fell into peaceful silence. Ram and Rem, exhausted from playing, had fallen asleep early, as had their parents. The dimly lit living room flickered under the glow of an oil lamp. Blinked her golden eyes and murmured, "Husband, it looks like something unexpected is about to happen in this village." She had already sensed it. Hidden in the darkness, something or someone was closing in on the village. Nodded slightly. What a coincidence. They had stumbled upon the infamous night of fire, the night when the village was massacred. The attackers were members of the witch cult. According to the original timeline, the witch cult would slaughter the entire race. In the end, only Ram and Rem would survive, thanks to who played the role of their savior. But in reality, it was all part of scheme. 10 minutes later, the peaceful night was shattered. Screams echoed through the village as flames spread. The witch cultists launched their merciless assault, cutting down villagers one after another. Ram and Rem's parents were among those killed in their sleep. Since true goal was the twin sisters, the attackers had yet to harm them. However, the chaos soon awakened Ram and Rem. Rushing out of their room, they ran straight into two cultists, the very ones who had murdered their parents. Meanwhile, in the living room, two other cultists turned their murderous gaze toward and... "Stop." Ram's voice rang out as she charged forward. In an instant, a single sharp horn emerged from her forehead, glowing in the darkness. The usually gentle and well-mannered girl transformed into a fierce warrior. With a single wave of her hand, a powerful gust sent the two cultists flying, crashing through the wooden walls. "Big brother, big sister, run." Without hesitation, Ram urged them to flee. Boom. More cultists barged in. Ram and Rem barely spared, and a glance before launching into battle, determined to protect their home. Observed with amusement, her own life is in danger, yet she still tries to save us. What a sweet little girl. Smirked, "Looks like I can't just sit back and do nothing." With that, he stood up, guiding outside. The scene before them was a vision of hell. Homes burned, casting eerie shadows over the lifeless bodies of villagers and cultists alike. The flames illuminated the blood-stained ground, painting a horrifying picture of destruction. In the village square, Ram fought fiercely, her horn glowing as she protected her sister. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the cultists were no match for her raw power. Meanwhile, several cultists shifted their attention toward, and their murderous intent clear. They lunged forward only for to dispatch them effortlessly. Then his eyes shifted toward a shadowed corner. A smirk played on his lips. Hidden in the darkness, had been watching the massacre unfold. His eyes widened slightly. Did this man just notice me? The fight between Ram and the witch cultist was still ongoing. Even though she was young, Ram displayed remarkable strength. The witch cultists were no match for her, but despite being twin sisters, Rem's strength was far weaker than Ram's. Ram had to fight off the witch cultists while simultaneously protecting Rem, making the battle much harder for her. A horned Ram was undeniably powerful, but her limited combat experience left her struggling to manage both offense and defense. Finally, crack. Ram had just blocked an attack meant for Rem when, under the glow of the raging fire, a flash of crimson light streaked through the air. A pure white horn was severed from Ram's forehead. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, and her expression froze. Just moments ago, she had been an unstoppable warrior. Now she crumbled to the ground. With her horn shattered, the magical energy within her drained rapidly. Sister. Terrified, Rem clung to Ram, sobbing in despair. Rem's strength was nowhere near her sister's. With their parents dead and Ram's collapse, Rem was paralyzed by fear. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know how to face the cultists closing in around them. According to his plan, this was the moment he was supposed to step in, drive away the witch cultists, and bring Ram and Rem back to his mansion as maids. But the arrival of and had shattered that script. Now that Ram's horn had been severed, the witch cultists knew she was no longer a threat. They surrounded the sisters, creeping closer and closer. Rem, trembling, stared at them in horror as despair clawed at her heart. However, just as she was about to lose hope, her eyes widened in shock. Before her, every single witch cultist that had been closing in suddenly transformed into countless glowing purple embers. And then they vanished into the night sky. Rem. Amidst her confusion, a gentle voice reached her ears. She lifted her tear-filled gaze and saw and standing before them. "Big brother, please, save my sister." Seeing was like finding the last lifeline. Nodded, then exchanged a glance with. Understood immediately, she reached out and lightly touched Ram's forehead. A soft glow enveloped the broken horns, and miraculously it regrew before their eyes. The moment her ghostly horn was restored, Ram's one-sashen face regained its color. "Sister, are you okay?" Rem asked excitedly. Even at her young age, she understood that a ghost clan's power was linked to the natural horn on their forehead. "I'm fine, Rem." Ram smiled weakly, then turned to and bowed her head. "Thank you, sister." His lips curled into a warm smile. "No need to thank me. Didn't you two show kindness by taking in my husband and me just now?" Meanwhile, who had been watching from the shadows was frozen in shock. "Am I seeing things?" Her severed horn grew back. His expression darkened. His carefully laid out plans had gone completely off the rails. No matter how many scenarios he had accounted for. He had never anticipated that was, and realizing that his scheme had collapsed, made a swift decision. He turned and took off into the night sky, intending to flee. No matter how much he hated it and were simply too dangerous. Engaging them would be too risky. But just because wanted to escape didn't mean would let him. Did I give you permission to leave?" His voice rang out, chillingly calm. His body stiffened. Then, a tremendous force yanked him backward. His pupils shrank in horror. Who had just taken flight was dragged back instantly. Slam, seized by the throat. As a face twisted in rage. "You bastard, what the hell do you want?" His gaze was icy. "I should be asking you that. What were you planning?" I was just passing by." Gritted his teeth, desperately trying to defend himself. "Really, what a coincidence." Chuckled. "Since you don't want to be decent, let me help you be decent." He tightened his grip. "You orchestrated this whole thing, didn't you? You allied with the witch cultists to attack the village, knowing Ram would lose her horn. Also, you could swoop in like a hero and take in the twins." His eyes widened in panic. How the hell did know everything? Turned to Ram and Rem. Rem, this man helped slaughter your people and was about to manipulate you into thinking he was your savior. Do you think someone like that deserves to live?" Ram's face contorted in fury. "He's worse than a demon. If it weren't for Big Brother, I can't imagine what would have happened. The idea of treating this man as my benefactor makes me sick." A sister's right. Rem clenched her fists. If not for, they would have been deceived. And that thought alone filled them with hatred. For the first time, Ram felt relieved that she had taken and in that night. Otherwise, their fates would have been tragic. Drowning in humiliation, wanted nothing more than to disappear into a hole in the ground. His plan, a plan he had spent years preparing, had crumbled into dust. If you don't want people to find out about what you've done, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. As his voice was cold, he glanced at Ram. You said people like him are a waste of air. His expression darkened. Then let me fix that. At that moment, a suffocating aura of death filled the air. His face twisted in terror. He opened his mouth as if to beg for mercy. But it was too late. A brilliant flash of purple gold energy erupted from his palm. Didn't even have time to scream. Like the witch cultists before him. His body dissolved into shimmering embers, scattering into the night. With that, the man who had orchestrated so much suffering was no more. Turned back toward Ram and Rem, his expression softening. All right, I've taken care of the man responsible for your village's destruction. Ram and Rem stared at him, eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Without him, they would have been tricked. Without him, they would have suffered endlessly. Smiled. Your parents are gone and your village is no more. He extended a hand toward them. Why don't you two come with me, elder sister? Rem looked at Ram, clearly waiting for her decisions. No matter what, as long as her sister Ram was willing to go with, she would follow without hesitation. Big brother, will you take care of Rems? Ram looked at with serious eyes. Rather than thinking of herself, she prioritized her sister's well-being. And of course. Crouched down slightly, smiling warmly. In this vast universe, fate has brought us together. When my wife and I had nowhere to stay, you took us in without hesitation. Now that you're homeless, of course, I'll take you in. With me, you'll live a carefree life. No one will ever bully you again. Ram remained silent for a moment before turning to look at the remains of her village, burned to the ground, filled with nothing but ruins and corpses. After a few seconds, she turned back to and gave a firm nod. His actions had left them with no home, their parents and people slaughtered. Staying here was no longer an option. Following was the best choice, no, the only choice. Otherwise, she and Rem would be left to fend for themselves, with no certainty of survival. Seeing Ram agree, smile deepened. This trip through Universe 6 had been quite rewarding. He had now brought back a pair of twin maids. Ram's domestic skills might not be the best, but Rem's housework abilities were top tier. With that, took the Rem sisters back to the God of Destruction's palace. Oh well. The moment they arrived, the twin sisters looked up at the towering, majestic structure before them, completely stunned. Compared to their humble village, the God of Destruction's palace was like something out of a dream. Ram, regaining her composure, hesitated before asking, Big brother, who exactly are you and sister? She had felt from the start that and weren't ordinary travelers. After all, who could afford to live in a palace like this? It doesn't matter who we are, said with a chuckle. You'll understand when you're older, for now just enjoy life here. All right, Ram said, deciding not to press further. If someone lived in such a grand place, they had to be trustworthy, right? Now little sister has company here, said with a smile. Just as she finished speaking, a young girl in a maid outfit stepped out of the palace. Lord, you've returned. The maid immediately spotted Ram and Rem at side and tilted her head in curiosity. Lord, who are they? Introduced them to each other and said, From today onward, Ram and Rem will be staying here. Get along well. Gave a polite nod. My name is Ram. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Ram extended her hand, shaking. And just like that, they officially met. While and I were away, did you familiarize yourself with the palace? Yes, Lord nodded proudly. I've explored every part of the palace multiple times. I know it well now. Good, then take Ram and Rem on a tour so they can get used to their new home. Understood, Lord. Turn to the twins. All right, Rem, follow me. I'll show you around. As led them away, turn to, Husband, now that we have Ram and Rem that makes 3 maids, do you think that's enough? Stroked his chin in thought. For now it should be. Rem is extremely skilled at housework, so managing the palace shouldn't be an issue. But he smirked. I wouldn't mind adding a few more if fate allows. In Ray 0, Rem managed his entire mansion flawlessly. With time, she could easily manage the God of Destruction's palace just as efficiently. Had no doubt about that. Still, having more maids would certainly be nice, aesthetically speaking. Chuckled, so you do think we need more maids? Didn't deny it. Half an hour later, returned with Ram and Rems. She had only shown them the second floor, which housed their living quarters. The rest of the palace could wait. Big brother, Ram said seriously, since Rem and I will be living here, please let us work for you. She felt uncomfortable living here for free. After all, wasn't their parent, he had no obligation to take care of them. You can work as maids just like. That had been his plan all along. Yeah, thank you, big brothers. Both Ram and Rem agreed without hesitations. They couldn't think of any other way to repay's kindness. Smiled, but you're still young. For now, just enjoy yourselves. There isn't much housework to do here anyway. Okay, big brother, I understand. Then turned to Rem. Rem, do you want to become as strong as your sister? Like can I? Rem was uncertain. Among the ghost clan, twins born with only one horn were usually seen as weaklings and abandoned. Ram was an exception, a rare prodigy. Meanwhile, Rem had always been considered inferior. She had grown up feeling inadequate, unable to match her sister. Smiled reassuringly, of course you can. Hearing this, interest was immediately piqued. She had been waiting for his return for one reason, training. Lord, she said eagerly, when will you teach me to become stronger? Her ice blue eyes were filled with the desire for power. Chuckled, don't you already feel stronger? Uh-huh. Clenched her fist, focusing. She gasped, wait, my power, it's increased. Explained, that's because the palace is filled with divine energy. Just by staying here, you naturally absorb it. You didn't notice it before, but you've been growing stronger all along. His eyes widened. So simply being here made her stronger. What kind of place was this? I see. Nodded thoughtfully. She could clearly feel that her strength had increased more than 100-fold. Although didn't fully understand what the divine energy of the universe was, she knew one thing for sure, she had grown significantly stronger. There was no doubt about it. Then turned to Ram and Rem, saying, Rem, if you stay here long enough, your abilities will also improve tremendously. Oh yes. The twin sisters nodded in unison. A decade later. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The once young had now matured into a noble and imposing woman. The same could be said for Ram and Rem. Having been beautiful since childhood, they had grown into even more stunning young women. With 3 beautiful maids, along with the ever-radiant dragon god, found himself enjoying life even more each day. On this particular day, had Ram and Rem change out of their usual maid outfits and into elegant formal attire. The atmosphere instantly felt different. Master, why the sudden wardrobe change today? Asked, her makeup subtly enhancing her natural beauty. Rem, adjusting her blue dress, remarked, it feels a little unfamiliar. Smiled, today is my son's wedding, you don't have to work today, come with me to celebrate. Oh, indeed. After 10 years of love and companionship, Shin and were finally getting married. The wedding was held at Capsule Corporation's grand estate on Earth, the same place where and had their wedding years ago. Though Shin was now the god of destruction of Universe 6, he had chosen to return to Earth for the ceremony. After all, Earth was his home. After some final preparations and took Ram and Rem through a spatial vortex, returning to Capsule Corporation. Capsule Corporation Wedding Day. The entire Capsule Corporation estate was decorated in bright, festive colors, celebrating the joyous occasion. Almost everyone had arrived to witness Shin and's wedding, and were among the last to arrive. Honey, you finally made it. Seeing return, immediately greeted him. With her hands on her hips, she playfully scolded, I thought you were going to miss your own son's wedding. Haha, how could I? Laughed heartily. Father, who are they? His daughter eyed Ram and Rem curiously. Introduced them, they are the maids of the great god of destruction's palace, Ram and Rem. Hello? An android 18 sighed in relief. For a moment, they thought these 3 stunning women might be new love interests. But since they were just maids, that was fine. Hello, ladies, Rem and Ram greeted politely. Nice to meet you, miss, added, bowing slightly. How polite, noted with satisfaction. That's a necessary skill for a maid, Rem said with a gentle smile. The wedding begins. Glanced at the time, it's almost noon, the ceremony is about to begin, we should take our seats. Let's go, said, leading everyone to their designated seats. Soon the wedding began. As the sun reached its peak, Shin, dressed in a sharp black tuxedo and in a flawless white wedding gown, stepped onto the red carpet, walking hand in hand toward the altar. Applause erupted from both sides of the aisle. Big brother, be happy. Smiled brightly, sending her best wishes. Others also showered the couple with their blessings. Shin and nodded, their faces filled with happiness. On this day, even Shin, who was usually reserved, wore a bright, genuine smile. Standing before the priest, the ceremony commenced. Mr. Shin, do you take Miss as your wife? Through all hardships, in sickness and in health, will you always stay by her side? Shin solemnly nodded, yes, I do. Miss, do you take Mr. Shin as your husband? Yes, of course I do. Before the priest could finish, eagerly interrupted. Her excitement drew laughter from the audience. The priest chuckled and spread his hands, letting it slide. Following that, Shin and exchanged rings, and amid cheers from the crowd, sealed their vows with a wedding kiss. Seated in the front row, watched his son with a proud smile. As he witnessed Shin and's wedding, he couldn't help but recall his own wedding with. After the ceremony, Shin took the microphone. Thank you all for attending my wedding with. I especially want to thank my father. If not for him, and I wouldn't be where we are today. Shin's gaze fell on. Waved a hand dismissively. Enough of that, brat, just hurry up and give me a grandson or granddaughter. At this point was over 60. By human standards, he should already have grandkids. Shin, I'm waiting to be a grandmother too, added with a playful smile. Glanced at, and what about you? When will you give me a grandchild? Stuck out her tongue, I don't even have a boyfriend yet. Sighed, you say that so proudly. Shook his head, don't worry about her, she can take her time. But honestly, with her personality, she probably won't find a husband on Earth anyway. It wasn't that she wasn't looking, she just couldn't find anyone who met her standards. Over the years, plenty of men had tried to court her. But as soon as they learned she was the daughter of Capsule Corporation's president and carried the bloodline of a grand destruction god, they backed off immediately. Ordinary men stood no chance. Even if she did find someone, would never approve unless they are strong. So her love life remained non-existent. Shook her head helplessly. Shin was already married, yet didn't even have a potential partner. All right, let's take a group photo, suggested. Everyone stepped onto the stage. Android 18, Sakura, Shin, and stood at the center. Piccolo and the other Z fighters filled in behind them. Ram and Rem also joined in. They chose. Click. As the shutter clicked, a beautiful family photo was captured. Even with his usual stoic demeanor, managed a small smile. Back to normal life. With the wedding concluded, everything gradually returned to normal. Shin and returned to Universe 6. Resumed his routine, traveling between Capsule Corporation, the great god of destruction's palace, and the future. His life continued, filled with warmth and adventure. Though the world had no threats at the moment, story was far from over. Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.